Chapter 151, Zifa is right. General Zhangguo, are you okay? What do you think? The Great Buddha fruit also gave him a strong recovery ability. Although the characteristics of the Great Buddha's golden body allowed him to take Arceus's punishment light gravel, his current condition was not very good. They're gone. I know, the intelligence department is a bunch of rubbish. I will complain to Marshal Kong when I go back. He is not afraid of not having intelligence. He is afraid that the intelligence department will not be able to figure out the truth of the intelligence and dare to send the intelligence up. This kind of completely wrong information is simply a trap. Although Borsellino caught him quickly, Sengoku didn't want to praise him for this, because compared to the scars left on Sengoku, Borsellino didn't lose a hair. However, due to the last big lightning of Ziraura, his hairstyle was affected to a certain extent. Borsellino's hair when he was young was still not changed to that simple short hair, and it was almost permed into a brand new hairstyle for a while. What were you doing just now? General Sengoku, I'm fighting the enemy very hard, but this fur tribe is different. He seems to be an ability user with lightning speed and a high level of domineering. Neither of us can do anything to each other. It is difficult for the natural system to be injured in battle. Although the armed color can touch the entity of the natural system ability user can also use the prediction of the body to be attacked by the observation color to disperse in advance, so that the enemy cannot touch themselves. Ziraura's observation haki is slightly inferior, so it is difficult to cause effective damage to Borsellino, and he doesn't have much to do with Ziraura. Borsellino's attack itself has a certain pause, that is because although his body has turned into light, his reaction and thinking are still human. Even if he is a monster among humans, it takes a certain amount of time to react. This time is very short, and it is almost invisible with the help of the Pidgeot fruit, but the pause of that moment is enough for Ziraura to react. Although his observation haki is not as good as Borsellino, his fighting nerves are naturally stronger than Borsellino. Zeph is right, you pay too much attention to the fruit ability, so you ignore the training of physical skills. In the generation of Sengoku, Garp and Zeph are not ability users, and he himself is an animal ability user, and he has always attached great importance to physical skills. Borsellino has been a natural type since the day he joined the training camp, and he is also the fastest pick fruit, so he has always neglected this aspect. It's not that his physical skills are weak, but there is a big gap compared to those physical skills masters. Sengoku-san, you should take good care of your injuries first. Borsellino didn't want to talk about this topic. Among the many students taught by Zephyr, his relationship with Zephyr was probably the most ordinary one. So after hearing Sengoku's old talk, he took him back to the ship directly, and it was also inappropriate to keep floating in the air. Although the Buddha form was removed, Sengoku still maintained his golden body at this time, looking like an Oscar statuette. This is the ability of his fruit. The cracks in the golden body can be slowly repaired by the ability of the fruit, but directly removing the ability and letting the injury feed back to the body, it is not so easy to recover from the injury again. Most of the Dragon Star groups were blocked by Sengoku, and only when he rushed out to fight did some subsequent Dragon Star groups hit the hull. The Navy suffered some minor casualties, but the overall situation was still within the acceptable range. In the cabin of the battleship, a man was checking his film. His mission was to accurately photograph the target's face, and it seemed that he had done a good job so far. However, he had a lot of obsessive-compulsive disorder in taking pictures. After carefully selecting, he finally found the photos of Arceus standing on the head of the plant Buddha and Ziraura with electric light wrapped around his body. According to Arceus's order, the Origin had left in advance, and he helped Ziraura charge the battery first. After all, Ziraura was one of the very few electrical Pokémon that did not have an electric organ. However, his endurance was still very high. Although this battle consumed more electricity, it was also related to the fact that he had little remaining electricity. Under normal circumstances, his endurance was still very long. However, this battle did expose a shortcoming. Ziraura's height was not suitable for this world full of little giants. It seemed that he had to slightly adjust his ability to grow his height. There were many other things. In the future, he really had some relationship with Setsuna. According to Setsuna's development level, it would be a strange development of driving a big car. After they returned, the Origin began to move forward in the direction of Wano country, and also inspected the territory outside the beasts. Sengoku's ship returned to the Navy headquarters in advance. Once Garp started chasing Roger, he would get excited. It was unwise to wait for him to come back here. When Sengoku returned to the Navy headquarters, the first thing he did was to find Kong to complain about the intelligence department's negligence. You mean, that's not a pet of the Beast's pirates, but a powerful animal-type ability user? Well, he's very strong. I don't know how much he contributed, but he's enough to pose a threat to the Admiral. How does he compare to Roger and Whitebeard? I don't know. It's hard to judge. I understand what you mean, but this information was not collected by our Navy, but was captured by the agents of the world government. They didn't take it seriously at the time. I will complain to the world government, but it probably won't have any effect. As for the identity of the ability user, I'll send someone to investigate later, but you can take a look at this first. Sora handed the new information to Sengoku, which was detailed information about the Battle of Edwall. Did Golden Lion suffer such a huge loss? Well, more than half of the ships were destroyed in that sea area, and many of his officers and captains were also killed. The pirates in the New World are going to be restless again. Most pirates are eager for higher fame and fortune, and stepping on the corpses of old predecessors is the fastest way to rise to power, so every year there are newcomers who don't know how to live or die to challenge the old pirates in the New World. Now the Fekong pirates, which have suffered heavy losses, are seen as a piece of fat meat by many people, but the big pirates have not acted rashly. They know very well that compared to those subordinates, Golden Lion himself is the most important link of the Fekong pirates. As long as Golden Lion is still there, the foundation of the Fekong pirates will not be reduced. Is this going to be published in the newspaper? Of course, those pirates will probably start a new round of civil unrest after seeing this news. It is also what the higher UPS want to see if they can consume themselves. You should go back and recover first. Even if you are a person with special abilities, you must pay attention to these issues. I will urge the intelligence department to do a good job. Chapter 152, Excellent Intelligence Personnel. Although the Navy and the world government have not stationed a large number of troops in the New World, there have always been many intelligence personnel. Bounty hunters, black market traders, and some pirates are all disguised as personnel of the world government and the Navy. They have no other tasks, they only need to collect relevant information. Arceus often appears in the territory of the Beast's pirates. It is not difficult to investigate his name, but the agents have limited information on his abilities. At that time, those elites were brought into Wano country. Those who stayed behind and saw Arceus' abilities were also considered small leaders of pirates. In order to avoid exposing themselves when inquiring for information, they rarely come into contact with the leaders. In addition, although the Beast's pirates now have many people with special abilities, this is not strange in the eyes of the Navy personnel, and they only sent people because Arceus has the power of the warring states that can hurt him. Under this illusion, they did not explore his true power. He is called a holy beast by the members, and has a close relationship with Kaido. He is suspected to be the second in command or an equal. This is the conclusion they came to after a simple investigation. Although it is still not very comprehensive, compared with the unidentified creatures, the outrageous name of the Beast's pirate's pet is much more detailed. After the intelligence collection department collects the intelligence, it will feed back to the superiors behind it, and then the analysis department will analyze it according to the intelligence. Analyze the specific situation. Based on the information they collected, the analysis department will redetermine the bounty and title. However, the analysis department has the same idea as Sengoku on this point. They believe that Arceus is just a mythical beast with special abilities, not a strange creature. How could Kaido be on par with a strange creature? However, the other party's fruit ability is unknown. According to past data analysis, the other party can control plants and flames, and also has the ability to fly. According to uncertain information, the other party also has the ability to give power to others. The analysis department has two conclusions about this. One is that there is no problem with the collected intelligence, and Arceus does have this ability. The other is that these are all Kaido's tricks. Those so-called empowerments are just technical breakthroughs made by the Beast Pirates. When this news was mentioned, Quinn's information was also sent up. Plague Quinn, a member of the Beast's Pirates, was one of the original members of the Mads research team. He later joined the Beast's Pirates. He is good at human body modification and has done some research on bloodline factors. We think he may have achieved better results in this regard. Maybe we underestimated him at the beginning and should have included him in the scientific research team. However, neither side could convince the other, and in the end, the two conclusions were sent to the empty table together. The specific results can only wait for more detailed information from the agents. But this did not cause much reaction from the Navy. There are many people who can injure the admirals of the Navy. Some of them have now entered the underwater prison in Pelton, and some are still outside. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Roger, Red Count Barrick Redfield, now there is only one more Arceus, so they just increase the reward according to convention. The Navy did not make any big moves before Rox exposed his ambitions. Now, all the actions of the beasts are just small fights in their eyes. As for Zeraora, his intelligence was even less than Arceus's. At least Arceus would often move around in the territory, while they did not find any information about Zeraora except the identity and name of the Cotters. In this way, the new bounty order and the news of the Battle of Ide were spread throughout the world. As for the questioning of responsibility raised by Zhang Guo, it was just raised high and gently put down in the end. The CP department is directly under the world government. They and the Navy are two completely independent departments. If they have to deal with their subordinates because of a random complaint from the Navy, then the face of the CP chief will be lost. The most important point is that the CPS do not think this is a big deal. It is inevitable that the agent's information will be wrong. Even the ace agent cannot guarantee the success of the mission. The Navy did not take it too seriously and did not pursue anything after the complaint was filed. So under the complaint of the Navy, only some written penalties and confinement were imposed on the agent, and no more practical measures were taken. The world government also meant this. It was okay for both sides to save face. Anyway, there were no major consequences. The Navy is the thug of the world government, and the CP is their spy. Frictions between the two departments happen from time to time, and they are used to it. Whether it is the CP or the Navy, most of the troubles between them will be resolved, unless the matter is not clearly related to the celestial dragons, the world government will invest more energy. However, this incident also gave rise to changes in the Navy system. They need more of their own spies. Under the auspices of Sengoku, a secret force called Sword appeared in the Navy. Collect and analyze intelligence, hold meetings to discuss, and wait for the new bounty order to be determined. The origin has already returned to Wano country. There are 2 more towering chimneys. It seems that 2 new factories have been added here. The holy beasts are back, pull up the origin. In the submerged port, the rotating gears drive the chain, and the primitive elevator brings the origin into the inland sea of Wano country. Shortly after they returned, Shayuna appeared on the origin, holding a stack of documents in her hand, recording some recent events in Wano country. Overall, the development is relatively good. The weapons manufactured in the factory have begun to be put into production, and the fruits of the trees planted have begun to sprout. Shortly after Arceus returned, Kaido also transformed into a blue dragon and left here again. Wano country is still developing, and there must be a person with absolute overwhelming force to suppress it to prevent accidents. On the way back, Arceus took advantage of Yamato's luck to choose a few more places, but her luck was not always there, and she did not find the target these times. He planned to return to Onigashima before dealing with other things. The exit of the submerged port location is still a long distance away from Onigashima, and it has to cross the inland sea of Wano country. However, a little accident happened on the way back, and Yamato's Aegean fell into the water. Unlike other children's sleepiness, Yamato has shown the talent of Kaido's daughter, and her energy is very strong, even making Jigglypuff feel tired. And the mace has become her favorite toy, but this time the force of throwing is a little stronger, and the mace did not bounce back, but bounced into the water. A loud cry resounded throughout the cabin. Seeing this, Manderfesh jumped into the water before anyone else could react. Kaido's daughter, Arceus' adopted daughter, this is definitely the future successor of the beasts. It would be right to please her as soon as possible. Chapter 153, New Bounty Order. It would be great if we could have a good relationship with each other when we were children. When Yamato grows up and takes over the beasts' pirates, I'm afraid I should retire. With this relationship, I can definitely get a good job. Although it's a bit far-fetched, Manderfesh feels that his idea makes sense, so when he sees Yamato after his things fell into the water and he cried, he was the first to jump in. When others saw Manderfesh jumping into the sea, they gave up this opportunity. In terms of swimming, Manderfesh is almost unmatched in the beasts' pirates. The ability to go into the water gives him a great advantage in this regard. This was the most serious time that Yamato cried after being taken back to the beasts' pirates by Kaido. Even Arceus was attracted to it. Jigglypuff briefly described the situation at that time, and then pointed to the side of the ship. How long has Manderfesh been down there? About an hour. You guys go down and see what's going on. He got the ability of Magikarp after all. He couldn't drown himself by going into the water to get a mace. Arceus looked at a few people casually, and then they jumped in without saying a word, but soon swam up again. After trying a few more times, the result was the same. Master Holy Beast, the water is too deep, we can't dive down. Yes, we swam down for a long time and didn't see Manderfesh, and we couldn't see the bottom at all. I'm afraid we have to prepare diving suits. Even if they are considered to be relatively elite pirates, they are still ordinary people. They have neither the blood of fishmen nor the ability of Manderfesh. Although they can swim, few of them have practiced diving, and they can't stand it after reaching a certain depth. Fortunately, the climate in Wano country is only cold in Linghao. Except for the sea area near Linghao, the waters of Wano country are relatively warm, so their physical strength is still sufficient after several dives. And a few minutes later, Manderfesh floated out of the water, holding the small mace dropped by Yamato in his hand, and stepped on the water with his feet and jumped back to the deck. After gaining the ability of water splashing, the water surface is a brand new ground for him. Master Holy Beast, there are secrets down here. Wano country is more than what it seems on the surface. What did you find? The terrain of Wano country may be man-made. Wait, bring the things first. He took the mace from him and gave it back to Yamato. After coaxing the child, he signaled Manderfesh to continue telling what he saw. According to Manderfesh, he jumped into the water to look for the mace that Yamato dropped. With the ability given by Arceus, he caught up with the falling mace without spending too much effort, but he seemed to see something under the water. Because he was a little curious, and Magikarp gave him the ability to breathe underwater, so he went down to investigate. Are you saying that there is a flooded town below? Yes, Lord Saint Beast, and the architectural style is very similar to Wano country, or it is even older. Then I swam to the edge and found that the cliffs around here might be their walls. According to the information brought back by Manderfesh, it seems that someone built a very tall wall below to enclose this place, but due to unknown reasons, the water level rose, resulting in the current situation. But Arceus always felt that this situation was ridiculous, and the situation was somewhat familiar. Shayuna, is the project on Onigashima finished? Not yet, Lord Saint Beast, is there anything? Go back and ask someone older to see if there is anyone named Izayama Hajime among their ancestors. Building a huge wall to wrap up his country, this weird operation made him feel familiar, but he did not detect any sleeping life forms in the rock walls around Wano country. Not long after. Master Shenju, I have asked. The leader of the craftsmen is called Ganju. He is considered a legendary carpenter in Wano country. However, he said that he had never heard of the surname Izayama in Wano country. Riko had never heard of such a thing. Quinn also asked Orakai about it indirectly, but he seemed to be unaware of it. This should be a secret of Wano country. I know. Everything is the same as before. Let Manderfesh explore the underwater ruins and see what is inside. Manderfesh therefore had a new task, to explore the nearby underwater ruins. Although Quinn got several sets of diving suits, those people were still not as convenient as Manderfesh. In order not to be discovered by others, they secretly dived from Onigashima. Only Manderfesh could explore all areas freely without being affected by oxygen, so this important task was basically placed on him. 2 days later, on Onigashima, Setsuna ran as soon as he jumped off the boat, carrying a small backpack behind him, which was full of newspapers. Newsbirds will not enter Wano country, so newspapers can only be obtained through nearby islands, which are the outposts of the beasts outside Wano country, and external information is generally sent from there. The biggest news is naturally the Battle of Idwal. This massive battle has almost been recorded in history, and it is also one of the few battles between pirates named after battles. However, those who have little to do with the beasts, the recent challengers to the Golden Lion's territory are all newcomers. As old acquaintances, they know that the Golden Lion is still the Golden Lion, and there will be no changes due to the reduction of his subordinates. And Setsuna cares more about the 2 bounties in his hand. Lightning Zeraora, bounty of 270 million berries. Hidden Arceus, bounty of 1.19 billion berries. This is the conclusion drawn by the Navy after comprehensive analysis, and it was directly raised to 1.19 billion. In this era, this is almost a huge bounty. Nowadays, those with bounties exceeding 1 billion berries are almost all remnants of rocks and members of Roger, all heavyweights. Arceus. Although Arceus had the strength to injure Sengoku, he left suddenly after gaining the upper hand, which made the Navy doubt his ability to continue fighting. Although the investigation intelligence showed that Arceus was not a tyrannical type, the other party was suspected to have magical special abilities, and the amount was determined after comprehensive consideration. As for the hidden person, the Navy believed that he was hiding his true identity, so he always showed himself in the form of a beast. They decided to adopt all the intelligence sent to them, and formulated this bounty order based on the principle of no deduction for wrong writing and extra points for correct writing. This led to Quinn looking at his bounty with a very puzzled expression. "I have been farming and doing research, how come the bounty is higher than that pervert?" Looking at the bounty of 444.4 million, Quinn suddenly felt that it was very unlucky. Chapter 154, the second son of a down-and-out merchant family Kojiro. However, Quinn's bounty order did not attract attention. After all, he himself didn't know why he raised the price, and it was a sudden price increase. He didn't expect that some intelligence officers thought he was the one who truly realized the ability, so they also raised his price. His bounty is higher than Zeraura's. In the eyes of the Navy, his impact will be greater than Zeraura's individual. After all, he is also a certain suspicion now. This time, Shayuna's mood is very normal. Although the hidden person is not a serious title, looking at the information of the bounty order, Shayuna feels that she is in a good mood. This is much better than the last time that the jerk who made the bounty order. Few people in the world of pirates worry about bounties, and most of them regard it as an honor. The higher the boss's bounty, the more excited they are as younger brothers. Seeing that Arceus' bounty has also exceeded the 1 billion mark, they are even more excited than Arceus. The previous bounty order of Bailey was regarded as a shame, and the updated bounty order can be regarded as an alternative honor. As for Setsuna, she lived in Ziuaohu until she was 7 years old and had no idea about the outside world. After coming to the outside world, she was first kidnapped by an organ trafficking assassination group, and then came to the Beasts Pirates, so her cognition was also influenced by the atmosphere of the beasts. She believes that a high bounty is a certification of strength, and the photos taken by the photographer this time of Zeraura are very cool, with towering hair, surrounded by thunder, and eyes full of electric light, which are completely in line with the aesthetic view of the fur tribe. "So cool, Zeraura, take me with you next time." "No, unless you can stand firm under my hands." "Then let's go on the full moon next time. If I use the moon lion, I can stand firm. Besides, I can give you long-range support. I am best at bows and arrows." Setsuna has always been confident in her bow and arrow skills, and she has the capital. She can't use a gun. The firearms of the beasts can't hit people in her hands. Even shotguns are useless. She can be called a master of human body outlining, but her bow and arrows are very accurate, and she will never miss within a few hundred meters. The craftsmen of Wano country are also helping her make a longbow. There are many similar craftsmen in Wano country. Except that their output cannot be compared with machines, their handmade products are even better than machines in some aspects. Manderfesh is still exploring the mysterious underwater area of Wano country, and the development of the world has not stopped. Golden Lion used the heads of many pirates to prove to the world that although he lost to Roger, it does not mean that he has become a weakling. In Wano country, the development of the beasts is still continuing. The xenophobia of Wano country is a root problem. It is very difficult to solve it in a short time, so the beasts are absorbing some locals to join the beasts pirates. It is not to make them become pirates, nor to just work in the ranch and orchard of the beasts, but to become the local partners of the beasts in another way. Kurozumi Orikai is not interested in such trivial things at all. His mind is full of revenge, so the beasts are looking for other suitable people, but they have been waiting for a long time and have not found them. They can still accept herding for the beasts, after all, it can only be regarded as working, but cooperation is different, so in the face of the business cooperation with the beasts, most of the local rich people and businessmen in Wano country chose to refuse. In fact, this is also related to Orikai. Although his goal is to persecute everyone, it is mainly ordinary civilians. He did not touch those daimyo and rich people. His own interests are also linked to these rich people. Moreover, the actions of the beasts also made him doubt whether this partner can achieve his goals, so in addition to the cooperation that has been reached, he does not plan to continue to expand cooperation. Because of the closed nature of Wano country, Gold coins only flow domestically, that is to say, the funds of these people are in a closed-loop flow state, and Orakai has a great influence on them. If he changes some policies, these rich people may also go bankrupt. After all, he is the nominal general. So they are more obedient to Orakai's orders, and coupled with the national conditions of Wano country, they are not interested in the transaction of the beasts. The trade of the beasts themselves means intervening in the economy of Wano country. Although they can intervene by force, that will cause the economy of Wano country to collapse first, which is not in their own interests. So the beasts need to break this closed-loop economy first and let the foreign funds of the beasts flow into Wano country. The beasts have no shortage of goods. Everything from the outside world can be sold in Wano country. They lack a local businessman. After all, the people of Wano country are very strange. They are unwilling to buy things directly from the beasts, but if they are replaced by a local Wano country person, they will buy those products excitedly, so that the beasts have to change into the clothes of the locals before they want to sell goods. They are pirates, and they are also not good at growing this kind of thing. Bargaining and selling are all difficult for them. They could use force to force a businessman, but that would lose its original meaning. However, not everyone would reject the beasts. No matter where, there would be the first person to try something new. On this day, a man with short purple hair came to a Nagashima alone in a small boat. Now that the construction of a Nagashima has been completed, the workers have returned to their homes. Except for those who were arranged to deliver supplies here, few people in Wano country would take the initiative to go to a Nagashima. So when they saw that man, the members of the beasts were surprised. This guy can't row a boat. How can he use oars like that? It's normal for people in Wano country not to row a boat, but do you want to help him? If he drowns here, it will destroy the plan of the holy beast master. Not really, there is not even a little wind and waves in this place, how could he capsize? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the man in front of him capsize his boat. What did you just say? I said hurry up and rescue him. Thank you for your help. My name is Kojiro, the second son of an ordinary merchant in Flower City. I came here to seek cooperation. I am willing to sell goods for the beasts pirates in Wano country. Then he didn't even have the chance to change his clothes, and was brought directly to Shayana. Big sister. A merchant is willing to cooperate. Reason, why are you willing to accept our cooperation? After searching for so long and not finding anyone, now someone came to her door, she naturally asked. It's like this, sir. I was born into a merchant family in the flower capital. My family was very wealthy, but after General Skiyaki died, Kurozumi Orakai was appointed as the acting general. Our biggest competitor teamed up with Kurozumi Orakai to destroy our family's business. My father and mother both died of depression. The family has declined since then. I need a chance to make a comeback and take revenge on them. Orakai? You should know that we were brought in by Orakai. Yes, sir, I know about this, so I came here now, because I think your business with Kurozumi Orakai is not that close, and there is a fundamental contradiction between what you do and Orakai's purpose. These are all his speculations. Although he has no solid evidence, he has no way out. No one in Wano is willing to help him, so he can only put his hope on outsiders. Chapter 155, Kojiro's ambition. He is from a merchant family. His father asked him to learn all kinds of things since he was a child. Even if Wano is closed to the outside world, it is a big deal to do business in this country. The mutual flow of products between the 6 townships and the consumption capacity of the people must be studied thoroughly. It was fine before Kurozumi Orakai started to act, but during this period, Kurozumi Orakai's behavior was full of weirdness. He arbitrarily changed the prices of items. Recently, there are more coins circulating in the market of Wano country, and many of them are new coins. If Wano country's currency did not remain on metal currency and there was no foreign trade, the impact would be even greater. He was not the only merchant who was hit. Almost all those who chose to join forces with Kurozumi Orakai in various industries used various improper methods to defeat their competitors and achieved a monopoly position. In Kojiro's view, Kurozumi Orakai's behavior was challenging the limit. As long as there was an opportunity, the economy of Wano country would collapse completely. This behavior became more and more obvious around the flower capital, and the wealth gap began to widen. Only the rich could survive in the flower capital. Many families who relied on small businesses were forced to leave the flower capital under this environment and settle in nearby villages and towns. In other areas, because several daimyo have jurisdiction over their own villages, this trend is less, but the economy of Wano country is a whole, and the flower capital is the economic center. Under its influence, other areas are inevitably affected. And the beasts play an extremely special role here. They are close to Kurozumi Orakai. It seems that there is some agreement that they will help Kurozumi Orakai build factories, but there seems to be contradictions in the details. Those orchards and pastures are meant to be long-term, which is completely different from Kurozumi Orakai's policy. He has been observing for a long time. Kurozumi Orakai neither supports nor opposes these actions of the beasts. Or he dares not oppose it openly. He has never seen people from Orakai dare to directly intervene in the affairs of the beasts. That is to say, the beasts have something that Kurozumi Orakai fears. Even if his mind is active enough, he has never left Wano country. A frog in the well cannot imagine the vastness of the sky, so he can only make a rough guess about this. Coming here alone this time was a gamble, because he could see that the beasts also wanted to intervene in the economy of Wano country, and the beasts would get involved sooner or later. If others could not accept it, they would eventually be abandoned, because the beasts had too much advantage. For example, the issue of oxen, he knew that the beasts' pirates raised 2 special cattle. The labor force of those 3-tailed monster cattle was at least 10 times that of ordinary cattle, and they were also stronger, and even smarter. They could understand the orders of their masters. In actual operation, a Kentaro could do the work of more than 20 ordinary oxen, and the price rented out by the beasts' pirates was the same as that of ordinary cattle. Now most people are afraid of those monster cattle, but some people have begun to try them. At that time, they can open up more arable land or free up their hands to do some other livelihoods. When the neighbors saw it, such as if you don't want to be completely left behind, then learning their behavior and renting Kentaro is the best way. He has also seen the goods sold by the beasts, many of which are novel things that have never been seen in China. The market is very broad. As long as the problem of xenophobia in Wano country is solved, the rest of the things will be easy to solve. He is betting that he is not wrong. If he guessed wrong about the relationship between the beasts' pirates and Kurozumi Orakai, then the result will not be so good. However, after he finished his reasons, he did not get an immediate reply. Shayuna gestured to the 2 pirates, and they left here. After a long wait, the 2 who left returned here again. Big sister, check it out, what he said is true. The beasts' pirates are indeed looking for a local businessman, but it is not to the point where just anyone will do. Kojiro's reasons are very sufficient, but Shayuna did not believe it immediately, but sent someone to Wano country to check it out. It wouldn't take long for the spies left in the roaming area to find out this kind of news. As long as what he said was true, the news of the businessman's bankruptcy would easily become a joke among people. After all, his father was just a businessman, not a good man. There were many people who hated the rich and were jealous of him. Seeing him suffer misfortune would only make them happy, not sad. How many people do you need? There are still a few trustworthy old people at home. We don't need many people in the early stage. As long as the people of Orakai don't stop us, it will be fine. You too should follow him in the future. Remember to bring a flag and take it out when you meet the people of Orakai. Shayuna looked at the 2 people who brought Kojiro here and gave him new orders. Kojiro, who has received the support of the beasts' pirates, has already thought about his future plans. He has to take back the lost things by himself. By the way, you are a smart man. It's better not to do something that only fools would do. Before he left, Shayuna gave him a piece of advice, or a warning. His family was already penniless, and the beasts' pirates meant that he only needed to sell the goods and didn't need to worry about other things, but he refused. Because he knew that it was not difficult to find a seller, but now it was because Wano country was xenophobic, and when they got used to the existence of the beasts' pirates, his existence became dispensable. So he had to show his value before the beasts were recognized by the public, so that the beasts knew that he had abilities that others could not do. He borrowed a sum of money from the beasts, used the money to buy a batch of goods from the beasts, and said that he would pay for the goods first in the future. Interesting, let's see what his ability is. If his ability is good, the beast's fruits are still short of excellent people. If he is trustworthy, absorb him in, he is also a talent. Looking at the situation reported by Shayuna, Arceus gave new instructions. Today's beast still lacks some professional talents. Although bankrupt, his family was once a big merchant in Wano country, and his family emblem still has a certain reputation in Wano country. After a few days, he started his business journey from scratch with a cart like an ordinary small vendor. The two people from the beasts followed him, which did help him avoid the trouble of Kurozumi Orokai. Orokai was very good at forbearance. Although the actions of the beasts' pirates were different from what he expected, he also used the force of the beasts to do many things that he could not do before. Since Kaido did not agree, he did not dare to say directly that this was Kaido's intention, but he deliberately acted recklessly, which made those daimyos a little afraid of him. Chapter 156, Kinemon's Plan. Without the daimyos stopping it, ordinary citizens of Wano country naturally had no ability to resist. In fact, these daimyos were also a little confused about the situation. After all, there seemed to be an agreement between the beasts' pirates and Kurozumi Orokai. Kurozumi Orokai helped Kaido build a Nagashima, and Kaido also forcibly built many factories in Rabbit Bowl in the name of Orokai, but sometimes the actions of the beasts were completely opposite to those of the beasts, giving people the feeling of a schizophrenic patient. Kojiro's business was going well. With the rare goods from the outside world and his eloquence, he quickly paid off the first loan of the beasts and brought in more goods. Orokai's men did not stop Kojiro because of the beasts' pirates, but other merchants were not necessarily the same, especially the merchant who bankrupted Kojiro's family. He did not believe that Kojiro would let him go after his comeback. So he took gifts to find Kurozumi Orokai hoping that he could get rid of Kojiro, but he did not expect that Kurozumi Orokai would accept gifts but not do anything. He accepted all the gifts, but had no intention of solving the problem. The first 2 times he asked, he could get some answers, but after a few more times, he simply could not even see anyone. In this case, he made a new choice, which was to spend money to find some gangsters who made trouble. Some time ago, Bei Shao cleaned up the hooligans on the street and arrested many people who liked to stir up trouble and sent them to the mines to mine, which made the streets quiet for a long time. The remaining hooligans hid when they saw that the situation was not good, but after a period of time, they had to come out to find their own business. The reason why they were called hooligans was that they had no fixed jobs and did not have much savings. It was okay for a short time, but they could not survive for a long time, so for money, several hooligans took on the task of destroying Kojiro's stall. They had done this before. After all, the protection fee of the stall was their main source of income. Although the gangster boss of Hwajidu is nicknamed Hwaji, not all hooligans are his subordinates. About 200 people will obey his orders, and these people do not make a living by bullying ordinary vendors for protection fees. They are very friendly to the people and have a good reputation in Wano country. These small hooligans do not have the opportunity to join directly. Wano country has a very strict hierarchy in this regard. As for the laws of Wano country, they are just minor fights and will be locked up for 3 or 4 days at most. After they come out, they will become more serious. Therefore, most people choose to lose money to avoid disaster. After Orokai came to power, this kind of thing has become more frequent. The last cleansing of the beasts not only supplemented the laborers in the mine, but also gave these Wano civilians a preliminary understanding of the beasts. As for those hooligans who were reformed by labor, they are now living a fulfilling life in the Rabbit Bowl mine. Recently, the work system there has been improved because some pirates who were captured after the defeat in the outside world were also sent here. The defeated captives were different from these hooligans. Those prisoners were at the bottom of the society, with no job in sight, while these hooligans at least had a prison term and a meager living allowance was stored in their accounts. If they didn't work, they wouldn't even have food to eat. On the contrary, working hard could not only improve their living conditions, but also reduce their sentences. No one had been sent to the mine for a while after that, but today there were new people there, these hooligans who were causing trouble. Not only did Kurozumi Orokai take the money but not do the work, he didn't even tell the merchant the reason. He did it on purpose, hoping to provoke conflicts between the beasts' pirates and the local residents. Only in this way could they achieve their goals. Faced with this situation, the beasts' people naturally sent these people to the mine unceremoniously, but not all of them. One person took advantage of the chaos and ran away, and ran to Kuri. He was not his boss, but he had his own boss. Now, Kojiki Oden's retainer, Kinemon, was his boss before. Although Kinemon was born in Kuri, he was a gangster in the flower capital when he was young, and he was also a famous gangster. Naturally, he also had a group of subordinates. However, as he joined Kojiki Oden, the contact between these subordinates and him decreased. After all, he was already a samurai and could not continue to live as before. In the past, those people would not come to him if there was nothing, but this time was different. Although the Beast's pirates took those gangsters away in the name of labor reform, and they really made them labor reform, the connection between the rabbit bowl mine and the outside world was cut off, and the people who were caught in it also lost contact with the outside world. And rumors are the most terrible things. Some words change as they are passed on. In rumors, the rabbit bowl mine has become a very scary place. This made him at a loss when he saw other people being taken away, so he had to come to Kineman for help. Brother Kineman. It's bad. Azu and the others were captured by the beasts. What did you say? What happened? It's like this. We took on some small business like before. Didn't I tell you not to do that again? He used to be a gangster, so he naturally knew what their business meant. We won't do anything else. No, brother, listen to me. He said everything that happened before, and also told the rumors, implying that Kineman should think of a way to get them out. In fact, he could ignore it, but after all, these people were once his brothers, and they always thought that the Beast's pirates had bad intentions, so he decided to think of a way. He didn't tell others about this because he thought it was his private matter. After thinking about it, he had a very unique idea. He found a leaf and put it on his head. Then, with a puff of smoke, his clothes changed into the clothes of the Beast's pirates, and he also had sunglasses and a fake beard. He planned to pretend to be a member of the Beast's pirates to get his former brother out. Before coming to Wano country, the Beast's pirates had their own uniform clothing. Except for the cotters, the clothing styles of ordinary members were somewhat similar. And Kineman was able to do this because of his own fruit ability, the Superman-type Fufa fruit, which can freely change his clothes according to his own imagination. His idea was very beautiful. There were thousands of Beast's pirates in Wano country, and it was impossible for everyone to know each other. This gave him the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. However, his ideal was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Chapter 157, Exposed Kineman. Kineman did not take direct action, but observed the situation near the rabbit bowl mine. Members of the Beast's pirates often came and went here, and there seemed to be no regularity. Occasionally, some people inside would be taken away, and some would be sent in. This was a kind of work alternation. Prisoners with good performance would be rotated to work in the factory. The work there was much easier than in the mine, and there was no sun exposure. Similarly, some people who made mistakes in the factory would be punished here, but Kineman was not aware of these. At the same time, he also found that there were no Kurozumi Orikai's men here. All the people coming in and out were members of the Beast's pirates. This was also one of the few places that Kaido had completely controlled. The sea stone vein was very important. He did not intend to let Orikai manage it. And Orikai knew that he could not intervene here without Kaido, so he acquiesced to it. This was the information Kineman collected. Then he changed himself into a stone-like camouflage uniform and quietly lurked near the mining site to eavesdrop on the information, mainly the name of the guard. It was not too difficult for him to do this. He still had some strength. Although the members brought here by the beasts, he is an elite among pirates, but he is just a stronger soldier, and there is still a gap compared to Kineman. He was once a famous gangster in Wano country. If you want to be a gangster in Wano country, you must have some strength. If you can't defeat others, you can't get followers, and you can't get respect from others. If Kojiki Oden was not strong and had the status of the Kojiki family, he would have died many times. As a famous gangster in the past few years, Kineman has been constantly learning in recent years. His strength is still much stronger than that of ordinary members. After he confirmed some information, he started his own plan. He changed into the uniforms of the beast pirates again, dealt with some details, and then walked over carelessly. You, ready, you're still on duty. Yeah, who are you? Ah. I'm Nate. We drank together at the banquet the day before yesterday. Have you forgotten? Just as he guessed, the biggest difference between a large pirate group and a small pirate group is the number of people. It's impossible for the people in the group to recognize everyone. Only those iconic cotters can be known by everyone. He pretended to be familiar with the other party and accurately said the name and some things. These were all the information he had just heard. He was good at things like swindling. In this case, Reddy really thought he remembered the wrong person. At this time, it would be embarrassing to say that he didn't know the other person, so he agreed. It's you. Last time, you said you'd drink next time. This kind of person should be an acquaintance, but he was not very familiar with him, so in his opinion, he should have met him by chance when he was drinking last time. The banquet was a carnival, so it was normal to meet a drinking buddy. Well, I'll go in first. Go ahead, go ahead. He didn't check anything, he was still a little lax in this regard. After all, few ordinary people would go near the rabbit bowl mine, and he didn't expect someone to be so bold that he actually came here with the idea of robbing the prison. After entering the mine, he saw the sweaty prisoners and the supervisors who supervised them, and after a search, he also saw his former brothers. Just then, someone was leaving here with 2 people. I'm going to take them to investigate the information, this is Lord Babanuki's order. A member of the beasts came to the mine, pointed at the 2 prisoners and took out a piece of paper. After seeing it, the supervisor opened the prisoner's handcuffs without much verification, and this also let Kineman know who the manager here is. He had successfully sneaked in here, and the people inside naturally would not question people who were not handcuffed and in uniform. He casually asked a lone person, "Have you seen Lord Babanuki? I didn't find him just now." "Ah? Isn't Lord Babanuki upstairs? Maybe I just missed him. I'll go check again." The warden here was handed over to Babanuki, and the harbor was handed over to others. The so-called upstairs was the resting room for the supervisors. They definitely wouldn't live with the prisoners. "Lord Babanuki, I was ordered to take the new prisoners away for interrogation." "Again? Why are you so diligent in asking for help recently?" Originally, Babanuki just complained casually, but Kineman's next sentence directly exposed his identity. "I don't know either. It's just Brother Kaido's request." As soon as he said this, Babanuki paused and then swung his fist at Kineman. The table in front of him was overturned by him, and the documents originally placed on the table flew into the air. The paper flew everywhere under the influence of his fist, but he failed to hit Kineman. He jumped to the side nimbly when he saw the fist coming, and Babanuki's fist hit the ground directly. The wooden floor was fragmented, and Kineman didn't seem to realize that he had been exposed. He thought that he had violated his taboo inadvertently. "Lord Babanuki, what are you doing? Did I do something wrong? Stop pretending, bastard. You dare to pretend to be a member of the beasts. You are very brave." The reason why Kineman was exposed was very simple. He said it was Kaido's request, because Arceus didn't show up much on weekdays. The people of Wano country only knew Kaido's existence, and didn't know Arceus's position in the Beasts Pirates. Everyone in the Beasts Pirates knew that Kaido had left Wano country a few days ago and had not returned yet. Even if Kaido hadn't left, he was not in charge of the mining field, but Arceus was handling it. It can only be a fake that he can say this because it was Kaido's request. Kineman never thought that the internal management of the Beasts Pirates was such a special situation. But even if he didn't say this, he would be exposed if he couldn't produce the procedures for picking up people. Although it was easy to enter here, it was not so easy to take others away. Seeing that he was exposed, Kineman removed his disguise. He had always carried his sword with him, but it was not exposed because of the disguise of the fufu fruit. Seeing Kineman's true face, Babanuki was also surprisingly angry. The Beasts Pirates had been going smoothly since they came to Wano country, but now they were actually deceived by someone, so his body began to swell and gradually turned into the appearance of a giant ape. It was not the primitive man fruit, but the transformed form obtained like Mandar Fesh, the King of Leave. Chapter 158, The Cut Gun of the King of Leave. Kineman was severely injured. Since Mandar Fesh, Babanuki has also successfully obtained it with his strange power. Although the new reward did not give him the ability to breathe underwater like Mandar Fesh, the types of rewards he got were much better than his opponents. Compared to Magikarp, which was not strong in itself and could only open one basic, and the rest depended on training, King Asking for Leave had extremely excellent attack power and physical strength. With Babanuki's strange power, he could exert the terrifying power to the extreme. White mane appeared around Babanuki's neck, and his already tall figure was raised again. Then he punched Kineman again. Although he failed to hit him directly, the aftermath of hitting the ground also knocked him out. That was the terrifying power contained in King Asking for Leave's body. This temporary house was destroyed by a punch, and the supervisors in the mine immediately responded when they saw this. "Everyone, if you don't want to die, go back to your cell immediately." He fired a few shots into the sky with a gun, and the gangsters who were caught returned to their cells under threat. Some other people had already rushed to Babanuki's room and just saw Kineman, who was knocked out. Because of the aftermath, Kineman's body was not affected at all, and his physique was not bad. In the future, he would be a man who could take Kaido's attack and stand up. At that time, he was sent to the future by the Tutata fruit, which means that he did not undergo much training in those 20 years. It can be said that this is a kind of talent. Lord Babanuki. It's an invader, don't let him run away. Babanuki walked out of the smoke and dust. The ability of the King of Leave is very powerful, but there is only one drawback, that is, the laziness of the King of Leave. After attacking, the King of Leave will enter a resting stage. It is not simply resting, but accumulating strength. This is the biggest drawback of the King of Leave. There is a certain gap in attack. After training, this gap will become shorter and shorter, but now Babanuki has not yet overcome the ability of this gap, but he has found another way. Although he will be affected in the beast and sniper forms, he will not be affected in the human form, so he has developed this unique mode, which Arceus calls sniper mode. As we all know, in FPS games, the reloading speed of heavy snipers is extremely slow. In order to reduce this gap, people will use the main and secondary weapon switching to shorten this time. Babanuki uses the human form to get through the stiffness period by switching the state. Although he will be much weaker without the ability, Kinemon has not reached his peak. At this time, it will take 2 years before Kojiki Oden returns to his country. Babanuki, who has obtained the ability of the King of Leave, has greatly strengthened his own strength, and it is not a problem to deal with Kinemon during this period. Although he will be weaker when he returns to human form, this is the Rabbit Bowl mining field, and now it is the territory of the beasts. Kinemon is not facing a Babanuki, but a group of people. Catch him alive and see what he wants to do. As the first opponent to take the initiative to provoke the beasts' pirates after they came to Wano country, they did not use guns, but rushed up waving weapons. This was not a one-on-one duel. It would be foolish not to use the advantage of numbers. And for some reason, Kinemon felt that these pirates who rushed up were a little crazy. He did not understand the system of the beasts' pirates. Strength determines status, and merits are rewarded. If you want to get more, you have to work harder. The rules made by Arceus and Athi together are a big restriction for pirates, but no one refuses, because it is an absolute crushing of status and strength. If you want to join the beasts, you must follow this rule. Because the beasts not only have rules, but also rewards. And those rewards are what all pirates are tempted by. As the first person to make trouble, Kinemon is just a lottery ticket in their eyes. Damn it, Foxfire style. Draw the sword and slash. Looking at the people rushing up, Kinemon did not give up resistance. He was called Foxfire Kinemon because of this swordsmanship. With 2 swords drawn out, flames ignited on the blades. Kinemon parried the first attack, and then swung his sword to injure another person, but this did not stop the next pirate. It was just the ability to use fire, and the people of the beasts' pirates were already accustomed to it. Even if he cut down the first few people who rushed up, the people behind him still attacked him one after another. He wanted to break out, but the guards of the Rabbit Bowl quarry did not intend to give him this opportunity. The gate had already fallen and sealed, and Babanuki's gun-cutting state had ended. He once again transformed into the posture of the King of Leave. Get out of the way. The ground was full of cracks after the sudden rise, and Babanuki's figure burst out. Although the King of Leave looked lazy, when he took action, the power of the explosion was amazing. Hearing Babanuki's shout, the people around him scattered. The members of the beasts' pirates were basically assigned according to small codders like Babanuki. They were responsible for leading ordinary pirates, and the pirates under their command rarely changed. Because they were not familiar with their boss's fighting style, they were likely to cause trouble in the battle. Seeing Babanuki rushing towards him, Kinemon also swung his sword at him. However, unexpectedly, Babanuki neither dodged nor used domineering, but took the 2 swords he swung, and then hugged Kinemon. I got you, bastard! Then a strange wave flashed on Babanuki's body. Then there was a scream, and 2 deeper knife wounds appeared on Kinemon's body. Double return of physical damage received. There are 2 sources of skills for Pokemon ability users. One is given by Arceus. In this regard, he is an all-purpose move machine. There are already stones. The skills of the board attribute can be mastered and handed over to the right person. The other is to improve oneself with the training of the ability user, so as to comprehend new skills, which can be regarded as an alternative fruit development. Double repayment is the skill that Babanuki comprehended by himself. And it's not over yet. Before he entered the lazy state, Babanuki, who was holding Kinemon in his arms, launched a strange power technique, and a crisp sound followed, which was the sound of bones breaking. The arm bones, ribs, and even the vertebrae were damaged. Kin-Eman fainted directly under this blow. Lord Babanuki, didn't you say to catch him alive? He is not dead, send him to Brother Jin, and say that we have caught a rebel. Let Brother Jin do the torture. Babanuki took the bandage handed to him by his subordinates and skillfully wrapped it around himself a few times. It seems that this is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. Chapter 159, The Betrayer. After the battle, Babanuki looked a little lazy. This was also the effect of the ability of the King of Leave. Although he was strong, his strength would be limited due to laziness in continuous fighting. This was also the reason why he served as a guard. His ability was more suitable for fighting in his own territory. Although the ability had side effects, it could not cover up the strength of the ability. Besides, it was reasonable for the ability of the warden to have some side effects. Although he ordered people to be sent to Onigashima, he did not do nothing. The defeated pirate captives continued to be sent to work, and the gangsters in Wano country were gathered together. Everyone, we are old acquaintances. After such a long time of getting along, I believe none of you are dissatisfied, right? Babanuki's words made these people a little angry, but no one refuted. They were all gangsters. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was their nature. The so-called chivalrous and righteous can only be found in 1 or 2 gangsters in the whole Wano country. Most gangsters use this as an excuse to cover up the fact that they bully the weak and fear the strong and harm the village. Compared with these hooligans, the guards of the Tuan mine are much stronger than them. Any resistance will only lead to suffering. On the contrary, those who do labor reform honestly can change their jobs or be released. Although it is rare, there are indeed 2 model workers who have regained their freedom. And their hard work made them understand the value of freedom. After returning home, they became much more honest. The neighbors were all surprised by this, and the Tuan mine became a new reason for adults to scare children. Seeing that no one stood up to find fault, Babanuki smiled with satisfaction. Today, an intruder appeared here. I don't believe he broke in here for no reason. No one would come to this place for an outing, and he just said that he would take a few newcomers out, so the result is already obvious. Among the newcomers, there are some who are related to him. Whoever can report this will get 3 days of vacation and meat. There is only one quota. He gestured to his subordinates, and Kin-Eman, who was chained to a wooden cart, was pulled around the field so that everyone could see his face clearly. Although Babanuki was confident that he had severely injured him, it could be seen from the fact that he was not dead yet that his vitality was very tenacious. In order to prevent him from waking up halfway, Babanuki ordered other pirates to lock him up with chains made of sea stone. In the outside world, sea stone is very rare, but in Wano country, sea stone is a very common material, but the forging process is difficult. In addition, Babanuki believed that Kin-Eman was a person with special abilities. Whether it was the smoke that appeared on his body when he changed his clothes before, or his ability to ignite fire on his sword, Babanuki felt something was wrong. He was locked up just in case. Although they were all torture experts, he had to find out the basic information before sending him away. His name is Kin-Eman, yes. His name is Kin-Eman, also known as Foxfire Kin-Eman, and now he is a retainer of Kojiki Oden. His wife is called Ahe, and she lives in Kuriburo town, and runs a tea house on weekdays. One of the men just recognized Kin-Eman, but before he could finish his words, someone next to him said it first. Hey! Aren't you his former younger brother? So what, that was all in the past. He also betrayed Kin-Eman, but his former younger brother was faster than anyone else, and said more things because he was familiar with Kin-Eman. Because he had had enough of the time he was caught here, and he couldn't escape, so of course he didn't want to give up any chance to leave here. Very good, give him a reward, and move this person to the most tiring position. Looking at the quarreling hooligans, Babanuki ordered the reward to be given to the hooligans who spoke first, and then moved the younger brother who betrayed Kin-Eman to the most difficult position. Why? Didn't you say? And all he got was a whip from the guard. I'll reiterate that the first person to speak will get the reward, and answering quickly will not work. And the most important thing about this rabbit bowl mine is that here, I am the boss. He came to save you, and you scum who betrayed the big brother should work here until you die. Then under his order, these people continued to work, and Kin-Eman was sent to Onigashima along with his identity information. Brother Jin, that's it. He sneaked into the rabbit bowl mine and was later caught by the chief guard Babanuki. This is his personal information. Got it, send him inside and let Nakin deal with it first. After touching Qin Iman a few times and confirming his injuries, Jin gave new instructions. Qin has shown his value over the years, except that he has no formal apart from joining the Beasts Pirates in a formal way. She was no different from the members of the Beasts. However, she was very determined in this regard and had been working hard to save money and wait for Wald's comeback. Qin Iman's condition was obviously not able to withstand torture, so he asked Nakin to deal with him. Nakin and Qin can be said to represent the two roots of Chinese medicine and Western medicine in the Beasts Pirates today, and they have made considerable achievements in their respective fields. Qin just didn't have the right to command the Beasts' combat members and know the core plan. Information like Qin Iman's body didn't need to be hidden from her. She simply used some drugs to keep him alive, and then took a look at the intelligence sent over. Haven't you already found out what you should check? Why do you still want to torture? Sometimes torture is not about getting results, I just need this process. Jin moved his hands, and then took out various strange-shaped things, but with just a glance, Nakin could see their effects. It doesn't damage the human body but can bring great pain. In this regard, Jin's research is probably more comprehensive than her doctor. Have you taken the herbs I prescribed for you? You really need to take care of yourself. I don't know how you managed to hold on, but ordinary people like you would have gone crazy a long time ago. Ordinary people would have died a long time ago. You don't have to worry about it. As long as those guys are still alive and well, I won't have any problems, but your medicine does have some effect. Before leaving, Jin began to admit this. Nakin is good at herbal medicine. She doesn't work that fast on many things, but she is good at conditioning. She believes that Jin and Shayana both have certain mental illnesses. If they are not controlled and allowed to develop, it will not work, so she prescribed conditioning drugs for them. Of course, this method only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. It is not much different from their usual venting treatment method. Only they can cure themselves, and the special medicine for this disease lives on the Red Earth continent. Chapter 160, Orikai's suicidal path never stops. Lord Seiya, this is the news from Wano country today, you should take a look. Didn't I say that you just need to deal with it, and you don't need to report everything? The mess of Wano country is very complicated, and most of them are trivial matters. If you deal with them all yourself, you won't have to do anything else in the whole day. So after a period of distribution, most of the affairs of Wano country were assigned to different cadres. While Kaido ran out to be a hands-off boss, he was also reducing his burden. Of course, the final result of this is that Assie's hair volume has decreased significantly, and Nakin has begun to prescribe him a prescription for anti-hair loss. Lord Seiya, this is a new situation. Someone is making trouble in the mining factory. Jin is dealing with him. What do you think will happen in the end? There is really no secret worth digging out about Qin Iman. The purpose of his going to the Yuden mine has been found out, but it is still unclear whether he will be executed or released, or thrown into the mining factory to mine. Give him a lesson and send him to the mines. He should be very good at work if he is so energetic. To Arceus, Qin Iman was just an ordinary little person, but a phone call changed his mind. A snail came out of its shell. After Shayna answered the phone, a female voice sounded. It was the person left in the game room by the beasts. Big sister, the latest news. Kurozumi Orikai is spreading the news that Kojiki Oden's retainer Qin Iman provoked the Beasts Pirates, so he is about to be executed by us. It has almost spread throughout the flower capital. Kurozumi Orikai is the current acting general of Wano country after all. He has more spies in Wano country, and he soon learned about what happened in the Rabbit Bowl mine. Although his people failed to enter the Rabbit Bowl mine, the little brother who was looking for Qin Iman was still outside. Orikai has an elite ninja unit called Orikai Anuwa Banshu under his command. They are very powerful, and it is easy for them to catch a small gangster. After learning about this, Orikai was very happy, because the Beasts Pirates finally had a direct conflict with Kojiki Oden, which was what he wanted to see the most. If the Beasts killed Kojiki's retainers, then things would become irreconcilable, so he wanted to further intensify the conflict, with the goal of letting the two sides fight directly. He knew that this trick would not work on the Beasts Pirates, and they obviously had a rational leadership. His target was the retainers of other Kojiki families. If this news spread, then those people from the Kojiki family would probably go directly to jailbreak and have a bigger conflict with the Beasts. Although the Beasts Pirates' style of doing things was different from what he thought, there was one thing, that is, the beasts' pirates did not allow anyone to confront them head-on. As long as it came to that point, even for their own face, the beasts would not tolerate it. Kurozumi Orakai. Lord Holy Beast, let me kill him. He who deceived you does not deserve to live in this world, let alone now. When Shana later learned the details, she almost went to Flower City to kill him. Now Kurozumi Orakai wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, which in her opinion is a way to die. Don't be impatient. He still has some value. The change of the ruling class of Wano country depends on him, but this method is too naive. The news he spread. The news was spread by Kurozumi Orakai. What does it have to do with us? It's just to let the people of Wano country understand that although we were brought in by Kurozumi Orakai, we are ourselves, not Orakai's thugs. Shana, you go there in person, you don't need to do anything else, just make sure that the other retainers of the Kojiki family can't leave Kuri. As long as they can't cause trouble, we have the final say on how to end it. Yes, sir. What about Kinemon? Let him live. It just so happens that Quinn complains that there is not enough arable land. Doesn't the Kojiki family have a good farm in Kuri? Let them use that as a sin pardon. Kuri used to be a lawless place, but it returned to the right track under the management of Kojiki Odin, so the Kojiki family has a deep influence there. Because his retainers believed that the beasts had ill intentions, they mobilized some people to resist the beasts' pirates, which resulted in them sometimes not being able to find manpower in the Kuri farm and having to recruit from other towns. The farm that was favored was an important industry in Kuri, and many people worked there. If they gave up this job, their families would have to pay the price. Most of the beasts use a conciliatory policy towards ordinary people. As long as these people understand the benefits of the beasts, some people will naturally change their views over time, and then the contradiction will be transferred from external contradictions to family contradictions. As more and more people accept the beasts, this contradiction will gradually disappear. Then a thing similar to a judgment notice was sent to Kinemon's home. At the same time, as Orakai expected, the other people in the Kojiki family heard the news that Kinemon was going to be executed, and everyone seemed very angry. I have said it before, the beasts' pirates are not good people. Kinemon and the remaining retainers of Kojiki Odin gathered together at this time. They have received the news, or it is difficult not to receive the news. After all, one of the people who stayed here is called Kanjuro, whose full name is Kurozumi Kanjuro. He is an undercover sent by Kurozumi Orakai to Kojiki Odin, and the news was originally brought back by him. What should we do? Should we watch them execute Kinemon? Of course not. By the way, Ashuraduji, after Lord Odin left, he went back to the mountain to deal with those bandits. If we can bring them out, we should be able to get Kinemon back. I heard that Kaido is very strong, many people may die. Then let Kinemon die. Kanjuro's mission as an undercover agent is to provoke opposition, so at the beginning he suggested to rob the execution ground and snatch people, and then everyone head back to the mountain and wait for Kojiki Odin to come back. The one who is worried about too many casualties is Okaku, whose real name is Kikuno-ho, also known as Kangsyo Kikuno-ho. As a man, he looks more like a woman than a woman. If it were in another place, this would be a transvestite plus a transgenderist, a complete political correctness. He is gentle at heart, and too gentle, and he is also a little indecisive in battle. That's not what I meant. The matter was not settled yet, and these people had already started quarreling. However, under Kanjuro's deliberate guidance, they decided to go and snatch Kinemon out directly. Even if Kanjuro was not there, they would not sit and watch Kinemon die, but Kanjuro made them more impulsive. However, before they could leave, another person came to find them. It was not Shana, but the daimyo Shimatsuki Yasui. Chapter 161, Yasui Shimatsuki. Orakai worked hard in spreading rumors. The result of his hard work was that not only ordinary people knew about this matter, but other daimyos also heard the news. Wano country is also a big country among the countries in the Grand Line, but if something big happened, it would spread all over the country very quickly. Although there was no news bird, arrows could be sent between villages. Not to mention that because of the submarine port, Yasui Shimatsuki had a lot of dealings with the beasts. Moreover, among the many daimyo, he has the best relationship with the Kojiki family. There was a rumor that if Tsukiyaki had no son, then Shimatsuki Yasui would be the next general. And Shimatsuki Yasui also helped the Kojiki family a lot. At that time, Kojiki Odin was like an idiot and was cheated of all his money by Kurozumi Orakai in a few words. Therefore, his retainers went to Shimotsuki Yasui's house to steal money. The result was naturally discovered, but Shimotsuki Yasui did not pursue it. Instead, he gave them the money and paid for them to learn etiquette knowledge, allowing them to grow up from all walks of life. In the years when Kojiki Oden left, if it were not for his help, the Kuri area would probably be in chaos. Kojiki Oden's retainers were okay in handling small matters, but none of them were reliable in major matters. At this stage, Beishao has established farms in Kuri and Beiwu. Seeing what happened in his jurisdiction, Shimotsuki Yasui did not stop it, because he could see that Beishao's behavior was beneficial to the people of Beiwu. After hearing the news from Orakai, he knew that things were not that simple. Anyone with a discerning eye in Wano country could see that the Beasts Pirates and Kurozumi Orakai were not on good terms. They could guess that Kurozumi Orakai's original intention was to use Kaido's force to deal with them, but in the end he seemed to have gone too far. The beasts had their own ideas, and to a large extent they conflicted with Kurozumi Orakai's ideas. Because of their familiarity, Kojiki Oden and Shimotsuki Yasui had said a lot of things. If the arrival of the beasts could really change the living conditions of the residents of Wano country, then he would not be very opposed. BCW. But when he saw the news spread by Orakai, he immediately knew that there was a big problem. According to the character of Oden's retainers, they would probably really go to the door directly. This act of executing Kinemon was not in line with the style of the Beasts Pirates after they came to Wano country. In addition, it was Orakai's confidants who spread the rumors. He felt that there was a big problem. It was still early for the date Orakai would announce, so in order to prevent them from being too impulsive and doing something, Shimotsuki Yasui immediately came to Kuri Oden Castle. The moment he saw these people, he knowing that they were right to come. What are you going to do? Kin Lord Kong, we are going to save Kinemon. Just a few of you? The Beasts Pirates have at least 1,000 people here, and there are also Kurozumi Orakai's men. How can you be so confident to attack thousands of people? What have you learned in these years? And don't you pay attention to the situation in Wano country at all? If they knew more, they would not believe the so-called information about the execution of Kinemon. Just when Shimotsuki Kong was teaching them a lesson, Ahe also came here. She received a letter from the beasts. But she had never experienced such a thing, and was a little overwhelmed for a while, so she had to come here. Lord Kong, everyone, someone sent me this thing. As she said that, she took out the letter from the beasts. Kinemon pretended to be a member of the Beasts Pirates and broke into the Rabbit Bowl mine with the intention of robbing the prison. In the process, he injured 7 guards and destroyed a house. He was sentenced to work in the mine for 20 years for multiple crimes. Attached to the back is a series of bills, including the medical expenses of the people injured by Kinemon, the cost of building a house, and his own medical expenses, and of course, the most critical description of the atonement. Sufficient compensation can reduce the sentence. Sure enough, they didn't want to kill Kinemon at all. You almost fell into Orakai's trap. You can't see such a straightforward thing. You are really naive. Kojiki Yasui is very intimidating to them. A group of people are like children seeing a teacher. They are scolded by Shimotsuki Yasui and can't raise their heads. Even Kanjuro is no exception. Although he is an undercover, undercovers are the most loyal under extremely special circumstances. Before getting a new mission, they will do their best to gain the trust of the target. Kanjuro is in this state now. Moreover, he is very keen on role-playing and has completely replaced the identity of Kojiki retainer. Master Yasuka, Kinemon. Don't worry, Ahe, this matter can probably be settled with money. Let's collect money to redeem Kinemon first. Other things have to wait for Oden to come back. Both Kurozumi Orakai and the Beasts Pirates are difficult characters for them to deal with. The Beasts Pirates are because of their strength, and Kurozumi Orakai is because of his position as the general. Wano country attaches great importance to the position of general. If there is no orthodoxy of Kojiki Oden, some people may not support them. Orakai's current actions have not broken their bottom line, so they need to wait for Kojiki Oden to come back. And Shimotsuki Yasuka is worried about another thing. The interests of the Beasts Pirates and Kurozumi Orakai are different. If this kind of thing really leads to the complete unification of the Beasts and Kurozumi Orakai, Kaido's military force plus the name of General Orakai, then Wano country will really be doomed. In the end, Shimotsuki Yasui only took Denjiro with him. First, it was because Denjiro and Kinemon were already familiar with each other. They had known each other before they joined Oden. Secondly, it was because Denjiro was very good at negotiation since he was a child, or cheating, and he could often get things at a low price. He planned to take Denjiro to negotiate the price of redeeming Kinemon. However, they did not notice that because of Shimotsuki Yasui's arrival, Shana on the cloud layer put away the flame in her hand. After returning, Yasui Shimotsuki took Denjiro to a Nagashima with almost no rest. Baiwu managed the port of Wano country. Naturally, there were qualified boatmen among them, so they would not capsize in the inland sea like Kojiro. After explaining their purpose, they did not spend much time to meet the object of this negotiation. Jin. I am the daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui, and I am here on behalf of my friend Kojiki Oden to redeem his retainer, Kinemon. This is his colleague Denjiro. According to our regulations, he should work in the mine for 20 years. We already know the situation. Name your price. 10,000 platinum. As soon as these words came out, both Shimotsuki Yasui and Denjiro's faces changed drastically. Although they were prepared to bleed heavily, this amount was out of the question. Chapter 162, High Compensation and Siege War. Asking for a sky-high price and paying it back, but the opening price is such an impossible number, then the other party's attitude is uncertain. This is impossible. No one in Wano country can come up with so much money. 10,000 platinum, 1 million gold, that is, 10 billion baileys. Even the generals of Wano country have to empty the treasury to come up with this money. The currency of Wano country is all metal currency, and they can't print money even if they want to. Jin's amount makes it impossible for them to continue the discussion, and even Denjiro lost his composure for a while. Denjiro is too young and lacks experience in handling major events. Kinemon is his good friend, so he can't control his emotions for a while. Shimotsuki Yasui is calmer. Tell me, what do you want in order to release Kinemon? Don't say such harsh words. It's him who violated the rules. Kojiro, you come and explain it. Then the sliding door on the side was opened, and Kojiro with a bandage on his head came out. The injury was real, but it was not caused by those thugs before, but he beat himself, in order to make it realistic. In this regard, he is a ruthless person. Yes, Lord Jin. Lord Yasui, I am just an ordinary businessman. I was doing business in the flower capital that day, but a group of thugs came out to smash my stall. Although I fought hard, I was outnumbered, and the people of the beasts arrested those people. I heard that those people injured a legitimate businessman, and the Kinemon you mentioned wanted to go to the prison to rescue those people. Do you think he asked for it? It has already happened. What's the point of talking about this? Name your price. Shimotsuki Yasui didn't care about Jin's words. Now that Kinemon was in their hands, it would be a big loss to replace Kinemon. Very good, we want the right to use this place. Tearing off a piece of cloth on the table in front of him, a sand table of Wano country was exposed, and Jin pointed his finger directly at the Daowen farm in July. Although Shimotsuki Yasui was serious when he was young, his height was too different from Jin. There are indeed many tall people in Wano country, but Shimotsuki Yasui is not an exception. Under this gap, Jin brought a much greater sense of oppression. But this is not the point. Shimotsuki Yasui's point is the sand table in front of Jin. Every plant and tree on it is clearly marked. If it is just a place, there is no need to say it so clearly. Obviously, this is deliberately revealing some information to him. Do you want to show that Wano country is under control? Shimotsuki Yasui thought so in his heart, and when he was thinking about this question, Jin urged him again, either 10,000 platinum, or hand over this farm to us, or we will send him to mine according to the rules, or you can choose the fourth way, that is, we kill that guy, as Kurozumi Orakai said. Whether it is to let Kinemon mine for 20 years or to be executed, it is impossible to accept, and Daowen farm is the goal of the beasts. No matter what Shimotsuki Yasui said, Jin has no intention of giving in. In the end, for the safety of Kinemon, they had to agree to rent Daowen farm to the beasts pirates at a price of per. This was the last right that Denjiro fought for. At least in this way, Daowen farm still belongs to them in name. Can we take Kinemon away now? No. Why? Didn't we give you that place? You gave him his atonement, but the medical expenses of the guards, the repair costs of the house, the labor fees of the chief guard, and the mental damage compensation of other guards, all of which are 500 gold. After paying a huge sum of money again, Denjiro finally saw Kinemon. At this time, he was bandaged like a mummy and fell into a coma. No matter how he was called, He didn't respond. What did you do to him? Nothing. He should wake up after sleeping for 10 days or half a month. He is returned to you alive. We don't care about what happens next. After so many years, Jin's torture has long been not just about physical pain. Compared to the pain of the flesh, mental fatigue and pain are more tormenting. He didn't do anything else, just used a drug prepared by Nakin to make him more sensitive to time. Then he was locked in the soundproof box built by Quinn, and stayed in an absolutely quiet environment for a long time. It seemed that his injuries were still left by Babanuki, but now Qin Iman was more traumatized mentally. This matter seemed to be over, but it was not completely over. Dawan Farm was an important crop production area in Kuri, and the food source of Odin Castle basically depended on it. In order to exchange for Qin Iman, they had to rent this place to the beast pirates at a bargain price, and then paid another sum of money. The most direct consequence of this was that they had no money. And their food and drink all cost money, and the same was true for those hired in Odin Castle. Although Shimatsuki Yasui lent them a sum of money, it was only enough for temporary needs. So these retainers embarked on the days of borrowing and repaying everywhere, and even their clothes were gradually patched. In the following half a month, everyone was at peace, but they all had their own ideas behind their backs, and Arceus just teased the children and continued to take advantage of Yamato's luck. This time it was probability, let Yamato choose more places, and then take the place she chose the most as the next exploration site. And the world will not be so peaceful forever. First, Kaido who went out came back. This time he did not pick up the child, but found a devil fruit, the animal system, the spider fruit, the ancient species, the ancient wolf spider form of the Rose of the Grim. Soon after, a battle broke out in the sky above the flower capital. It was more like a hunt than a battle. Jin and Shana were hunting a man in white. White cloak, strange pattern mask, neat suit, only one kind of people on the sea will dress like this, that is, CP0. And he appeared here because of Kurozumi Orakai. Although Wano country has not completely become a weapons producer, with the help of Kaido, a large number of weapons factories have appeared in Rabbit Bowl. Weapons have been produced there, and these weapons are naturally to be sold. Kaido originally sold them to the black market through the way of the Fruit of Beasts. But Orakai thought that the profit was not enough, so he asked Kurozumi Murasaka to contact the world government on his own initiative. The CP0 came to discuss business. However, he didn't know that he had violated the taboo of the beasts again and again. Although the beasts did a lot of business, Kaido adhered to a principle that he did not directly trade with the world government. Although maritime trade cannot bypass the world government, trading directly with it is completely different. He did not trade directly because within the beasts pirates, Jin, Shana, and especially Arceus all had a resistance to the world government. Although he didn't care, he couldn't help but take this emotion into consideration. So he would rather let some middlemen earn the difference than directly trading with the world government. The moment CP0 stepped into Wano country, the gate on the snake's head lowered 2 points again. Chapter 163, What does the deal between Kurozumi Orakai and my beasts have to do with it? CP0, full name Cypherpole Aegis 0, is known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, protecting the safety of the celestial dragons. The selection of CP0 personnel is very strict, and both loyalty and strength are required. Loyalty is naturally needless to say, and in terms of strength, they can't protect those celestial dragons without some strength. Although the celestial dragons have a noble status and attacking the celestial dragons will pay a huge price, there are still many people who want to kill the celestial dragons. Because of the celestial dragons, there are many people whose families have been broken up. When a person loses everything, all threats do not exist for him. The celestial dragons themselves are not honest and often appear in various places. Every time the world government has to make a security plan. Otherwise, most CP0s have to wear masks when they go out. On the one hand, it is required for espionage operations, and on the other hand, it is really easy to be stabbed in the back. In order to divert conflicts, the world government's choice is to squeeze non-member countries and use pirates to attract conflicts. Under this strange management method, there are more and more pirates on the sea. Although the real era of pirates has not yet arrived, the unrest in the sea is increasing day by day. There are many powerful people among them. In this case, sea stone products have become rigid products, but there are too few sea stones to be found outside Wano country. Since the Kojiki family blocked Wano country countless years ago, the products of Wano country have no longer flowed out. There are many sea stone handcuffs outside that are antiques for hundreds of years. At that time, because of the terrain of Wano country, the strength of the country and various unknown reasons, the world government did not intervene. The cost was too high, so Wano country entered a long period of closure. Not long ago, Kurozumi Orikai's people contacted the world government and proposed a stable sea stone transaction. The world government did not refuse this matter, so it sent this CP0 as a representative to Wano country. Just a dozen minutes ago, he was still having a friendly exchange with Orikai. It has to be said that Orikai did a good job in taking advantage of Kaido's current fame. He successfully took advantage of Kaido's current fame. The world government did not do anything else at the beginning, but now the times have changed. If Wano country itself becomes weak, the world government may take the opportunity to control it and completely seize the output of sea stone. This is also one of the tasks of the agent, to observe the status of Wano country. So Kurozumi Orikai kept talking about how close the connection between Kaido and himself was, and successfully improved his negotiating position by borrowing Kaido's strength. Until then, the news that the headquarters of the Beast's pirates became Wano country did not flow into the world government. Wano country was too closed before. Even if they wanted to check, they only found the Beast's pirates in the waters near Wano country, but they didn't expect Kaido to have reached an agreement with Kurozumi Orikai. If he left, there might be other ways out, but he didn't. Not only did he not leave, he also wandered around Wano country. This just hit Shana in the face, and he was really fooled by Kurozumi Orikai and believed that the beasts had a close connection with them. This is one of the few abilities of Orikai, patience and deception. When he is forbearing, he can lie down in the sewage and act as a stepping stone, letting others step over him. People from the world government. Woman, this has nothing to do with you. Those CP0s usually either follow the celestial dragons or execute orders on behalf of the world government, so most of them have an inexplicable sense of superiority. He thinks that he came here to negotiate a deal with Kurozumi Orikai, and according to Kurozumi Orikai, he and Kaido are allies, so he, Kaido and Orikai, who represent the world government, are equal. So he has some contempt for the cotters under the Beast's pirates. After all, in the eyes of the world government, she is also Kaido's cotter. Still, with this face, you lackeys of the world government still can't learn to raise your eyes to look at people. It was the same before, those CP0s rushed into their secluded village and started the massacre without saying a word, but now, the biggest change is that she is no longer that ordinary girl. The word running dog seemed to touch his taboo, but before he could say anything, he was greeted by a fist burning with flames. But it doesn't matter. Since you dare to show up here, you are ready to die. The fist is at most an appetizer. At least 70% of Shana's strength is in her legs. This CP0 is slightly higher than her, but it doesn't affect anything. She stepped on the ground with her left leg, and the bricks and stones originally laid underneath were shattered on a large area. At the same time, her wings behind her shook, and her right knee hit his chin directly. CP0 was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Shana to take action directly, which caused Shana's knee to hit his chin hard. Then a fierce flame broke out from her wrist, and the flame wrapped the whole arm in the blink of an eye, and also smashed towards his head. This was a combo of flying knee kick and flaming fist. He was suddenly hit hard from the chin, and at that moment his consciousness entered a brief faint. Then he was hit on the cheek by a fist wrapped in flames, and the whole person was hammered out and hit directly into the place built by the snake to imprison the rebels. The fences made of spears outside caused him secondary damage. The people who were originally guarding here scattered one after another. They had no idea what was going on. As soon as they ran away, a flame burned over. The intense high temperature evaporated the moisture contained in the soil. Because of the rain in the past 2 days, the wet land was dried in an instant. However, he was CP0 after all, so he would not lose his fighting power in just 2 blows, but he also noticed something was wrong. Shana wanted to kill him directly with these 2 blows. Looking at the deadly flames, he still dodged. When he got up again, his clothes covered with mud made him no longer look arrogant. Wait, I made a deal with Kurozumi Orikai. What does your deal with Kurozumi Orikai have to do with me? He thought the other party had misunderstood something, but when he mentioned Kurozumi Orikai's name, the other party's attack became more fierce. He narrowly avoided the other party's kick and was about to fight back, but was kicked away by a kick from behind. Shana, what's going on? CP0, an agent of the world government, do you need any other reasons? Indeed, no. Then a row of rock spikes suddenly appeared from the ground, and at the same time a vortex of flames blocked his retreat. The one who appeared here was Jin. He was originally going to deliver something to Yukio, but he just happened to find the situation here. There is no need to say more about the tacit understanding between him and Shayna. The sharp stone attack and the flame vortex instantly formed a combined attack. QS. Chapter 164, Black Charcoal Snake, I Hate You. However, a black shadow rushed into the air in the flames, and his figure became much more swollen than before. When he rushed out of the sea of fire, his whole body was burning, but the burning things quickly fell off, revealing his original appearance. It seems that the sharp stone attack did not cause effective damage, as if he had used some method to dodge it, and the flames left by the flame vortex were also blocked by something. A person with special abilities. CP0, it's not surprising that he's a person with special abilities. Although these guys are annoying, they are not weak. However, he seems to want to escape, and he is quite skilled in using the moon step. Then chase him. It's not convenient to go to Marijoa. How can we let him leave when he comes to our door? Two figures, one red and one black, chased him into the sky at the same time, and a chase began. The 6 styles are the basic skills of CP0, but although the moon step allows people to walk and jump in the air, it is still far worse than real flying. The fossil pterosaur was the overlord of the sky in ancient times, and Shayna's acceleration was fully stacked in the previous battle. Her developed leg strength and the characteristics of the flame chicken gave her the ability to use the air to gain momentum, and her flying speed was only faster than Jin. At this time, the CP0 had a lot of dirty words in his heart and wanted to greet Kurozumi Orakai and his relatives. I have a close relationship with Kaido, and he supports my actions. The beasts pirates are behind me, and they will not agree to this price. There are hundreds of beasts guarding here, you can't get in. The tone of Orakai's solemn oath just now appeared in his mind, and he now had only 2 words to answer him: bullshit. If the relationship was better, it would be impossible to do such a thing. The opponent's attack was originally murderous, but after he said that he was a partner of Kurozumi Orakai, the opponent wanted to tear him apart alive. This is not a partner, it's simply an enemy. During the escape, he took out the Den Mushi in his hand. According to the current situation analysis, he felt that it would be difficult for him to leave here, but at least he had to pass the news of Wano country back. They had a big misjudgment of the situation in Wano country. But for some reason, the Den Mushi in his hand suddenly stopped responding and could not contact the outside world at all. At this time, on the Ghost Island, Arceus, who was originally playing with Yamato, looked in the direction of the flower capital. The distance was very far, and only 2 small dots of burning flames could be seen, but this was enough to explain what happened invaders. Otherwise, this kind of battle would not have been launched, so he interfered with the signal frequency above Wano country: water wave, evil wave, dragon wave. There are many wave-related abilities in Pokemon's abilities. The working principle of Den Mushi is to convert human voice into the voice of Den Mushi and then transmit it over a long distance. That is a unique wave frequency. The power of the wave plus the electromagnetic wave of the lightning slab, the signal above Wano country has been completely disordered, and his phone naturally cannot be dialed out. Moreover, this wave is specifically aimed at snails. If there is something going on inside the beast's pirates, the snail's phone can still be dialed out. Lakey? Fly? Fire. Looking at the light spot in the distance, Yamato said a few words intermittently, and seemed very interested. Kaido, is there a fireworks show in Wano country? Let them come tonight. Yamato seems to be interested. It's up to you, but how about a bet to see how long it will take for the 2 of them to finish off the bug? Not interested. From the moment he exposed his back to the hunter, his death was a foregone conclusion. The length of time is meaningless. After all, this is our base camp. In the eyes of Kaido and Arceus, the intruder was nothing at all. At most, he could be a target of entertainment. CP0 angrily dropped the Den Mushi in his hand. The Den Mushi fell from the sky with a look of confusion and puzzlement, and finally landed in the canal near the flower capital. At this time, Jin and Shayna had also caught up. Although the people were still some distance away, the attack had already arrived. Scorching Star Flying Emperor. A rock blade was generated behind Jin in the fossilized pterosaur form, and the fire of the Lunaria tribe attached to it. At this time, Jin was a high-speed fighter. And the CP0 THE changes that occurred were similar to when he just rushed out of the flame vortex. His body became slightly swollen, and there was also domineering aura attached to it. However, this change slowed down his speed. All the rock bullets released by Jin hit him, but the effect was indeed limited. Then his hair grew rapidly, and under the control of the return of life, it turned into a large net and shone towards Jin. The attack composed of hair naturally could not stop Jin. Although he attached domineering aura to his hair, the area of domineering aura was limited. Before he could hurt Jin, Jin had already broken free from his restraints, but the CP0 showed a slightly smug expression again, as if he had achieved something. He crossed his arms and took Shayna's kick. The things on his body began to fall off again, revealing the brand new skin underneath. I am a hypertrophic person who ate the hypertrophic fruit. I can freely grow things in my body, including hair, stratum corneum, skin, and of course the viruses in my body. Those viruses were specially injected into my body. They are dormant on weekdays. In the battle just now, you have already inhaled enough virus powder. Now as long as I activate my ability again, you will immediately get sick. Hearing his words, Shayna's body stiffened, but it was not because of the so-called virus. According to him, the way he blocked his attack just now should be to quickly proliferate the skin on the surface of the body, so that a large amount of dead skin formed a buffer layer, which was also the way he rushed out of the flame vortex. This also means that I just kicked a pile of dead skin after this idea came to my mind. A feeling of disgust came from my mind. She is also a girl. After realizing what she kicked, she suddenly felt unclean. The flames wrapped her whole body, and her speed under her feet became a little faster. Flashing flames charged, even if this move would cause some counter-injury, it didn't matter. She wanted to use the flames to clean herself and then send that disgusting guy to death quickly. Seeing that Shayna had no intention of stopping, he immediately activated his ability, wanting to make the virus in their bodies take effect, but his ability did not take effect until Shayna kicked through his chest. It was not because the flames killed the virus. The things in his body were biological weapons specially cultivated by the world government, which were inherently resistant to high temperatures. The reason for his failure was the blood of the Lunaria tribe. Their blood has extremely strong resistance, and it can be said that they are immune to all bacteria and viruses currently known to humans. Chapter 165, Die with Unclosed Eyes. Jin, go report to the Holy Beast and Mr. Kaido. Although the flash charge has counter-injury, the Lunaria tribe's physique and domineering nature do not have much impact on the counter-injury, but Shayna still handed this matter to Jin. What are you going to do? I'm going to take a bath. This bastard's ability is so disgusting. The bathhouse in the flower capital has a good reputation. Forget it. Don't you know that place is a mixed bath? I can't stand this. Beiwu has a hot spring. I'll go back a few hours later. Tell me for me. She left here with that kick. The other person's chest had already pierced through. Not to mention hyperplasia, even regeneration would be a death. So Shayna left directly and handed the finishing touches to Jin. She felt sick looking at that CP0. But for some reason, when Jin took off the other person's mask, he found that he had some intention of dying with his eyes open, and his eyes were always looking at the direction of the flower capital Orikai's residence. This guy seems to be unwilling to give up, but why did the people of the world government come here? Jin did not deal with the body directly, but called Quinn. According to what he said before he died, there seemed to be a lot of dormant viruses in his body. He was not sure whether the high temperature could kill those viruses. If not, rashly dealing with the body would only lead to the spread of the virus, which would be a disaster for Wano country. The snail's signal was not affected. After listening to Jin's words, Quinn hurriedly brought a small team of people here, wearing sealed chemical protective suits, making them look like astronauts. Do you really need to? This kind of thing scares you so much? Looking at Quinn, who was like a big barrel under the chemical protective suit, Jin couldn't understand this idea. Do you think everyone is like you, a pervert? The things in the hands of the world government may have any impact. I haven't harvested my bananas yet, so of course I have to be careful. He took out a strange instrument and scanned the surroundings. He was relieved when he saw no response, and then he took out a sealed big cover and put him and the land below in it. There is a crater on the nearby island. You go and throw it in, so that it will be over. I'm going to report the situation here to Brother Kaido. This guy is left to you. Oh, by the way, he seemed to have thrown something during the previous battle. It should have fallen into the river. You can slowly find it yourself. Jin also left here directly, leaving this pile of troubles to Quinn. As the only person with flying ability, Quinn had to take on this troublesome matter, and the remaining brothers began to search along the canal, and finally found the Den Den Mushi in the evening. Den Den Mushi itself also has the ability to survive. In that situation, it struggled to climb to the river bank, but when it was found, it was almost dead. At this time, Kurozumi Orakai was very panicked. He saw the battle in the sky above the flower capital. The people of the beast pirates fought a big battle with the people sent by the world government, and they also killed the people of the world government. This made Kurozumi Orakai understand that he seemed to have misjudged the relationship between the two parties. He knew that the pirates and the world government were hostile, but he thought that the interests would make Kaido tolerate, but the result told him that he was wrong. Not long afterwards, the residents of Flower City saw a blue dragon flying straight into the residence of Kurozumi Orakai. Ugh, Orakai, you seem to have done a lot of good things in private. Although Kaido was laughing, his laughter brought him endless oppression. If Kurozumi Chanmaru was not behind him, he would have wanted to escape from here now. After all, Kaido has been fiddling with his mace since he came in. I'm just trying to find a market. The weapons factory has started production. Only by selling them can we make money. You think too much. Since you are so busy, let's change our share to points, U4 and I6. Originally, they split the business in Wano country 55 to 55. But as soon as this happened, Kaido directly took 10% of the profits, and this was already a very polite behavior. The reason why he was so polite was that in his opinion, Orakai was already dead, and there was nothing to be fussy about with a dead person, but he had to express his position on this matter, so Kaido started with the profit division. Under pressure from Kaido, Kurozumi Orakai had to agree to this request. By the way, this is the first time. If you dare to contact someone you shouldn't contact again, be careful of your head. As he said that, a momentum burst out from Kaido. The domineering aura of the king's color completely pressed on Kurozumi Orakai, and the people in Orakai Castle fell one after another. Few people here could withstand Kaido's domineering aura. During the period when Kaido left here, there was unprecedented silence here, and Orakai's residence became like a ghost town. At the same time, the world government also discovered the problem. It takes a lot of time to cultivate a CP0, and their tasks are usually related to the secrets of the world government, so their superiors have their life cards in their hands. The moment he died, his life card disappeared, which made the above feel puzzled. Just a moment ago, he sent back that the beasts had reached an alliance with Kurozumi Orakai and moved to Wano country, and said that they had obtained a business related to Sea Stone, but such a big accident happened not long after. The cause of his death became something that must be figured out. CP0 is usually a small team system. After his death, the remaining teammates naturally took over the task. Now 3 masked men with different appearances are discussing the next action. He didn't send back any news before he died, which is unreasonable. CP0 encountered many accidents when on missions, but according to their training, if it is a situation where death is inevitable, then they must find a way to send the information back. Wano country is now occupied by Kaido. If they really reached an agreement, why did he die there? If it was other enemies, then the beasts would not sit idly by. No pirate would tolerate others taking action in their own territory. It is not that no news can be transmitted. I think it is more likely that Kaido will take action. Do you have the contact information of that Kurozumi Orakai? Maybe he will know why. No, that was a one-sided contact. The only Den Den Mushi that can contact Wano country is on him. Now the world government cannot choose to attack Wano country. They have not done so in the past few hundred years. Although people died, a CP0 will not make the world government angry. And they dare not rush into the unknown of Wano country. In the end, with a tentative purpose, they called the CP0 agent, and unexpectedly, the call was picked up. Who are you? Where is the master of Den Den Mushi? He's dead. Wano country is not a place you should get involved in. How dare you believe the words of that rubbish Kurozumi Orakai? Chapter 166, Den Den Mushi that surrendered to the enemy. The communication process was short, but it made them understand each other's identity, the beast's pirates. His attitude is very unfriendly, and it's difficult to contact him. We have to contact him even if it's difficult. The people above can't give up the trade of sea stone. We need sea stone products and weapons unique to Wano country. Buying them on the black market is not only expensive, but also the quality and quantity cannot be guaranteed. We need a stable supplier. He contacted Kurozumi Orakai before. Did we misjudge the internal relationship in Wano country? The relationship between the Beast's pirates and Kurozumi Orakai doesn't seem to be that friendly. That guy's personality, it's not surprising that he angered those pirates. If they answered the phone, there is still a possibility of negotiation. Let's sort out their information first. After a brief discussion, they thought they had made a mistake in the focus of contacting Wano country. Previously, they focused on Kurozumi Orakai, but now it seems that Kurozumi Orakai doesn't seem to have much status in Wano country, and the beasts are the dominant force. In this case, they have to replan. On Onigashima, many people looked puzzled after the call was hung up. They had no intention of answering the call, but Arceus found a pirate to pass on the message, giving them a sense of communication. The purpose of all this was not for anything else, but to let this Den Mushi remember the CP0 Den Mushi on the other side. Remember that companion just now. After hanging up the phone, Arceus was communicating with the Den Mushi. After being thrown down by the agent, it almost lost half of its life. Although it was picked up, in general, this Den Mushi can no longer be repaired. The injured snail will only die slowly after being abandoned, but Arceus discovered a new use for this snail, so he turned it into an ammonite and replenished its life with drops of life. Force. The purpose is to eavesdrop. There is a black Den Mushi among Den Mushi. They like to exchange information with their own kind, so they are used as eavesdroppers. There are countless Den Mushi in the world. If you want to eavesdrop accurately, you need the number of that Den Mushi. The incoming call gave this opportunity. Ammonite has memorized this number. Den Mushi know how to be grateful. The Den Mushi that was saved by Buggy during the war at the top was moved to Tears by Buggy. This Den Mushi also has such a mentality. They are willing to be used as a communication tool just to find a master who provides food and accommodation. The agent did something too much to it, and the beasts saved it, so it wanted to repay them, so it took on this task. Remember. It is its task to remember the Den Mushi of that band and exchange information with it. The Den Mushi, whose intelligence level has been improved, has since become the eavesdropping specialist of the beast's pirates, specializing in stealing some information of the world government. As for why it can talk, Den Mushi can imitate human voices and understand human language. After becoming ammonite and being upgraded, it can speak human language even when not making calls. He did this to prevent trouble before it happens. The Lunaria tribe and the current world government have a blood feud. Now there is no hostility, but the time is not right. Since there will be hostility sooner or later, of course, we must prepare early. Find a reliable person, and his task in the future is to raise it, understand? So Quinn became the breeder of this new Den Mushi. He already had dozens of snails in Wano country, and it would not be difficult to add another Den Mushi. Okay, there is nothing else to do, just do what you have to do. By the way, how are the fireworks activities arranged? It's ready, and it can start at any time, but it's better to wait until it's darker. Although it is not time for Wano country to produce fireworks, there are many weapons factories in Wano country now. Take some gunpowder from the things used to make weapons, and after improvement, there will be no problem with the raw materials of the fireworks. Almost all the fireworks craftsmen in the Rabbit Bowl area were taken to a factory, and their task was to make qualified fireworks. Each firework was marked with a name, and the person who took them to the factory had said that the person who made the most satisfactory fireworks could get an additional reward of 100 gold. In this case, everyone mustered up their strength and used their best skills. Tonight, Wano country is destined to be very lively. As the moon rose in the sky, the prepared fireworks were also lit one after another on an open space. The fireworks in the sky scared Yamato at first, but as the metal powder began to burn in the air, the gorgeous patterns attracted all her interest. The same is true for Jack and Maria. Although this fireworks was prepared for Yamato, not only the three children on Onigashima, but also the people of Wano country saw this grand fireworks. In order to get the so-called reward, the craftsmen did their best, and the larger the fireworks, the more grand the effect, which requires increasing the amount of medicine, so the flying height will be higher. Even the farthest Shime can vaguely see the movement here on Onigashima. Mom, why are there fireworks today? Maybe some big shot is having a birthday. Can I celebrate my birthday like this? No, Kentaro, we don't have the ability to do that. In the closed Wano country, fireworks are actually controlled items. They are only released by the generals and daimyo organizations at specific times each year. Usually, they can only be seen during the fire festival, New Year, or the day when the general ascends the throne. Usually, they can only see it twice a year at most. They can't imagine that this grand fireworks show is just because Yamato is interested in it, so the Beast's pirates prepared this fireworks party. On a Nagashima, a banquet is also held on this occasion, and Quinn is holding a microphone and acting as the host of the banquet. People on a Nagashima are reveling, while ordinary people in Wano country are enjoying the fireworks. The daimyo in other towns don't feel much about it, but there are two groups of people who are not interested in enjoying the fireworks. One of them is Kurozumi Orakai. He had just woken up after being stunned by Kaido's conqueror's haki. When he heard the fireworks exploding, he thought it was the Beast's pirates that had broken in. He was so frightened that he naturally had no mood to appreciate the fireworks, and he doubted whether it was right to let the beasts come here. Br. In Kuri, Kojiki Oden's retainers also had no interest in appreciating the fireworks. All the reasons were Kinemon. Although he was redeemed, he was seriously injured, not only physically, but also mentally. At first, he didn't even dare to sleep. He had to recuperate for many days before he could sleep like a normal person. But today's fireworks frightened him again, and his condition deteriorated again. Chapter 167, I think there is a traitor among us. The Denden Mushi that defected to the beasts, that is, Ammonite, worked very hard, but Quinn was a little unhappy when it worked hard. The specific thing was that after remembering the number of the Denden Mushi, in order to repay the life-saving grace, it also remembered 2 or 3 additional numbers based on the contact signal of the Denden Mushi. Denden Mushi is a large group of snails. It is not surprising that they are related to each other. After all, the same batch of Denden Mushi may be made by the same nest of snails. It does not know which phone is more important, but it can understand human language, so it knows what honorifics are. If you want to get information from your companions, you have to say nice things to them, so the number it can remember is limited. In order to get more critical information, it specifically remembers those companions who often use honorifics. Denden Mushi. The life of the Denden Mushi is very comfortable. Except for those who need to take turns to monitor the Denden Mushi, ordinary Denden Mushi spend most of their time resting when there is no phone. So when the phone rings, whether it is day or night, they can immediately convey the message. Denden Mushi cannot write, and most of the time they can only relay the words of their companions, not record those words in their minds. So when he receives a message, he will remind the people around him to come and record it quickly. It is okay during the day, it just needs to make a sound as usual, but it is not possible at night. So Quinn is often awakened by the water gun of the Ammonite while sleeping. On this quiet night, he suffered the same thing as before, a stream of water sprayed on his face, waking him up from his sleep. These bastards, can't they make calls during the day? In fact, it is daytime, but it is daytime in Marijoa. Officials contact the outside world at their own time. Even CP0 cannot guarantee that there will be tasks only during the day, let alone their eavesdropping. No, I have to ask Brother Kaido to replace the night shift, otherwise my hair will not be able to bear it. After recording the information eavesdropped by Ammonite in a small notebook and looking at the moon in the night sky, Quinn thought he needed an assistant. You are already bald, don't worry about the details. I shaved it myself. You are just a snail, always admiring the beauty of humans. Can't you write the message yourself? I can't write, and I'm just repaying my benefactor. After saying that, he retracted into his shell. The necessary skill of Denden Mushi is to sleep with eyes closed. Otherwise, it is difficult for Denden Mushi to ensure that it is always energetic. Although many of the eavesdropped messages are of no value to the beasts, they are related to their situation. Contact the beasts' pirates to obtain the trade price. However, because the death of CP0 was unclear, the people behind did not dare to rashly enter Wano country, and they mainly tried to communicate by phone. Although Kaido always answered the phone, he always disagreed, giving the world government a feeling that they could trade, but could not meet the other party's psychological needs. Even using several animal-type devil fruits as equivalents failed to reach a deal, so the CP0 team was troubled, and the 3 of them sat together to talk about the beasts. What does that guy want? Forget it, the things flowing out of the black market are enough. It's better to find more merchants in the underground world than to contact Kaido. Their goods are still from Kaido, and they are not authentic. If Kaido cuts off the supply, there is nothing we can do. Can we only use that thing? It is common to hear that the beast's pirates collect stone tablets in the black market, and the world government does have them, but it is not convenient to take them out directly as trading items. It's not easy. Although there is no clue, Vegapunk has not given up. As for the Celestial Dragon's collection, let's wait and see. That guy has so many businesses that he can't give up the profits. I'm afraid the price is not right, but I think something is wrong. Why do I feel that we have no secrets at all every time we talk, and he seems to know where our bottom line is? Every negotiation fails to achieve results. What they can offer is always different from Kaido's psychological price. If the news was not directly transmitted by the headquarters, he would suspect that there is an undercover. As for the anti-eavesdropping white den mushi, that kind of den mushi is too rare. Not everyone can be equipped. Only the real top secret mission will be equipped with that kind of den mushi. The qualifications for this mission have not reached that level yet. What about those failed products of Punk Hazard? Isn't Kaido recruiting people? He might be interested in those giants. You mean the ones that aim to revive the ancient giants, but in the end they are neither human nor ghost, and can only scare people except being edible. Anyway, they are failed products. If they can be traded, it can be considered to be of value. That was Punk Hazard's experimental plan. The purpose was to create warriors of the ancient giants, but they were not completely successful. The monsters they made had low IQs and it was difficult to meet their needs. In this world, it is not enough to have a huge body. Many strong people have ways to deal with those giants. If the intelligence is not enough, they will be a living target on the battlefield. Although the giants made are larger than ordinary giants, their intelligence is much worse, and their appetite is huge. Using them is far less than training a few giant lieutenant generals. So they were frozen after being identified as failed products, but now they have been mentioned and they plan to recycle them. They will not trade out the really useful war weapons. These are the barbarians of the beast's pirates in the original timeline, but apart from cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers and scaring people, they are basically useless. We can't make the decision on those things. We have to report to the higher UPS. Besides, Kaido's preferences are too strange. Haven't the people sent to investigate made any moves yet? It should be soon. They seem to have sneaked into Kaido's territory not long ago. This territory does not refer to Wano country. The beast's pirates also have many territories in the outside world. Those territories do not have natural barriers like Wano country, so it is not difficult to sneak in. They want to get information from somewhere indirectly, and they also have the previous mission, which is to collect information about the beast's pirates. The world government's agent organization also has more than one CP0. Such small tasks are all carried out by other departments. For example, at this time, a pirate ship that has just arrived in the New World is heading to the territory outside the beast's pirates. According to the route, they will arrive soon. The island guarded by Scourge. Chapter 168, A Combination of Cyborgs and Abilities. According to convention, pirates who can reach the Sabayati archipelago alive will be called rising stars among pirates. It is impossible for many people to go through the first half of the Grand Line. Among them, pirates with bounties of over 100 million will be called supernovas. They are either extremely powerful or notorious for committing many murders. Because of their great harm, their bounties have been increased. Moreover, these pirates in the first half have another characteristic, that is, they don't know the depth. It is difficult to find someone in the New World who has the courage to challenge the famous pirates. They know how powerful those monsters are. Only those who have been at sea for a short time and don't know the height of the world have this courage. Especially those supernovas, because their own bounties often carry a kind of blind self-confidence, they will do very irrational things if they are fooled a little. Pangolin, a member of CP9, codenamed Pangolin, joined the Pumpkin Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line a few months ago. The captain is the supernova of this issue, Pumpkin Maniac, Sprullo, a pirate with a strange obsession with pumpkins. Even the pirate ship looks like a huge pumpkin. The bounty is 110 million Baileys. His way of getting into this pirate group is very simple. He pretends to be an avid pumpkin lover. Now he has gained Sprullo's trust. Not long ago, he received a task from the organization to find a way to seduce Sprullo to go to Kaido's territory to investigate some situations there. This investigation is naturally not an ordinary investigation. If it is just to explore the news, there are already agents pretending to be merchants going to those islands. His task is to cause disputes between Sprullo and the beast's pirates. Judging some things by observing the fighting methods, the main purpose is to observe the fighting methods of those with strange abilities in the beast's territory. Ordinary islands may not have them, but there must be guards on the main island of the beast's pirates. Such people also have a high probability of having strange abilities. As for how to fool Sprolo, it was not difficult for Pangolin. He got on board as a navigator, and he was the one who set the route. As for Sprolo's own opinion, as long as he was told that there might be delicious pumpkins there, he would have no opinion. Many people went to sea for inexplicable reasons. For example, Sprolo, at the beginning his goal was to find the most delicious pumpkin, but he had some problems. If he couldn't get the pumpkin, he would become very manic, and even kill for it. There were countless pumpkins growing on the island when he didn't go to sea, so he didn't get sick, but it was common to lack supplies during the long voyage, which caused him to become manic from time to time. It was somewhat similar to Big Mom's food cravings, but not exactly the same. This problem in his personality made him a pirate with a bounty in the end. While the pumpkin pirates adjusted their routes, Scourge was patrolling with a group of people on Winter Island. Most of the elite members of the beasts were brought into Wano country by Kaido, but the territories outside were not powerless to fight back. Relying on the reputation of the beasts' pirates during this period, life here is generally very stable. Scourge stepped heavily on the snow, and the snow on his shoulders fell off. Kaido and Arceus entrusted the safety of the island to him. He thought it was a sign of his importance, and he completed his tasks meticulously every day. And the people following him were not members of the beasts' pirates, but Gable and the village patrol team led by him. After Kaido left here, there were several invaders here. The beasts' pirates took several years to change the lifestyle here, and these people were accustomed to the protection of the beasts. Especially what happened after Kaido moved away from here made them understand that the stability of the island was actually closely related to Kaido, and the initial opposition voices gradually disappeared. In order to better stabilize the lives of the villagers, Gable even organized the original team to take charge of the village's security, and also gave the pirates who stayed here more helpers. There's a pirate ship coming. It's an unseen flag. New news came from the port checkpoint, which was what Gable disliked the most. Unseen flags basically meant newcomers, and those newcomers meant that the island's stability would be broken again. The territory of the great pirates had its own rules. Ordinary pirates in the Totland Sea would be directly destroyed if they entered without permission. But that was Charlotte Lingling's special ability. The mass-produced Hamits made her troops very sufficient. Kaido didn't have so many people to monitor all the seas, but those who landed had to pay tolls. Shore guns, get ready. Looking at the pirate group approaching, Scourge raised his left hand. Over the years, he took the initiative to let Quinn undergo more human body transformation. Only the left shoulder and below of the entire upper body were original. The excellent military engineering capabilities allowed this island to build a series of coastal defense guns, and the style of the entire island was similar to that of a fortress. They didn't know what this pirate ship was here for, but as long as they had the intention to dock, they had to pay tolls. The pirates on the watchtower raised flags, signaling the pumpkin pirates to stop. However, the other side had no intention of stopping, and instead chose to open fire. Confirm the enemy, return fire, and destroy them all. Scourge gave the order to the gunner, and then his legs and left hand changed into two large magnets, and only the miniature machine gun on his right arm remained. Then his huge body slowly floated against the rules of gravity, and the current began to flow through his body. Transformed form, Magnemite, but he is the most special one among the many people who have acquired abilities in the Beast's Pirates. The reason why he was transformed into Magnemite has a lot to do with his identity as a cyborg. His ability is not determined by himself, but comes from Arceus's sudden whim, and the root is his identity as a cyborg. Replacing the attribute of steel with the body of a cyborg, and then integrating the power of lightning, the ability of Magnemite was finally born. Since he is a cyborg, this change is the most labor-saving compared to others. The large magnet in his left hand is aimed at the opponent's pumpkin ship, and the current begins to condense in the front of the magnet. A lightning ball containing huge power condenses in his hand. And he, floating in the air, naturally attracted the attention of the opponent. A series of gunshots sounded, and countless bullets were shot at him, but nothing happened except a crisp sound. Not only is his whole body made of steel, but he also has a strong magnetic force. When those bullets approached, they were disturbed by the strong magnetic force and were adsorbed on his body after losing kinetic energy. Chapter 169, The Ghost in Action. Powerful magnetism in a body made of steel are the most basic abilities brought by magnetron. Magnetron can also emit electromagnetic waves through the magnets on its body to ignore gravity. This is the principle of their own flight. There are many directions for development, but it is up to Scourge himself to decide which step to take. At this time, he can only use some basic abilities, such as the magnetism that attracts bullets. The materials of the bullets here are very mixed, and pure copper bullets are rare. At this time, the current condensed on the magnet in his hand is his strongest attack. Electromagnetic gun, a powerful attack after condensing the current, requires a certain amount of charging time due to its powerful power. This is the territory of the beast's pirates, intruders, you will pay for this. Then the electromagnetic gun was released, and the huge current directly pierced a large hole in the pumpkin ship. The powerful penetrating power directly penetrated the hull, and the ammunition depot on the ship caused a secondary explosion, which was directly paralyzed on the sea. The coastal artillery on the island is not for show. They also train on weekdays. The parameters of the nearby sea area have long been recorded. It is impossible to miss such a fixed target. Is it so easy this time? Gable, who commanded the coastal artillery, showed an incredible expression. There were pirates who came to cause trouble in the past, but those pirates were more or less capable. After Kaido left, they still had the ability to break through to the main island. That's why he organized the previous defense team. The purpose was to prevent scattered pirates from breaking into their village. It is very rare for a pirate like this to be destroyed on the sea without any resistance. Can such a person come to the New World? If pirates have a contempt chain, then the pirates from the New World look down on the pirates from Paradise, the pirates from Paradise look down on the pirates from the Four Seas, the pirates from the Four Seas look down on the bandits, and the bandits look down on all pirates. These residents born in the New World also have similar views. In fact, Pangren should be held responsible for this matter. Not all pirates will be well prepared before going out to sea. Some people go out to sea for inexplicable reasons. They do not rely on the navigator to sail, but rely on their grandmother far away in their hometown. The pumpkin pirates are similar. The only one on their ship who knows navigation and flag language is Pangren, an undercover. He translated the flag language of the beasts into a provocative meaning. After all, this is his mission. So this situation was caused. Taking advantage of the smoke of the explosion, he had quietly left here with the moon step. His plan had been completed, and the remaining tasks had nothing to do with him. Mission completed, number 2 is ready to act. Number 2 understands. This is a person who has already sneaked into this winter island. They can't verify the identity of everyone. This agent followed other merchants into this winter island a few days ago. As long as he doesn't do anything to damage, basically no one can find out his identity. And the battle between Sproro and Scourge has begun. You actually destroyed my favorite pumpkin ship. There is nothing to say to this kind of fool who just rushed out of Paradise. Scourge directly launched a new attack. I've killed so many people with special abilities. Don't take yourself too seriously, you're just an iron shell. Pumpkin slash. However, as he swung his knife, a huge gravitational force came from the side. Affected by the magnetic force, he couldn't swing the knife as he wanted. Then Sprolo's mouth suddenly opened, and a series of pumpkin seeds were spit out by him. Since they were not made of metal, Scourge's magnetic force could not affect them, and all these seeds hit him. Don't look down on me. Don't I even have the qualifications to let you speak? Are you dumb? You're just a person with special abilities. What's there to be proud of? Looking closely, his feet were also constantly spraying seeds downwards, and he used this as power to fly in the air. This was the fruit he ate on the island where he was born, the pumpkin fruit. After that, he used this ability and became more obsessed with pumpkins. The newcomers in Paradise are getting stupider and stupider. Brother Quinn gave me a new body, and Lord Saint Beast gave me great power. You don't understand what the power of God is. The huge magnet hit his body, and in the middle of the magnet, a brand new electromagnetic cannon has been condensed. In Paradise, they are called supernovas, the best among pirates. The navy, pirates, and weather in the first half of the game could not stop them, but in the New World, such pirates are numerous, and the destruction of the pumpkin pirates did not even attract the attention of the island residents. But this time is different. For example, the food that stayed on the island among the merchants, one of the young-looking porters seemed very interested in this. So strong, is this the pirate from the New World? He suddenly ran towards Scourge, who was returning, and no one around him stopped him. Who recruited this guy? The boss of the caravan was scared when he saw him rushing towards the pirates. They have been doing business with pirates, but the principle they uphold is to talk less, watch less, listen less, and do more. He has seen too many pirates who turn their backs on people, so he generally doesn't have too much contact with pirates. It's okay for that person to die, but he is worried that if something goes wrong, he will be burned and affect the entire caravan. Uncle, can I become so strong if I join you? As an agent, acting skills are a must. He is now trying to act as a young man attracted by the power of pirates. Most pirates will not reject people like him. Pirates also need to replenish fresh blood. If the pirate group becomes a senior citizen club, it will be eliminated by the world. As long as you make achievements, you can also get a gift. Even if half of your body is beaten off, Brother Quinn can fix it. He patted his iron shell. If it weren't for Quinn's human body transformation, he would basically be a useless person, so among the small cotters of the beast, Scourge respects Quinn the most. However, due to the large proportion of his transformation, his sentences lack some emotions and the punctuation is also strange. This creates an ambiguity, making people think that his ability of Magneto is also related to Quinn. After that, the agent pretended to be envious and said a few words, and was pulled away by another undercover. Sorry, this kid is ignorant and disturbed everyone. Their mission is to investigate the situation, not to be undercover pirates, so they left here after getting the information they wanted. Then, after integrating and summarizing the information collected by others, a new data was sent to the Navy's science class. Although this science class is headed by Vegapunk, he has never been interested in such news. When the second-in-command of the science class saw the news, he showed an incredible expression. Chapter 170, Confused Quinn. There are many members of ADS, but there are mainly two people who were recruited and reused by the world government. One is Vegapunk, who is known as the world's leading technology. He is the well-deserved leader of the science class. Now the second in the science class is Caesar Kulin, who is also a member of ADS, and those members look down on each other. Even if Vegapunk is called the world's number one, they don't think they are worse than each other, and even think they are better in special fields. Quinn, that stupid pig, has further cracked the bloodline factor. This is impossible. A big reason why ADS was forcibly recruited by the world government was that they discovered the bloodline factor, and many people have their own research directions in this regard. After being recruited, Vegapunk made the first artificial devil fruit based on Kaido's bloodline factor, but it is rumored that it was a failure, and Vegapunk did not continue research in this area after that. Now he is studying the conditions for the transmission of devil fruits and how to make inanimate objects eat devil fruits. However, Caesar did not give up on this research, as he believed that there was still great potential in this area. Artificial devil fruits, human giantization, and weapons of mass destruction are the three topics he is researching, but now his main focus is on the last weapon. Because the world government values this the most, and the first two are very difficult. There is also a chain of contempt in ADS. Quinn looks down on Judge, and Caesar looks down on Quinn a little. He accepts that he is not as good as Vegapunk, but he will never accept that Quinn has made achievements in his research first. Quinn is suspected of cracking the ability of the bloodline factor and has made certain achievements. How could that guy be ahead of me? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He continued to look through the information sent to him. Caesar Kulang, who claims to be a genius scientist, is a very crazy person. He does all kinds of things for research. He is conceited, cunning, and insidious. Many adjectives can be used to describe him. However, he did not dare to show too much in front of Quinn, because he bullies the weak and fears the strong and is greedy for life and death. At the beginning, he was very cautious when facing Quinn, who was stronger than him. The power of lightning, electromagnetic guns, human transformation weapons. Did this bastard choose this application like Judge? No, not quite. There is still a difference. Although he has a mean personality, Caesar has his own abilities. According to this report, Quinn should have used bloodline factors and human transformation technology to make special war weapons. The source of the bloodline factor is likely to be Kaido, because most of the abilities currently discovered by the beasts are related to fire and thunder, which are the abilities that Kaido's blue dragon fruit can use. However, this report is not to say anything else, but to let the science class advance a plan, that is, the war weapon plan. The reason why Quinn was not recruited is not only because of Quinn's wishes and personality. Even if his research is cruel, as long as it serves the world government, they can say nothing. One reason why Quinn was not recruited is because the world government believes that his technology is not as good as Caesar Cullen and Vegapunk. They don't believe that their vision is wrong, so what Quinn can do, Vegapunk and Caesar can definitely do. Originally they had a plan for a war weapon, but it was too difficult to implement, so it was shelved. But this time it was taken out in advance. So far, the world government science class began to study the 184th topic, codenamed pacifist. Since Vegapunk was studying a topic at this time, this task was temporarily handed over to Caesar. At the same time, because Kaido's true hobby was being analyzed, CP0 temporarily stopped contacting him. The world government needs to trade, but it can't let the other party manipulate it like a licking dog. Related items can also be purchased on the black market, so they judged that the purpose of the beasts is not to completely cut off the trade. In the eyes of the world government, they just want to extort a higher price. So Wano country has temporarily entered a peaceful development stage, and even Ammon has been idle during this period, because the frequency of calls has obviously decreased after that storm. Only one person felt very puzzled, that is, Quinn, who was looking at his wanted order and doubting his life. He didn't even notice that Shayna came near him. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible in the past. He had already formed a passive state. As long as Shayna approached the signal in his body, he would be warned. This time even the early warning mechanism was paralyzed, which shows how much impact this incident has had on him. Quinn, Quinn, Quinn. Bastard, do I have to use violence? After so many years, she would not beat Quinn for no reason, at least she would not suddenly do it when they met normally. She came to get the monitoring records of the Ammonite. If there was no urgent news, the normal news would be accumulated for a day or two before she would get it. Shayna didn't know where the thing was, but Quinn ignored her when she spoke normally, so she had to use a more traditional method. Facts have proved that pain can attract people's attention more than sound. Can't you be gentle, woman? Hey? I talked to you nicely and you ignored me. Can you blame me now? What are you doing in a daze? Look at this. Quinn handed his bounty order to Shayna, but Shayna didn't think it was anything special. What's so good about your face? Can't you see enough in the mirror? That's not the point. The point is here, only alive. What did I do? Why does this bounty change every few days? What on earth is in the minds of those people in the world government? Last time, he was cultivating the fruit honestly, but his bounty suddenly became 444.4 million, directly becoming the highest bounty coder under Kaido and Arceus. This time, he still did nothing, and even left Wano country only once, but the bounty changed again. Although the price did not increase, this only alive was much more serious than the price increase. This is also the new consideration of the world government. Although the analysis department believes that their analysis cannot be wrong, the current situation is very strange. If they really misjudge Quinn's technical level, it will be a huge loss for the world government. Changing the bounty is just a matter of words, and it doesn't take much effort, so Quinn just received the new bounty. However, the world government's investigation of the beast's pirates did not stop because there were too many unknowns about them, so investigating the beast's pirates became the exclusive task of the CP0 team. Because they had the most contact with the beasts, they were relatively more familiar with them. Chapter 171, Pokemon integrated into the lives of residents. Quinn's confusion did not hinder the progress of the times. The development of Wano country continued. The transformation of the Rabbit Bowl area was basically completed, and the number of factories had reached saturation, and this output also met the needs of the beast's pirates. In terms of external affairs, the beast's fruit has vaguely become a food giant in the underground world of the New World, with fruits, dairy products, meat products, and some special medicines. These monopolistic products ensure the status of the beast's fruit and have made their own reputation in the industry. After establishing a good reputation, the beasts began to expand their market, and some ordinary crops also became their trade items. Compared with those products that focus on the high-end market, the profits brought by these bulk commodities are also very high, but they are based on quantity, and the behavior of the beasts has also led to a major reshuffle of the underground world of the New World. Many winter islands or islands in desert environments cannot produce enough food to meet demand, and have been relying on foreign trade to obtain these foods, while the fruit of the beasts has monopolized most of the business. As for the original black market merchants, they have been gradually eliminated in the competition. Through the research on tree fruits and some plants, Quinn and Nakin have come up with new high-yield crops. Moreover, both Yumeet's transportation industry and Kibbutzon's warehousing industry have to give face to Kaido and Charlotte Linling. Charlotte Linling is because the bigger Kaido's business is, the more fruits she can purchase. Her taste has been cultivated, and ordinary fruits can no longer meet her needs, so she also supports Kaido's development in this regard. In this environment, their normal means of competition cannot compete with the beasts at all. As for abnormal means, Kaido hopes that they will use more. After all, there are not enough people to dig. In Wano country, with the support of the beasts, Kojiro's Chamber of Commerce has risen again, and began to absorb local people to join it, so that the residents of Wano country gradually get used to the existence of the beasts. Many people also began to accept the new things brought by the beasts, but these people did not come from Hakumai or Yuden, but first appeared in Kuri. Under Kojiki Odin's rule, the farmers of Daowin Farm were the first to accept the existence of the beasts' pirates. Thanks to Kineman's operation, they rented out Daowin Farm, and the people who were most affected were actually those who lived in Daowin Farm. Farmers, because that is the way to support the family in Hyokao. In Kineman's previous propaganda, the beasts' pirates had evil intentions, and the scenes they saw were all fake. The strange cows they raised were also very scary creatures. After all, how could normal cows have 3 tails or walk on 2 legs? They were ghost cows that would bring misfortune. Most of the local residents of Wano country are very ignorant. In this case, they have a kind of resistance to the beasts' pirates, that is, other regions have been affected to some extent. Unfortunately, after ceding Daowin Farm, they did not find a way to resettle the original farmers, so they had to face the management of the beasts' pirates. But after some contact, they found that the truth did not seem to be as terrible as Kineman and others said. The beasts developed mixed agriculture in Wano country. Although there is more agriculture in the Kuri area, there is also animal husbandry. After Daowin Farm was acquired, a batch of large milk cans were sent here. The taste of their milk will also change depending on the food. They are sent here to let them feed on tree fruits to improve their taste. In order to sell the milk further, in addition to the weapons factory in the Rabbit Bowl area, dairy factories and fruit factories were built in Julai and Beiwu. Reasonable industrialization will not damage the environment, but will also improve the national economic situation. Industrial wastewater has also become the feed of Alola's stinky mud, and the toxic crystals they produce have become the weapon material of Quinn, forming a virtuous circle as a whole. Every time the beasts' pirates expropriate land to build factories, Kurozumi Orakai can be happy for a while, but after their operation, Kurozumi Orakai will not be happy. In his opinion, as long as he uses knives and guns to force those people to work, but the beasts actually have to pay, but he doesn't have to pay for this money. Because the profits obtained by these new factories have nothing to do with him, he can only get part of the profits of the weapons factory. Similarly, the wages of those craftsmen are all paid by him. However, no matter who pays the money, he has not been able to fully achieve his goal of persecuting Wano country, which makes him very dissatisfied, but he dare not vent, and can only do evil in his own flower city. Kaido did not interfere with him. The civilians who were persecuted by him and went bankrupt and moved out of the flower capital were the priority targets for recruitment by Kojiro's Chamber of Commerce and the Beast Factory. In July, a peaceful day began again. Before the sun rose, the farmers on the farm had to get up and prepare for work, and the children were the same. Going to school is the right of the descendants of samurai and nobles, but the children of ordinary farmers like them have no school to go to. And their recent work is also very simple, helping the big milk tank to milk. Kentaro, be careful not to fall, just put the milk there and wait for someone to move it. Although it was not the first time she worked, she still told her little son a few words. I know, Mom, don't worry about me. The big milk tanks have a gentle personality. As long as you can accept their appearance, they are very easy to get along with. However, these big milk tanks don't like machines. Using machines will affect the mood of the big milk tanks, thereby reducing the quality of milk, so every day they rely on the farmers here to manually milk. There are dozens of large milk cans scattered around the farm. There are no fences or chains. They are all free range here. It is impossible for Kentaro to complete all the work alone. He is only responsible for some of the large milk cans. Those large milk cans that are familiar with him will wait for him at a fixed location. On the way here, there are many children about his age. Almost all of them come here to milk, because the large milk cans will cooperate with them, so there is no need for strong labor. Strong labor is responsible for farming, weeding and watering. Moreover, the intelligence of the large milk cans is not much worse than that of these children. They even became friends with the large milk cans. After the initial fear, they found that these strange cows are completely different from what those people said. The people of the beast pirates will deliver the prepared bottles every morning. All they have to do is store the milk and wait for it to be recycled in the evening. After milking, the large milk cans will not only look for food, but also play with these children, and the children's faces are full of smiles. This is just a microcosm. In Wano country, the existence of Pokemon has gradually become a part of the lives of some residents. Chapter 172, Cats, Dogs, and Wolves. Time has quietly come to the middle and late 1496, and Arceus has not found a new slate for the time being. The world government has not been able to establish a stable relationship with the beast's pirates, and is still purchasing sea stone products from the black market. CP0 has negotiated with the beast's pirates twice, but each time they were led by the other side, so that they suspected that someone in Marijoa was deliberately leaking information to interfere with their plans. Eventually, a factional struggle was triggered. Officials of the world government have their own teams, and it is very common to hold others back in such transactions. In the unintentional disclosure of the beasts, they also believed this problem, and an invisible political struggle took place on the Red Earth continent. Through the world news, the beasts pirates of Wano country also have some understanding of major events in the outside world. The most arrogant newcomer this year is a man named Crocodile. His battle with Barrett and Whitebeard was put on the front page by Morgans, but he lost the challenge to Whitebeard and disappeared from then on. The New World lost track of this person for a while. On Fishman Island, Neptune ascended the throne and became the king of the kingdom of Ryugu. In Dressrosa, Cyrus won an unprecedented 1,000 consecutive victories and became the captain of the kingdom's army at the invitation of King Riku. In the sea outside Wano country, the Golden Jackson has already approached this. Some time ago, the Whitebeard pirates met the Roger pirates. Gold Roger knew that Kojiki Odin could translate the historical text. In order to find the final destination, Kojiki Odin was borrowed by him at his request. While he was on board, his retainers Inuarashi and Cat Viper also sneaked onto Roger's ship and sailed with them on the Golden Jackson. Earlier, his daughter Kojiki Hiri was also born on the ship. And the reason they came to Wano country was for a historical text. There was a red historical text hidden in Wano country, which was a must-have for going to Raftel. And his wife Toki had a high fever for unknown reasons, so he decided to leave her in Wano country. Without going to the submerged port, the Roger pirates entered Wano country from the waterfall under the leadership of Kojiki Odin. Today, Wano country has not become a factory under the control of Arceus, and the scene of black smoke rising everywhere does not exist. Kojiki Odin only noticed some changes, but he didn't suspect anything. It's normal to have some changes after leaving for so many years. And Roger didn't have much time left. He didn't have time to stay here for too long. As the heir of the Kojiki family, he certainly knew that the red historical text was under the inland sea of Wano country. He didn't even choose to go there through the secret passage, but relied on his monster-like physique to dive directly to complete the rubbing work, and then he came ashore to leave his wife and children here. And all this was seen by Setsuna. From the moment Roger's ship flew over the waterfall, the news had already reached Arceus and Kaido. If Kaido was alone, then he planned to stay out of the limelight for a while, because he knew Roger's strength very well. He was not his opponent now, and there were many strong people in his crew. But now he still has Arceus, even if Gold Roger doesn't want to drive them away, at most he will start a big battle with Wano country as the battlefield. However, the foundation of the beast's pirates is not stable after all, and they have no direct conflict with the Roger pirates. A rash battle will make all the efforts of these years fall short. So the beasts are just watching and being on guard. On the coast of Kuri, Kojiki Odin also saw the retainers who came to pick him up, but it was strange that only Reizo, Kanjuro, and Kokiko came, and their clothes were tattered. Where are Kinemon and the others? Why are you three here? Lord Odin, Ashuraduji returned to Toyama to manage those humans after you left. Denjiro is doing business in the flower capital, and as for Kinemon. Although they wanted to say that something happened in Wano country during this period, in order not to delay Odin's plan, Toki stopped them and let Odin leave with peace of mind. And this extremely carefree person really left Wano country like this. Although Wano country is completely different under the management of the beasts, he missed the best opportunity because of this. Except for Toki, or Kojiki Toki, according to the rules of Wano country, she should now be surnamed Kojiki. In addition to her, there are Kojiki Momonosuke and Kojiki Hiri. Inuarashi and Nico Viper were also left by Odin. Although they are all his retainers, Kojiki Toki doesn't know the others after all. Leaving two acquaintances can also help her adapt to the environment here better. And they have been watching the Golden Jackson leave Wano country before planning to leave here. While they were still introducing each other, Setsuna also called her. "Sir, the ship has left Wano country. Can Setsuna move freely?" "What's wrong?" "I met two acquaintances, and I may have found a way to go back to Zou. The life card to Zou is difficult to find, at least the Beast's pirates have not found such a thing in these years." After seeing Inuarashi and Nico Viper, Setsuna thought that they were very likely to carry the life card to Zou. "Whatever you feel like, be careful." "Understood." Inuarashi and Nikomaru were chatting with Reizo and the others about what had happened over the years, and were planning to take Kojiki Toki and the others back to Odin Castle in Kuri. However, Inuarashi and Nekomaru's ears suddenly stood up, and they heard a very familiar voice. "Inuarashi. Nikomaru. Long time no see. Did you actually come here?" "Setsuna. Why are you here?" The population of Zou is not large, and the total number of a race is only about 20,000. Not only are they people of the same age, but everyone has interacted with each other in life even if they can't call each other's names. Not to mention children of similar age, they are quite familiar with each other, but in the eyes of Inuarashi and Nikomaru, Setsuna should be in Zou, and he shouldn't be here. "Of course it's because I went out to sea too. You two guys actually left Zou without saying anything. You didn't even call me for this kind of thing. You're still too young." They haven't seen each other for several years, but before they could say a few words, Inuarashi found something wrong. Whether it was Reizo or Kikunoho, the way they looked at Setsuna was very strange. "What's wrong with you? Do you know this girl? She's from the Beast's Pirates." Chapter 173, Remembering a Revenge.jpg. The Beast's Pirates. Inuarashi and Cat Viper have been sailing with Kojiki Odin for many years. They left their footprints on both Whitebeard's ship and Roger's ship. Although the outside world cannot receive news from Wano country, the Beast's pirates have a certain influence in the outside world. Small reputation. Compared with the Whitebeard pirates, legendary pirates like the Flying Pirates lack a lot of foundation, but they are also a force that cannot be ignored. They have naturally heard of the name of the Beasts, but they didn't expect that the Beast's pirates were actually in Wano country. If it were in other countries, it would not be uncommon to encounter pirates in the country, and it would even be very common. But this is the closed-door Wano country. Even Reizo, who has never been abroad, knows the name of the Beast's pirates, which shows how long the Beast's pirates have stayed here. And it is impossible for pirates to stay in a country for a long time for no reason. This situation in Wano country can only mean one thing, that is, this place is regarded as their own territory by the Beast's pirates. For Odin's retainers, Kojiki Odin is the one who will inherit the position of the general of Wano country, so the behavior of the Beast's pirates is undoubtedly hostile to Kojiki Odin. "Setsuna, have you really joined the Beast's pirates?" Inuarashi didn't see the pirate flag logo on her, so he still had a hope. These retainers of Odin had a kind of blind loyalty in their minds. According to the original timeline, Inuarashi and Cat Viper could directly give the throne to Carrot after Teacher Kai was dismissed. In their opinion, the country of the Lord is far more important than their own country. As for the problem of the logo, it was caused by information gap. The identity of the Beast's pirates is not only represented by the skull flag symbolizing Kaido, but also the logo of Arceus's Thousand Universe Arm. Setsuna, Zeraora, and Shayna all have the logo of the Thousand Universe Arm pattern on their clothes. Similar situations are not uncommon. The Whitebeard pirates often use a cross with a crescent to symbolize the identity of the Whitebeard pirates. However, it is still very rare for two patterns to symbolize two people like the Beasts. Inuarashi, who didn't know the Beast's pirates, hoped that this was a misunderstanding, but he was disappointed. "Yeah, it's all over. It was probably a few months after I left Zou. Duke Yangjisahan got really angry after you two sneaked out. It took me 2 years to find an opportunity to sneak out. After that, have you forgotten the alliance between Zou and Wano country?" She wanted to tell the two about her experiences in the past 2 years, but was interrupted by Nekomamushi. "You are still so annoying, interrupting others is not a good habit." She used to have a bad relationship with Nekomamushi, but they often quarreled, and usually Inuarashi was the peacemaker. But he spoke to her in this tone as soon as they met, as if she had made a big mistake, which made her feel very uncomfortable, so she directly fought back. If you're talking about the so-called ancient covenant, what's wrong with knowing it? What? Meow, we have an alliance with the Kojiki family. You are destroying this alliance by looting here with them. First of all, I remember that it was an alliance between the Furry Principality and Wano country, not an alliance between individuals. Secondly, we came here to develop this place, not to loot. Don't put the blame on me right away. Most of the residents of Zou have heard of this alliance, but the impact of the alliance between countries on individuals is limited, and many people in Zou only regard this alliance as a legend. One is in seclusion, and the other has little contact with the outside world on the back of a giant elephant. Zou and Wano country have not had any contact for hundreds of years, so Setsuna didn't take it too seriously. She was very upset by Cat Viper's attitude of taking it as an imperial decree and condemning her from a moral high ground. The joy of reunion was almost dispersed in an instant, and both sides even wanted to fight, but they were stopped by Inuarashi as usual. Enough, you two. It was this stinky cat who started the trouble. Who told you to join the beast pirates? Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Do you think you're the Duke of Zou? Duke Yangjis Khan won't interfere with other people's decisions here. The two were about to quarrel again, but Kojiki Toki's cough interrupted them. She returned home due to illness and had not yet fully recovered. She felt uncomfortable after being in the sea breeze for so long. Inuarashi, Cat Viper, let's take the lady and the young master and lady back first. Because Setsuna was also a member of the Beast Pirates, Odin's retainers had nothing to say to her, and surrounded Kojiki Toki and left here. And Kojiki Toki had been holding on to let Kojiki Odin do what he wanted to do with peace of mind. At this time, his brain was also dizzy, so he didn't stop what happened here. Faced with their own tribe and companions, Inuarashi and Cat Viper chose companions. They had already left here, and it was not good for the two of them to stay here. If they stayed, Setsuna and Cat Viper might fight. Sorry Setsuna, let's talk about it another day. Inuarashi said, pulling Cat Viper away. In the evening, Setsuna returned to Daowen Farm in a depressed mood. She was quite happy to see her two former companions, but ended up being very angry. After all, this farm is in Kuri, and it is still a bit uneasy to leave someone here. Babanuki and Manderfesh are also outstanding among ordinary cotters. Not every member of the Beast Pirates of Wano country has that level. Babanuki is now guarding the mining field, and Manderfesh is still exploring underwater ruins, so the farm is handed over to Ziraura, and he can also understand the situation of Miltank in time, because Pokemon's language is universal. Ziraura moved here, and Setsuna naturally followed. When Setsuna returned here, Ziraura had just finished today's training. Why, you met two acquaintances, didn't you? Why didn't you bring them here? Are you upset? A little bit. Cat Viper is really unreasonable. Cat Fur is the most annoying creature. No, I'm not talking about you, Ziraura, I'm talking about that stinky cat Cat Viper. Cat Viper's words made her so angry that she forgot that Ziraura was also a cat. After explaining, she ran back to her room and took out her diary. October 17, 1496. It's all Cat Viper's fault. He made me look bad in front of Ziraura. I'll remember this grudge. Chapter 174, Mom? It's all Cat Viper's fault. If that guy hadn't pissed me off, I wouldn't have said the wrong thing. They both have cat fur, why is there such a big difference? A cat with a round ball-like tongue that is very afraid of heat, and a very impulsive personality, quarreling with her at every turn. A handsome, powerful, and caring person, in contrast, Cat Viper's reputation in Setsuna plummeted. She didn't remember much before the age of 2, but when she was 3, she was playing with Inuarashi and Cat Viper. That year, Cat Viper and Inuarashi left Zou secretly. She also left Zou when she was 7, and was caught after that. She was rescued by Shayna along the way. To this day, she has been living in the Beast's Pirates for almost a year. If you count carefully, she actually spent more time with Ziraura. It's okay for him to learn from Inuarashi. Really, Yang Jizian and my dad didn't say that to me. Who does he think he is? When she wrote this, she couldn't help but think of Zou, and then she found that she had forgotten a very important thing. She went to Inuarashi and Cat Viper because she saw acquaintances, and because she wanted to ask them for a life card. The size of the life card does not affect its use. A small piece is enough to guide her to Zo, but after being stimulated by Cat Viper, she forgot all the important things. It's all Cat Viper's fault. At the end of the diary, she drew a draft of Cat Viper on the diary, and then put a big cross on it, as if she was venting her inner anger in this way. Then she turned off the lights and lay on the bed, covering her head with the quilt, not knowing what she was thinking. There is indeed no electricity in Wano country, but for Quinn, it is very simple to build a generator and lay a few circuits. However, the generator here on the farm is a little special. In addition to solar power generation, it can also generate electricity by manpower. The generator is in Ziraura's house. His daily training method is to ride a bicycle to exercise his physical strength, and at the same time he will connect the wires of the generator to himself to charge himself. It is good for him to charge himself when he is free. In Odin Castle not far away, Denjiro also returned to Kuri. He now runs around Wano country during the day, basically doing three things: borrowing money, repaying money, and making money. The matter of Kinemon drained their savings, and now they basically rely on the support of Shimatsuki Yasui, but they can't not repay this money. It is natural to repay debts. They already owe Shimatsuki Yasui too much. Denjiro is the best person in this area among everyone, so these tasks are placed on him. Moreover, after losing Daowin Farm, he is the one who thinks about the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the people in Odin Castle. He is also very happy that Inuarashi and Nikomaru are back, and he is even happier that his lord has a wife and children, but in addition to being excited, he has to face the fact that there are too many mouths to feed at home. Not counting the children, Nikomaru and Inuarashi, two fur tribes, are both big-bellied men. Now think about it, Ashuradaji's Toyama bandits group seems to be a good place to go. At least in Toyama they can be self-sufficient and have no shortage of food and drink. Looking at Inuarashi and Cat Viper, Denjiro suddenly had some strange thoughts. At the same time, they also knew why Kinemon did not go to greet Odin. He suffered a series of tortures. Even a strong physique like Kinemon did not fully recover. Now he has just improved a little. Are these all done by the beast's pirates? Yes, but not all. Last time, Kinemon was too impulsive and had a conflict with the beasts for his former younger brother. As a result. Having said that, the result is very clear. Does Setsuna have any conflicts with you? Setsuna. It's the fur tribe in the daytime. She used to be our friend. We grew up together in Zo. I didn't expect to see her here. Compared with Cat Viper, Inuarashi is calmer and more rational. He is more worried about the relationship between Setsuna and them. If there is hatred between them, it will be very uncomfortable for them to be caught in the middle. After all, they must make a choice at that time. According to his understanding of Setsuna, she can't easily change what she has determined. There is no direct conflict, and the residents of Kuri seem to have a good opinion of her. Kawamatsu, she is also a member of the Beast's Pirates. I am just telling the truth. Although she is a member of the Beast's Pirates, the residents of the farm say that she is easy to get along with and the children are not afraid of her. But she is still a pirate, and she is also connected to Kurozumi Orakai. Don't forget that those people were brought into Wano country by Kurozumi Orakai. Speaking of Kurozumi Orakai, Kanjuro even had a feeling of gritting his teeth. He was able to put the role into his position. He is also a very good talent in the undercover industry. And listening to the same Cat Viper seemed to have some different ideas after hearing the comments of his companions. On Onigashima, a strange thing happened at this time. Yamato is already more than 2 years old. Ordinary children can speak fluently at the age of 2, not to mention the people here. Yamato is definitely not inferior in physical development. Milkman's milk and Jigglypuff's eggs are extremely nutritious foods. At the same time, she also inherited Kaido's bloodline. Now even Jack, who has Fishman bloodline, may not be able to compare with her. But today, when she called Arceus, she used a word that he couldn't accept. Hey, Yamato, tell me, who told you to call me mom? Yamato's remaining good days are actually not many, because according to Kaido's plan, she will receive training from Kaido in less than a year, and someone will teach her some words during this period. Shayna, Nakin, Olga, their own knowledge is enough to teach a 2-year-old child. But the problem is that Yamato didn't know why she didn't call him godfather or foster father just now, but mom. Kaido is the father. Yes, then what? The foster father has a good relationship with the father, and the teacher said that pronunciations such as are used by girls, so the foster father is a girl, a woman who is very close to the father, isn't she the mother? Yamato, it's good to draw inferences from one example, but don't use it in this kind of place next time. Remember, I'm not your mother, nor a woman. He now knows where the problem lies. He learned his language by watching anime, and self-taught will lead to many details that are unclear. In addition, the types of anime he watched at the time led to a consequence, that is, many of his habitual habits are pronunciations that only women use. Kaido doesn't care about such details, and Shana and others will not ask this question even if they find out, which leads to today's oolong. Chapter 175, The Mother in the Pirate World is always a mystery, except Big Mom. Then who is my mother? Compared to the small question of address, this question is a little more difficult to answer. After all, Kaido is very tight-lipped about this. Even when he was drunk, he never mentioned who Yamato's real mother is. Calling him mom is just an accident caused by his habit of speaking, but asking him to answer who her real mother is really embarrassing Arceus. Maria has Aunt Rico to accompany her. Do I have no mother? How is that possible? Your mother just couldn't accompany you because of some things. You can ask Kaido for details when you grow up. This is a question that only the biological father can answer, and he can't do anything about it. Besides, even if your mother is not around, we are there to accompany you. Look at Jack. He doesn't know who his parents are, but he is still fine. Although Jack did not inherit Kaido's bloodline like Yamato, his fishman bloodline also made him stronger and stronger, and now he has started swimming. For fishmen, swimming is easier than walking, which also makes Mandfish have a little follower around him. Although he can't help much, he also has a person who can talk in the dark deep sea. Otherwise, it would be boring to explore in such a place every day. Children are only interested in a few things, and she no longer worries about this problem after hearing Arceus' words. Then she was taken back to play by 4 Jigglypuffs. If the language of Jigglypuffs is considered a foreign language, then Yamato has roughly mastered a foreign language today. The language of Pokemon is universal, but that is for Pokemon. They can understand the special wavelengths in it like Den Den Mushi. Only those Jigglypuffs can understand Yamato's Jigglypuff language. But there is no need, after all, Pokemon can understand the meaning of human language, and the benefit of this peculiar language is that it can make her understand the words of Jigglypuff better. She has grown very fast recently and is already over 1 meter tall. I'm afraid that in a year or two, the chickpeas won't be able to hold her, especially Jack, whose size has made him almost as tall as the chickpeas. She has long been unable to be held, and I don't know if it's because of her good nutrition or because the grouper fishman is born like this, but her body is relatively round. When she hasn't built up her muscles, she looks well ugly and cute, probably in this strange state. After a while of crazy play, Yamato was also taken back to the bedroom by the chickpeas. 2 of the chickpeas were exhausted by her. She can be said to be gifted in this aspect to be able to use up the physical strength of a Pokemon as a human cub. Then Arceus came to the roof of a Nagashima, from where he could see most of the scenery of Wano Country. Wano Country looked very empty at night, with only a few places still showing light. This included the Flower City, where, under the reflection of candlelight and lanterns, it looked like a night of lights. This was also the only prosperous area under the rule of Orakai, a very different kind of prosperity. Under his reckless development, some merchants in Flower City did make a lot of money, but the price was that more families went bankrupt, and they completely supplemented themselves by sucking the blood of the civilians of Wano Country. This caused a serious class division inside and outside Flower City, with the poor getting poorer and the rich getting richer. In addition to Flower City, only the Rabbit Bowl area and some areas of Hakumai could still see some lights. These 2 areas were the areas where the Beast's pirates had developed the most. Then he looked at Shimai in the farthest distance. Thanks to Kurozumi Orakai, the number of displaced civilians in Wano Country has been increasing, and those people were taken by the Beast's pirates with the help of Kojiro's Chamber of Commerce. Gathered together. With almost the same number of people, the vast wasteland of Heim is about to be utilized. A black shadow flew across the night sky, and Kaido came here from nowhere again. Are you still looking at this boring night view? What else? By the way, Yamato asked her who her biological mother is today. Although I temporarily evaded the question, the child may remember it again at any time. Do you still want to keep it a secret? Hehe. Is she at this age? Children under the protection of their mothers will not grow up. If she asks you again, tell her that I will tell her the answer when she can defeat me. But do you spoil her too much? Really? I don't think so. Of course, we will start training her in a year. Don't be soft-hearted and reluctant to do it then. In a sense, from physical fitness to martial arts, from moves to domineering, Kaido already has a complete training content. Arceus has seen that content, which is fatal to ordinary people, but Kaido believes that Yamato can hold on. I know, after all, this world cannot do without strength. How is the world government? Pampering does not mean spoiling. This is not an ordinary world. A girl like a vase has no way to gain a foothold in the outside world. They still want sea stone, and it is basically certain that they have what you want, but the group is still negotiating something, and those contents have not been eavesdropped. In addition to raising children, finding the stone slab is still the top priority. He does hate the current world government, but if the other party really has something crucial in his hands, it is not impossible to get the thing first. Anyway, they will know what the result of aiding the enemy is at that time. There is nothing else, but Roger has been very active recently. He has been on the headlines of newspapers for a long time. He seems to have discovered something new. This is not the first time that Roger's pirate group has sailed on the Grand Line. They have long reached the nominal end of the Grand Line Waterstar Island. But the island is not difficult to find. As long as you follow the signal of the recording pointer, it is not difficult to find it. The real focus is Raftel. It is said that the red historical text hides the real secret. Big Mom has a piece in her hand, but I don't know where the rest is. There is one under Wano country, Setsuna said there is also one on Zo, and I don't know the other one. Originally Kaido just said it casually. He didn't expect Arceus to know this information. After all, he hasn't even found all his own stone tablets, but Arceus directly gave him the answer of 2 pieces, and his tone was very strange. Why didn't you say it earlier? Say? Although the information they have summarized is clearly written in the intelligence, tell me, how long have you not read those things? You are really relieved to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Chapter 176, Vegetable Thief. Except for some secret information, the beast pirates can only communicate verbally, and the rest are basically in duplicate. Arceus will take a look every day. Kaido is no exception. He is the governor of the beast's pirates. It is impossible to exclude him from such a matter. Although he was not told verbally, the document was still handed over to him. From his answer, it can be seen that he has not read a word recently, and that was news from several months ago, which shows how long he has not been involved in these things. Hehe, don't worry about these details. I am still relieved to leave these things to you. Kaido's unbridled laughter came from the roof of a Nagashima, and those who heard this laughter were no longer surprised. Kaido's personality is changeable, and his laughter is at least much safer than his crying. At least when Kaido laughs, it means that he is not drunk and will not do anything extreme. If he starts crying, then if you don't stay away from him in time, it may cause something very dangerous to happen. As for the historical text, it refers to an indestructible stone tablet cast by the ancestors of the Kojiki clan of Wano country during the blank 100 years. No one can tell what it is made of. In short, the writing on them is still very clear in hundreds of years of history, and the world government has not been able to destroy this kind of stone. There are 2 types of historical texts. One is the signpost historical text that records the location information of Raftel. They are characterized by red color and there are 4 pieces in total. Now one is in the hands of Charlotte Linlin, one is in the deep sea of Wano Inland Sea, one is on the back of the giant elephant Zo, and the other one is unknown to the beast's pirates. The other is 26 historical texts that record the blank 100 years of history, including 9 historical texts that record important information. The distribution of these historical texts is probably more difficult to find than Arceus's stone tablets. He still has a way to sense the stone tablets, but the historical texts can only rely on luck. The world government strictly prohibits the interpretation of the content on it. What exactly Raftel has is unknown, but this does not affect Kaido's interest in it. However, after this incident, the beast's pirates have one more stone to find. The conversation on the roof of a Nagashima did not affect anything, but in July Dowin Farm, Setsuna suddenly woke up from her sleep because she heard a scream, and the voice was very familiar. It seemed to be the voice of Cat Viper. After leaving the house, she did not go there immediately, but looked at Ziraura's residence. There is no doubt that Ziraura is stronger than her. She heard the voice. It was impossible for Ziraura not to hear it, but at this time, the sound of electricity could still be heard in his room, which meant that Ziraura had not left. Ziraura, something seems to have happened on the farm. It's nothing serious. If you are worried, you can go and have a look. Setsuna's judgment was wrong. Ziraura did not go, but came back after going. His mission was to guard the safety of Daowin Farm, but there were not many members of the beast pirates except him, because the main force here was not them, but those big milk cans. Although those big milk cans were gentle, got along well with the children, and looked weak, it would be a big mistake to think that they were ordinary cows. These big milk cans were not something that anyone could deal with. They were also capable of fighting. By the way, it might be the annoying cat you mentioned before. They might have a hard time tonight. Hearing what Ziraura said, Setsuna seemed to understand something and immediately left the bedroom and ran towards the place where the sound came from. Meow, what are these strange cows? In an open space on the farm, Inuarashi and Cat Viper were being besieged, and the ones attacking them were naturally the big milk cans, which shrank into balls and rushed towards Inuarashi and Cat Viper one after another. Although Cat Viper likes balls, this kind of ball is not in his favorite category. I told you not to come, but you didn't listen to my advice. Now you know the consequences. Inuarashi crossed his hands to block the rolling of a big milk can, and then complained to Cat Viper. They had just returned to Kuri not long ago, and they should be resting in Odin Castle now, but after hearing Jiro and the others talk about what happened during this period, Cat Viper was dissatisfied with this. And because of Kinemon, their finances were seriously in deficit, and even the kitchen was left with only some cheap things. They could starve, but they couldn't let the Lord's wife and children starve together. In Cat Viper's opinion, this place was originally built by Odin, and even if it was forcibly leased by the beast's pirates, it still belonged to the Kojiki family, so he came here to steal vegetables. Inuarashi thought that he was not doing this well, and originally wanted to stop him, but in the end, he was brought here by Cat Viper. As for the reason, it was similar to when they went to Shimatsuki Yasushi's house to steal money. Kurozumi Orakai borrowed all of Odin's money, and he was a servant in Shimatsuki Yasushi's house, so they went to his master's house. Now that the beast's pirates caused the situation in Odin Castle, they came to their own farm to take back their things. It didn't take much effort for Cat Viper and Inuarashi to sneak into the farm, and not all the trees here were planted with fruits, and some fields were planted with ordinary fruits and vegetables. There were no guards in the farm, but in places they couldn't see, there were many big milk tanks resting, and their act of stealing vegetables was discovered. Although the milk can walk upright, its height is average, and only a cow head is exposed in the farmland. Seeing that they were discovered by a cow, they did not take it seriously, but continued to steal vegetables as if no one was around. This behavior naturally angered the milk can. Under its shouting, the companions who were resting nearby also woke up. When Inuarashi and Cat Viper found something wrong, they were surrounded by more than a dozen milk cans. At first, Cat Viper did not take these milk cans seriously. In his opinion, they were just some strange breeds of cows. He was also a person who had been to the sea and had been to many magical islands with Roger and Whitebeard. The closed nature of the islands has led to many islands deriving their own unique species, so they just waved their hands to drive away the milk cans. Cat Viper and his friends ignored the milk cans again and again, and the milk cans were no longer polite. The milk can, who was the leader, shrank into a ball and rolled towards the Cat Viper. When Cat Viper heard the noise behind him and turned around, he saw the big milk tank that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight. Chapter 177, The Complicated Inner Heart of July Residents. The fur tribe inherited the characteristics of beasts, which allowed them to inherit their weaknesses while obtaining the innate abilities of beasts. Cat Viper's cat tongue is a prominent feature. And the cat's nose is more fragile. They did not expect that the big milk tank would adopt such an attack method, so Cat Viper was hit hard on the nose by the leading big milk tank. However, Inuarashi and Cat Viper are not ordinary fry. As young fur tribes, their physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. After Cat Viper was hit in the face by the rolling of the big milk tank, Inuarashi also reacted and blocked the rolling of the second big milk tank for him. But the problem is that there are not one or two big milk tanks here, but a group. Before he could catch his breath, the third big milk tank hit him, and the big milk tank that he blocked also adjusted its direction and joined the rolling sequence again after accelerating. There were many traces of ruts on the ground. Rolling is a continuous attack. The speed of rolling will become faster and faster, and the power will become stronger and stronger. Inuarashi also became more and more difficult from being able to parry at the beginning. Under the order of the leader, the big milk tanks were divided into several echelons, which would not interfere with each other and ensure continuous attacks without giving the other side a chance to breathe. Cat Viper. Are you ready? The big milk tanks have formed a circle to wrap them in the middle, and Inuarashi's waist was hit hard. Copper head, iron bones, tofu waist. Although this sentence is used to describe wolves, but wolves and dogs are very closely related species, and they have common characteristics in this regard. Inuarashi's waist can be said to be one of his weaknesses. Because they came out quietly to steal vegetables, Inuarashi and Cat Viper neither Viper brought any weapons, and they didn't want to make things too big, so Inuarashi wanted to leave here quickly. Okay. Then leave quickly, it will be troublesome if you get caught, and you can't cause trouble for the lady. This was a bit strange, after all, when they made this decision, the trouble had already occurred. And now it is difficult to leave. When the big tanks just started to stir, they could break out, but as the big tanks rolled and completed the charge and entered the combat state, their strength has increased several times. There was a layer of light on the body of the big tank, which was the move rounding. Rounding and rolling can be said to be a fixed combination. Higher defense makes their bodies less vulnerable to injury, and can also indirectly increase the damage of rolling. The claws of the cat viper that came back to strength lit up with lightning. They would naturally use the power of static electricity, the iconic symbol of the fur tribe. Lightning and fire have always been things that wild beasts fear, but this is useless for the big tank. Finally, under the command of the leader, Inuarashi and Cat Viper were forced into a corner. Inuarashi, beat the leader first, otherwise we can't get rid of these strange cows. They were not chores on the pirate ship, and they had experienced many battles, big and small. Among those big milk tanks, one was obviously different. After leading the attack, it retreated to the back and turned to command other big milk tanks. You don't need to tell me, the question is how to do it. Catch the leader first, this is the most basic principle, but there is another necessary prerequisite to do this, that is, they can break through the formation of the big milk tanks in front of them. What kind of creatures are these strange cows? Don't they feel dizzy? Ordinary creatures should feel dizzy after turning more than 10 times, but these strange cows rolling on the ground to attack have turned countless times. Not only did they not feel dizzy, but their strength and speed became stronger and stronger. When stealing vegetables, they can still pay attention to not making too much noise, but they can't do it when fighting. As the sound of the battle gradually became louder, the farmers living outside the farm were also awakened. Listening to the noise coming from the farm, they did not run away, but took their axes and forks and walked inside together. The new policy of the beasts' pirates for the farm is that they have a fixed planting target. After exceeding this target, the harvested crops will be converted into equivalent ordinary grains and handed over to them. For these farmers, a delicious fruit is far less important than 3 pounds of rice. Being full is their most important thing. Although the original Daowin farm of the Kojiki family was to provide residents with 3 meals a day, their method was to distribute the crops collectively after planting, which limited people's enthusiasm. Anyway, no matter how much you plant, you can get the same amount, so there is no need to fight for it. But after changing to more work, more pay, less work, less pay, everything is different. The whole family, young and old, are on the battlefield, and the children are also milking, which is the promotion of this policy. Now someone is touching the farm, which is touching their interests. The loss of each crop means that their own interests will also be damaged. Under the condition of interest binding, they are more active in defending the farm than the pirates of the beasts' pirates. But when those ordinary farmers surrounded them with torches, the situation became weird. The soil was brought into the air by the high-speed rotation of the milk cans, and a large amount of soil formed a large dust in the air, which interfered with people's vision. The approach of the farmers made the milk cans slow down their speed. As the dust gradually dissipated, they also saw clearly that the people surrounded by the milk cans were Cat Viper and his group. Inuarashi and Cat Viper were retainers of Kojiki Odin, and Kojiki Odin was the daimyo of Kuri. As residents here, these people naturally knew them. That's Lord Inuarashi and Lord Cat Viper. So what if it's them? This place has been abandoned, and we have been abandoned together. In the original agreement, the beasts only wanted Daowin farm, and these farmers were recruited by them later because Odin's retainers failed to arrange a way out for them. And they had previously carried out a lot of negative publicity on the beasts' pirates, so these people were very panicked at first, and accepting the employment of the beasts was more like being forced by life. Then reality told them the truth. In front of the objective facts they personally encountered, those rumors naturally collapsed. So when they saw Inuarashi and Cat Viper appear here, a complex emotion appeared in their hearts. However, when someone saw the trampled vegetables on the ground, a wave of anger still appeared in their hearts. Those were the food they had worked so hard to grow, but they were ruined like this. Inuarashi, the expressions of those people reminded me of some very bad things. Ah, me too, just like when we first came here a few years ago. Chapter 178, Pain That Life Cannot Bear. That was when they just drifted to Wano country. The residents of Wano country regarded them as monsters and wanted to burn them to death with fire. Now the eyes of those people are very similar to the past. Last time, it was Kojiki Oden who saved them, but now the situation is different. Although they have the ability to fight back, they can't do anything to those residents, but Cat Viper found an opportunity. With the arrival of the residents, the intensive rolling of the big milk tanks began to relax, and the leader who was previously untouchable was closer to them. Lightning flashed across his body, and he stimulated the muscles in his body through static electricity to seek a faster burst. According to the herd's thinking, as long as the leader can be defeated, these members will be afraid, and then they can leave here. Cat Viper. Return come. Looking at the Cat Viper rushing out suddenly, Inuarashi's forehead dripped with a few drops of cold sweat. Although he had dog fur, there were still some differences between him and a dog. For example, his skin would sweat as well, and he did not need to rely entirely on his tongue to dissipate heat. Those big milk tanks that suddenly stopped looked like a glaring trap to him, and Cat Viper just plunged into it. Although they were forced into a corner by the big milk tank, there was also a reason for them to retreat voluntarily. In the absence of a road behind them, Cat Viper and Inuarashi only needed to defend a quarter of the range each. And now that Cat Viper took the initiative to rush out, it was like his body was completely exposed to the attack range of the big milk tank. They just slowed down, but did not stop completely, but formed a pocket formation. Now that Cat Viper took the initiative to rush in, they tightened the pocket. Moo, moo, moo. Under the leader's command, only a few milk tanks were left to contain Inuarashi, while the rest concentrated their firepower to besiege Cat Viper. Cat Viper was not afraid of these milk tanks in a one-on-one fight, and it might not be a problem even in a one-on-many fight. But he had no weapons, and because of his contempt, he was hit head-on by the milk tank leader at the beginning. Now facing the siege of milk tanks, he was a little overwhelmed. Without Inuarashi's assistance, the defense was quickly broken through when attacked from both sides. A milk tank took advantage of the situation and adjusted its angle using a small pit on the ground, and then hit Cat Viper's crotch from below. The fur tribe is also a kind of subhuman. Although the rolling milk tanks look very smooth, they have horns and hooves. Being hit in the crotch by an irregular high-speed rotating ball, the pain is hard to describe in words. Cat Viper screamed miserably, and this was also the sound heard by Setsuna. Cat Viper's performance made the surrounding villagers feel constrained in their crotch, and they unconsciously stepped back a few steps. In the past, the people of the Beasts Pirates told them not to anger Multank, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Multank's gentle performance during this period of time almost made them forget this sentence, and today, they completely understood the horror of Multank. Cat Viper. Looking at the Cat Viper lying on the ground, Inuarashi was a little impatient. The next moment he almost suffered the same fate. This time, there was no Kojiki Oden to save them, but not long after Cat Viper screamed, Setsuna appeared here. Wait, stop first. The nominal management of Daowin Farm is now in the hands of Ziraura, and Setsuna also enjoys certain rights, so Multank will still listen to her orders. Why are you two here? Looking at Cat Viper lying on the ground and Inuarashi panting, Setsuna didn't quite understand what was going on. Moo, moo. Without waiting for Inuarashi to answer, Multank expressed his meaning with gestures. People who have been with Pokemon for a long time can still understand the general meaning. You two are here to steal things. Hearing what Multank leader said, Setsuna showed an incredible expression. The national background of Ziuao has led to their folk customs tending towards primitive society. There are only a few people in total. If they steal things, they will be despised by the whole tribe. Then she looked at the villagers around and said to them, "It's okay, everyone, it's just a small matter, you all go back to sleep." She still cares about the friendship of her fellow tribesmen. It would be too embarrassing in front of so many people. Let them leave first. Under Setsuna's persuasion, the villagers also packed up their things and left here one by one. After all, the people of the beasts pirates have arrived, so they don't need to delay. Only a few pirates were left around. If Olga was the trainee before, then Olga has now started to become a coder, and Setsuna has become a new reserve coder. She has been following Ziraura and can also command these pirates. You guys go back too, I'll handle this. Miss Setsuna, you're alone. Don't worry, I know them, and there's Milky Ken here. With her insistence, the pirates also left here. Okay, can either of you explain to me why you stole things here? Although she said so, Setsuna's eyes were already looking at Inuarashi, and she didn't expect the already lying cat viper to give her a serious answer. It's not because he was knocked down, but because she didn't believe that cat viper could say anything good. This how to say it. Inuarashi's expression was a little embarrassed. They could deceive themselves by saying it was for the Lord's wife, but they couldn't hide that their behavior was stealing. Forget it. By the way, do you still have the life card of Ziuao? I accidentally lost mine. Setsuna remembered the business this time and asked Inuarashi for the life card. Inuarashi's life card was not lost and he always carried it with him. After hearing what Setsuna said, he tore half of it for her. Then she picked some vegetables and fruits and gave them to them. If you really have nothing to eat, come to me. I can still decide on these things. The children of the beasts pirates have their own pocket money, and they usually have no place to spend money, so these can be regarded as her personal sponsorship. Don't come to steal things next time. Forget it this time, but you will be punished next time. Ordinarily, they should be punished for doing this, but Setsuna wanted them to leave directly because of the friendship of the same clan, so she let others leave directly. But not everyone wants to accept her kindness, such as Cat Viper. He was not convinced after recovering. Meow, this was originally our farm, but you took it away. How can this be called stealing? Cat Viper. As soon as these words came out, Inuarashi knew that he was in big trouble, and the electric current flashing on Setsuna's body also proved this point. Cat Viper, I have tolerated you for a long time today, don't be shameless. Chapter 179, Beating. In most cases, the fur tribe attaches great importance to the friendship of the same tribe. Because the number of tribes is small, they need to help each other even more. This is the case in Zou, not to mention meeting rare compatriots overseas. Whether Setsuna took some crops for them or Inuarashi divided the life card, they did not hesitate. This was assistance between the same tribe. Similarly, they also attach great importance to gratitude. It is also their characteristic to repay a favor, even if the price of repaying a favor is very high. Kojiki Oden owes a debt to Nikomaru and Inuarashi, and the beasts pirates owe a debt to Setsuna. Under this premise, it is understandable that they chose different forces. But Nikomaru is different from Inuarashi. Inuarashi can think about the situation rationally, while he is easily impulsive and directly brings his blind worship of Odin into his personal feelings. Setsuna and Inuarashi focus on the relationship between the same clan when dealing with problems, but Nikomaru is different. He is too influenced by Odin to think about the contradictions between the beasts pirates and the Kojiki family. Although it has not yet erupted, there are objective disputes, such as the ownership of Daowin Farm. In Nekomara's view, this is the beasts pirates' robbery. From his point of view, there is no problem with this view. It can only be said that each serves his own master. And the beasts pirates are pirates after all. Even if their rules are much more than those of ordinary pirates, this fact cannot be changed. Although the beasts have been using a conciliatory policy most of the time, it does not mean that they have completely given up the use of force. When they were repairing the factory in Yuden before, they had some intention of forced demolition. Although those were done by Kurozumi Orakai, it is not right to say that the beasts did not take any action at all. After all, without Kaido behind them, those daimyo would definitely oppose Kurozumi Orakai's behavior. Even if the beasts did not continue to persecute those residents as Kurozumi Orakai wished, but instead properly resettled them, the offset of merits and demerits does not mean that the demerits have disappeared. And Daowin Farm can be said to be the only farm that ceded land and paid compensation, and this is because Kinemon violated the rules set by the beasts pirates, so the price paid. The right to use Daowin Farm offsets Kinemon's mining punishment. Except that Odin Castle can no longer use the crops in it unconditionally, there is no change in other aspects. In Setsuna's eyes, Kinemon is not a victim, but a criminal who reaped the fruits of his own labor. However, she did not apply this emotion to Cat Viper and Inuarashi. There are still big differences between individuals. Since they met in the daytime, Cat Viper and her had a little conflict because of their identities. Just now, she kindly wanted to send them away and even paid for a lot of things for them out of her own pocket, but she didn't expect Cat Viper to still be stubborn with her. Do you think you are right? I said that this place was robbed by you. Very good, Inuarashi, put the things down for me, I regret it. Judging from Cat Viper's meaning, it was right for her to give these things. If she let them take the things away, it would be like admitting her mistake. Since Cat Viper made such a clear distinction, there was no need for her to show goodwill. Letting them leave here was the last friendship of the same clan. Although the crime of theft is not as bad as jailbreak, it is not too much to throw them over to dig for a few days. As she said that, she was going to take back the things that were handed to Inuarashi, and waved her hand to signal them to leave quickly, but Cat Viper didn't seem to want to leave just like that. After all, the purpose of their coming here had not been achieved. Inuarashi, you go first, I'll stop her for a while. Br. Isn't this not good? Madame Toki is still sick. Although Inuarashi was more rational, he was also shaken when talking about Kojiki, and he was still shaken when looking at the green vegetables in his hand. And Cat Viper's behavior finally broke through Setsuna's bottom line. She had tolerated him twice, and this time she couldn't bear it anymore. I said put the things down, can't you hear me? She almost bounced out of her original position with her legs, and her claws flashing with lightning also grabbed the things in Inuarashi's hands. Cat Viper wanted to stop her, but after 7 years of not seeing each other, he misjudged Setsuna's strength and didn't even touch a hair of hers. The wolf claws swept through the air, and the straw basket was torn into pieces by the sharp claws. The fresh fruits and vegetables were scattered all over the ground and rolled away along the slope. You keep saying that we robbed your farm, but now you are also robbing my things. You should go back and ask those people why they gave this place to us. He kicked Cat Viper. Because he had been repeatedly rubbed by the rolling milk tank several times before, he had just stood up tremblingly for a while, but he was kicked out directly. The previously accumulated resentment completely broke out at this moment, and Setsuna's fist hit Cat Viper's cat face directly. I told you to condemn me, told you to make me say the wrong thing, and told you to steal things. I have tolerated you for a long time, do you know? There was still a faint flash of lightning on the fist, which showed that Setsuna was really angry, and Cat Viper was also directly beaten. They had fought before, but Setsuna was not his opponent at all at that time, so he never took Setsuna seriously in his heart. After not seeing Setsuna for a few years, he became much stronger than before. He had just recovered from the pain caused by the big milk tank, and was hit in the eye by Setsuna, leaving a big black eye. However, she was about to make the Cat Viper symmetrical and give the other when only one eye was bruised. Inuarashi blocked her attack. Setsuna, Nico Viper said something wrong, give me some face and let it go, we were wrong. His arm was slightly numb, not because of the electric current, but because of the difference in strength. It seemed that Setsuna had changed much more than they imagined. Give you some face, then where would my face be? Although Inuarashi blocked Setsuna's attack, Setsuna had no intention of stopping. Nico Viper provoked her again and again. If she hadn't remembered the old friendship, they would have fought long ago. She shook Inuarashi off and didn't stop, still beating Nico Viper. After several attacks, although Setsuna's attack was much lighter, he still had no intention of stopping. Inuarashi also joined the battle with Setsuna. He and Cat Viper have a better relationship. The situation has come to this point because of Cat Viper's impulsiveness. It's okay to let him suffer a little, but if he continues, Inuarashi will not be able to watch it. Setsuna, that's enough. Although she beat Cat Viper severely, she didn't want to kill him or anything. She just hadn't vented her anger just now, and it's enough at this point. Cat Viper, apologize to me. As long as you admit that you are wrong this time, I will let you go this time. Chapter 180, Hard-Mouthed. The fundamental reason for their fight is that Cat Viper always wants to condemn her from a moral high ground, but when he condemns Setsuna, he is doing the same thing. It's right to do this for Odin, and it's wrong for others to do this. This is the root cause of their fight. Now that he has been beaten, as long as Cat Viper verbally gives her a soft word, her face will be fine. Things should have ended here, but some people are still stubborn even if they are completely weak and burnt to ashes. This is what happened to Cat Viper at this moment. Not only did he think he was right in the previous incident, but he was also unwilling to accept being defeated by Setsuna. He was shocked that Setsuna could beat him like this. After all, Setsuna was not that strong in the past. Don't be so proud. If I hadn't been hit by those weird bulls, you wouldn't be my opponent. Meow woo woo. However, Cat Viper was blocked by Inuarashi just halfway through his words. If this continued, it would really be a bad ending. It seems that you are very unconvinced. Yes, I am unconvinced. You are just taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Inuarashi, let me go and let me fight her again. You stupid cat, can't you see that it has been a few years since then? You can't beat her now. You actually helped that violent wolf to talk about me? Don't forget where this is. Shouldn't you help me? Setsuna looked at Inuarashi and Cat Viper in front of her. If she wasn't familiar with them, she would have thought they were acting. After all, the two of them were about to quarrel. Cat Viper, you said I took advantage of someone's misfortune, right? Meow. Otherwise, those strange cows consumed too much of our energy, and we didn't bring any weapons, otherwise you wouldn't be my opponent. Okay, I'll give you a chance to prepare. Tomorrow night, we'll have another fight on that beach during the day. You can do it alone, or you can go with Inuarashi, or you can call a few more people, such as your so-called friends. If you still lose to me by then, you must honestly admit your mistakes and apologize to me. You are not allowed to mess up our place again. You must also compensate for today's losses. Cat Viper's stubbornness was beyond her imagination, and the mink tribe itself had a beastly mindset. At this time, they could only choose physical persuasion. Whoever wins is right. What if you lose? What do you want? Continue to supply fresh food to Odin Castle. Okay, but now please go away. I don't want to see you again. In the end, the matter ended with Cat Viper being beaten up. With her, the two of them left Daowin Farm intact, and Setsuna was counting the things that were destroyed in the farm. Someone has to be responsible for these things. She let them go, so she has to be responsible for it herself. This is the rule within the Beast's Pirates, and everyone is the same. So these property losses can only be paid by her own pocket for the time being. Although I beat Cat Viper, it doesn't make me feel better. If I can't beat him tomorrow, I will take his last name from now on. She took out her diary and wrote 2 more sentences on it. But when she went back, she saw Ziraura sitting at the door waiting for her. They said you let the person go. The pirates under Setsuna's behavior could not just ignore it, so they still notified Ziraura. After all, he was the person in charge here. I'm sorry, those 2 were my old friends, so forgive them once. I will be responsible for the damage caused. She still concealed some things in front of Ziraura. Most of the rules were made by Arceus and Archie. Because of Arceus's participation, Shayna and Ziraura completely regarded them as iron laws. If there is no suitable reason, they can't ignore it. But someone said that you had a fight. That guy is more annoying, but he is still a good person. Please Ziraura, Kaluchu in recent years, her usual way acting like a spoiled child usually has a significant effect. Just this once. To put it bluntly, these 2 people are just petty thefts. Unlike Kinemon breaking into the rabbit bowl mining field, it can be said that it can be big or small. Seeing Setsuna's plea for that reason, Ziraura did not pursue the matter. Thank you, Ziraura, you are the best. Go back to sleep, don't you see what time it is? On the other side, Inuarashi supported Cat Viper back to Odin Castle. Inuarashi, you didn't help me. You are too much. You have been targeting Setsuna since you came back. Don't you think there is something wrong with you? Have you forgotten what Kinemon has become? Who made her join that beast? That was not Setsuna's doing, and she had good intentions to give us something, but you messed it up. The 2 quarreled a few times along the way, and in the end no one could convince the other. In the end, they quietly returned to the house. Setsuna didn't hold back in the first few punches, and the scars left by Milk Tank were also very obvious. They didn't want to be discovered by others, so as not to make them worry. Cat Viper's attitude and patience towards these fellow retainers were much better than before. Inuarashi, what should we do tomorrow? What should we do? Go fight, it's you who caused this anyway. Seeing that Cat Viper mentioned this, Inuarashi didn't want to pay attention to him. In his opinion, if it weren't for Cat Viper's mouth, things would be far less complicated. No, I mean, I might really not be able to beat that girl. She has become so strong in the past few years. He didn't continue to be stubborn in front of Inuarashi. Then just admit your mistake. It's wrong for you to target her. She is her, and the beasts are the beasts. That's not what I'm talking about. Think about Madame Toki, Momonosuke-sama, and Hiri-sama. As long as we win, we can get fresh food. You want Inuarashi seemed to understand what Cat Viper meant, but he felt a little ashamed. Facing a girl 2 years younger than him, there was nothing to be proud of even if they won. It would be embarrassing if this was reported back to Xiaowu, but Cat Viper's reason was very realistic. This was the best way for them to get fresh food. Although Denjiro was working hard to make money, he could only barely fill some holes. The patches on their clothes were the most direct proof. She said that we could go together. This is all for the Kojiki family. We can lose face first. Let me think about it. Cat Viper didn't say anything else. According to his understanding of Inuarashi, he had already agreed if he didn't refuse directly. In his opinion, they might not be able to beat Setsuna alone, but there would be no problem if they were 2 people. However, he missed one thing, because tomorrow night is the full moon of this month. Chapter 181, The Moment of the Battle. The next day, Cat Viper disappeared and didn't show up at all. Because of the beating, his face was severely injured. If he went out, he would definitely be discovered. So he left Odin Castle at dawn, but Inuarashi stayed in Odin Castle until night fell, and then he took his and Cat Viper's knives and left here quietly again. At the same time, Setsuna also quietly pushed open the door, and then revealed 2 wolf ears to eavesdrop on the sounds in the next room. There was no sound of the generator running, nor the sound of electricity. It seemed that Ziraura had rested. Then she tiptoed out of the room, and after leaving for a distance, she ran towards the July beach. On the way, she also woke up a few big milk tanks, but after seeing that it was their own people, they fell down and continued to sleep. However, she did not notice that Ziraura had been following her not far behind. He had long felt that something was wrong. Setsuna seemed to have something to say yesterday, and went back to the room to sleep early today. This was completely contrary to common sense. So he did not do physical training today, and kept an eye on Setsuna's condition. Ziraura is a very special member of the electrical Pokémon without a power generation organ. But there is gain and loss. Although he gave up the power generation organ, he can create a magnetic field through his own current. This range is his domain. He can flexibly control electromagnetic force within the domain. After more training, he can reach the level of Enel's observation haki. Although he is not so proficient now, he can also locate more carefully. However, this behavior is somewhat intrusive, so he usually does not do this. He made this choice after noticing some special circumstances. On the beach of July, Cat Viper and Inuarashi arrived here earlier than Setsuna. Due to the closed-door policy of Wano country, citizens spend most of their time in the canals on the island, and few people enter the inland sea. Fishing in the inland sea of Wano country requires a fishing license, and most of them are the subordinates and relatives of the daimyo. During the day, you can still see some people picking up fish on the coast, or some sea fishing, but at night, the beach here is very quiet. Inuarashi and Cat Viper each hold a knife and wait in such an environment. She's not playing tricks on us, is she? No, she's not that kind of person. As he was speaking, Setsuna ran out of the woods nearby, and Ziraura, who was following her, also saw them. However, he did not show up, but found a tree to lie on, and took out a few pofen from his pocket. Pofen is a pastry made from tree fruits, most of which are specially supplied to Pokémon. The specific process was not created by the Beasts Pirates, but by the Big Mom Pirates based on the ideas provided by the Beasts. In terms of dessert chefs, no pirate group can compare to the Big Mom Pirates. Although some types of pofen can be eaten by humans, most of the pofen taste very strange, and only Pokémon's taste buds can get used to it. And each Pokémon has different preferences. These are Ziraura's snacks, similar to popcorn at the movies. He wants to see what Setsuna is going to do. On the beach, looking at the knives in their hands, Setsuna's expression is not very happy. Inuarashi, you are the same as Cat Viper. It seems that you are both the same. Although she said so, she thought that only Cat Viper would participate, but she didn't expect Inuarashi to really participate. I'm sorry, but I have reasons to do this. It's up to you. Is there anyone else? Call them out together. This situation is also within her expectations, otherwise she would not have chosen today. Whether it is Setsuna, Inuarashi or Cat Viper, they have one thing in common, that is, no one looks up at the sky, because there is a full moon floating in the sky. A few years ago, she mastered the power of the moon lion with the help of Arceus, and that power is the greatest confidence of the fur tribe. As for Inuarashi and Cat Viper, although they are both fur tribe, Setsuna can be sure that they did not know Moon Lion when they left Zoo. The learning process of Moon Lion is very dangerous. Without other adult fur tribe, ordinary young fur tribe will definitely not be able to learn alone. With Moon Lion, even if there are others behind them, Setsuna does not think he can't deal with it. Without others, this matter will not involve more people, but you still remember what you said. You don't need to worry about this. If you beat me, I will pay for you to get what you need, but you, the stinky cat, better think about how to apologize and admit defeat. Don't brag, meow. Although I don't know what you have experienced over the years, we have learned a lot from Lord Odin. Cat Viper drew his sword, but Inuarashi did not do so. If Cat Viper can solve the problem by himself, then it would be best for him not to interfere. Although Cat Viper had some doubts before, he had to try it. What about your weapons? Mine? No need. Bows and arrows are not suitable. If you use your knife, I have enough claws. Speaking of a domineering entanglement on both hands, there is a flash in the fur of the body. I am not very polite. Anyway, I also followed the two legendary pirates to cross the sea. It was impossible for him to have no knowledge at all. In the eyes of Cat and Viper, a white shadow was suddenly turned into a white shadow. When he saw the other person again, he suddenly wielded his claws and grabbed him. Although he raised his knife to block it, Setsuna's claws did not hesitate at all. With his domineering aura as defense, he directly grabbed the blade of Cat Viper, and an electric current was transmitted to his hand along the blade. The lightning of the fur tribe is static electricity generated by the friction between their fur. They have a certain resistance to electric current. The current transmitted to the blade only made his palm feel a little numb, but he didn't lose his grip on his knife. At this time, his other hand also flashed with electricity, and hit Setsuna's waist. Chapter 182, Stupid Cat, Today is a full moon. Compared with Setsuna, Inuarashi and Cat Viper have an advantage, that is, the advantage in size. Male fur tribes are generally taller and stronger than female fur tribes. Although Cat Viper was beaten unilaterally yesterday, if he hadn't been beaten up by a group of big milk tanks first, he wouldn't have been so helpless. Now facing Setsuna's attack, he can still fight back. Haki is an invisible armor. With the protection of Haki, she used the opponent's blade as a horizontal bar, turned over to avoid Cat Viper's fist, and then kicked Cat Viper's neck with inertia. Cat Viper has an advantage in size, and Setsuna is more flexible. In this process, Cat Viper tried to launch a new attack, which made Setsuna give up the attack, but his attack failed to hit Setsuna, and Setsuna closed the distance. The blade gave him a longer attack distance, but when the opponent entered his inner circle, the speed of adjusting the blade was not as fast as the speed of punching. Cat Viper's attacks failed one after another, while Setsuna's attacks hit him. As his abdomen was hit by Setsuna's elbow, Cat Viper's face became ugly. Although he looks bloated, he is not stupid. He is relatively a very flexible player, but this flexibility is much worse than Setsuna. Cat Viper couldn't find the opponent, which made him more and more impatient. After his attack failed again, Setsuna grabbed his neck with his legs. She wanted to deal with Cat Viper, but Setsuna found that she had made a mistake. Cat Viper's neck was too thick and too short, so her attack had no effect. Instead, Cat Viper grabbed her calf. Finally caught you. You're really hard to deal with. His voice was a little strange. Setsuna didn't hold back when she attacked just now. If it weren't for his short neck due to his innate body structure, that attack would be enough to take him down directly. If she could deal with the opponent by herself, then Cat Viper would be a big deal. Snake didn't want Inuarashi to interfere, as 2 against 1 would not be honorable after all, so he grabbed Setsuna's leg and threw it into the sky. You have nowhere to hide now, so admit defeat. Sheathing the sword, he made an III posture. People couldn't adjust their posture in the air. When the moment came down, he could find a way to defeat the enemy with one blow. So in his mind Setsuna had lost, and he even felt proud inside. But Inuarashi on the side issued a warning. You stupid cat! Watch out! Covering his forehead with one hand, Cat Viper looked up, but it was already too late. At this moment, not only did the moment not fall down as he imagined, but it floated directly in the air. After stabilizing his body, he launched the attack again. Just when she was about to kick Nico Viper on the head, Inuarashi's attack blocked her. If Inuarashi didn't take action, the careless Nico Viper might directly lose its fighting ability. You still couldn't help but take action. However, Inuarashi did not answer this sentence, but asked another question. Energy user? You ate a devil fruit. The fur tribe itself does not have the ability to fly. In Inarashi's opinion, this is a power that only devil fruit can bring. There are still many things you don't understand. This is the power I obtained through my own efforts, and it has nothing to do with devil fruit. Electromagnetic levitation is one of the skills taught to her by Arceus. Although she cannot fly at super high speeds like Zeraora, it is enough. Having the ability to fly means that her battle will become more three-dimensional. Work hard, we are working hard too, Inuarashi, let this little girl see our results. It's no big deal if you can fly, Odin Itari style, Nico's laughing slash. I'm sorry Setsuna, we need what we get after victory, Odin Itoryu and Inyagid. One stab, one slash, the two attacks crossed and attacked Setsuna. However, Inuarashi and Nico Viper had not learned skills such as moon steps. They could not use their strength in the sky. Faced with Setsuna who could fly freely, there the attacks failed one after another. However, Setsuna did not float on it all the time. She did not bring a bow and arrow, which was her usual weapon. If she had brought a bow and arrow, then Inuarashi and Nico Viper would be her targets in this state. Continuing in a stalemate was not an option, but after she lowered her height, the combined attacks of Inuarashi and Nico Viper really made it difficult for her. They had been living together all these years, and they had experienced a lot of things on the pirate ship outside. Less fighting, and much more practical experience than her. Setsuna, you are too confident. You are no match for the two of us. Just admit defeat. Admit defeat? Do you know why I chose today? The fur tribe is still very sensitive to dates. Only by calculating the day of the full moon can they carry out some dangerous actions. When Setsuna said this, both Inuarashi and Nico Viper suddenly had a bad premonition. Wait. Are you crazy? Moon Lion will die if he loses control. Inuarashi yelled angrily. He didn't think Setsuna, who was 2 years younger than them, had mastered this secret skill. However, Setsuna had already raised her head and looked directly at the moon. The full moon was reflected in her eyes. Setsuna's eyes began to shrink under the moonlight. Then her body swayed slightly, and the static electricity caused by the fur on her body began to stop. The ground shook. The canine teeth became sharper, and bursts of low growls came from her mouth. Originally, her hair was simply tied up with a headband, and the length only reached her shoulders. As she growled, her hair began to grow rapidly. The original headband was stretched open, and her waist-length hair began to flutter with the sea breeze. The same was true for the hair on her tail behind her, and the extended hair was already dragging on the beach. Ouch! A wolf howl resounded throughout the beach, and a huge electric light shot into the sky. People who lived near the beach felt a dazzling white light. Setsuna turned his neck, and the Scarlet Twins looked at Inuarashi and Nico Viper. Come on, the second round begins. You have mastered Moon Lion. Isn't it possible? Get ready, it might hurt a lot. Accompanied by the huge electric current, Shu Mo's figure burst out. The beach where she was originally standing melted under the high temperature of lightning and turned into irregularly shaped glass crystals. Speed, strength, thunder, and lightning, Moon Lion brings all-round enhancements to the fur tribe. Originally, Inuarashi and Nico Viper still had some advantages, but now, of course, their advantage is gone. Lang Fang Flash. Inuarashi couldn't even see Setsuna's movements clearly. He felt a huge force coming from his chest and was knocked directly into the sea. Come on, stupid cat, it's a full moon today, we have plenty of time to have fun. Chapter 183, Don't try to understand a fool. The fur tribe is called a fighting tribe and has a great connection with the Moon Lion. The fighting power of the young fur tribe is not weaker than that of adult soldiers. The fur tribe that has mastered the Moon Lion is a veritable monster on a full moon night. With unclear movement trajectories and unstoppable power, it was a completely brutal and inhumane one-sided beating on the beach. To put it bluntly, Moon Lion is a madness skill. Although it can become controllable after training, the fur tribe in Moon Lion state will be more ferocious than usual, not to mention that Setsuna itself has a grudge against Viper. Inuarashi's strength is equal to that of Nico Viper. Inuarashi was knocked into the sea water by Setsuna's blow. Nico Viper was naturally not much stronger. After a beating, the knife made for him by Kuri craftsman was also under Setsuna's claws, broken into several pieces. A knee strike then ended the fight. Cat Viper, if you lose, please apologize to me honestly. You are not allowed to cause trouble in our territory again. Do you hear me clearly? Having said this, the Cat Viper lying on the ground did not surrender. Meow, I haven't lost yet. Cat Viper. Stop being stubborn, we have completely lost. Inuarashi walked out of the sea with a knife. The blow just now broke 2 of his ribs. As a fur tribe member, he knows more about the strength of the moon lion than outsiders. In the case of no absolute difference in strength, the untransformed fur tribe cannot defeat the transformed fur tribe. No, I said no, I am also a fur tribe for Lord Odin, I must win this time. He turned his head and looked at the moon in the sky. Stop. You can't control that. But it was too late. The fur of Cat Viper, who was staring at the moon, began to turn white. The changes in his body were similar to those of Setsuna, but the biggest difference was that this guy had no reason in his eyes, only madness. If the fur tribe that cannot control the power of the moon lion enters this state, they will attack everyone around them regardless of friend or foe until their power is completely exhausted. Who is this Odin you're talking about? Have you been brainwashed by that guy? Seeing that Cat Viper would rather fight her to the death than admit defeat, Setsuna couldn't understand it at all. After all, they are of the same clan, and even if he admits defeat, she won't do anything to him, but he insists on making a desperate battle. She really wanted to teach Cat Viper a lesson, but she didn't want to kill him. It's much more difficult to capture him alive than to kill him. But Cat Viper, who was out of control, had no reason and even no reaction to pain. Inuarashi couldn't intervene in the battle of the 2 moon lions, and Setsuna was somewhat restrained by Cat Viper. She couldn't even take off to avoid it, otherwise the out-of-control Cat Viper would target Inuarashi. In that state, it wouldn't be surprising if Cat Viper killed Inuarashi. Just when she was in trouble, a faster lightning flashed in the forest, and Ziraura, who was watching the show, appeared. A small hand pressed on the head of the Cat Viper. Although the size was not proportional, the strength was completely opposite to the body size. The mad Cat Viper was directly pressed into the beach. Ziraura. How did you get here? I followed you here. Do you still want to hide your little tricks from me? You still have too little practical experience. The lack of practical application made it difficult for her to deal with the changing situation, especially because she was nostalgic and couldn't make a fatal move. Where is your sword dance? You should be able to lift into the air, superimpose sword dance, and then knock this lunatic unconscious. I should have taught you how to do it. If I hadn't come with you, how would you have solved it? In terms of electromagnetic levitation, Ziraura is an expert among experts, so there are many techniques for air combat, but just now, the moment seemed to have forgotten them. Speaking of other moments, she was a little embarrassed, but in terms of actual combat she was a little unconvinced. It's not that I don't want to fight, it's you who won't let me go. You always say I'm too young. There were opportunities for fighting, but they were all pushed away by Ziraura. Forget it, come with me if you have a chance in the future. At this moment, the Cat Viper under his hand began to be dishonest again, an electric current began to flash on its fur to force Ziraura away. However, that little electric current was not even an appetizer for Ziraura. A stronger electric current was released from his hand, and after that, the Cat Viper was completely quiet. This is the simplest way to deal with the crazy fur tribe: knock him out, and let him faint until the moon disappears. After all, Ziraura doesn't have skills like healing bells, nor does he have skills like praying for rain to cover the moon. Stunning is the simplest and most effective means. Setsuna released her moon lion form, and there would be no trouble when Ziraura came. This is a kind of trust she has developed in Ziraura over the years. Isn't he dead? He's not dead. I was very careful in my attack. But are these your 2 acquaintances? Not very good. Hey, take this annoying guy away. This was said to Inuarashi. If he used a power that he couldn't control in the face of a life and death enemy, Ziraura would still admire him. But in this situation, using a skill that he couldn't control was just a fool who didn't know the severity of the situation in Ziraura's eyes. Lightning Ziraura. He recognized the other party's identity. When Ziraura was bountied, Inuarashi and Cat Viper were still sailing with Odin, so they naturally received the news. Ziraura was the pirate with the highest bounty on the sea. But at that time, he didn't pay much attention to the details on the bounty order. He just thought that he was a fur tribe who had drifted overseas in his early years. Now he knew that the other party was actually a member of the beasts, and he looked very familiar with Setsuna. He knocked out Cat Viper in the state of Moon Lion with a normal attack, which already showed the strength of the other party. Although his words were not pleasant to hear, Inuarashi knew that this time it was Cat Viper who went too far and actually forced the Moon Lion. Setsuna did not say anything, but Inuarashi knew very well that after this incident with Cat Viper, the relationship between the three of them would not be the same as it was 7 years ago. By the way, the last time was over. If you come to the farm again, I will be the one to take action. Remember to keep an eye on the cat, otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Inuarashi's face was worthless in Ziraura, but he had to take care of Setsuna's feelings and couldn't just kill her former companions. The battle on the beach ended here, but Setsuna still had a question. Ziraura, why do you think that bastard Cat Viper did this? I don't know, but this behavior is enough to show that he is a fool with a dull mind. You can't understand the thinking of a fool. Don't think about it. I'll grill the fish for you when I go back. No, Ziraura, you always grill the fish in the lake. Let me do it. Looking at Ziraura in front of her, Setsuna chose to put those unpleasant things behind her. She probably won't have any intersection with Cat Viper in the future. Chapter 184, Actually, my last name is Sasaki. Inuarashi and Cat Viper still did not return to Odin Castle directly, but stayed outside for a few days and returned to Odin Castle after healing their surface injuries. And the things on Kuri Beach were naturally sent to Nagashima. Setsuna had a fight with the two fur tribes. Well, Ziraura also took action in the end, but the influence of that incident was limited, Master Saint Beast, and this matter is more important. Shayuna took out a single document from a pile of documents and handed it to Arceus. This is the order of handling things within the beasts. The highest priority is things related to the slate, and the next is things related to the members of the pirate group. Who had a fight with whom, did anyone violate the discipline, etc., but this matter is indeed a bit unexpected. Was Kojiro assassinated in Flower Capital? As the exclusive merchant of the Beasts Pirates, he is also a member of the Beasts Pirates. Since Kinemon's younger brother was caught in the mining field, no one has bothered Kojiro. With the support of the Beasts Pirates, Kojiro's business in Flower Capital is booming, and has begun to expand to other towns in Wano Country. The market share in Wano Country is limited. Previously, Kojiro's family fell into decline, and his family's market was taken away by others. But now with his rise again, he not only got back what he lost, but also opened up a wider market. He has too many things that Wano Country doesn't have, and his family is considered a time-honored brand in Wano Country. With this name, his family has even surpassed the previous one, but the number of people has not been supplemented, and he is still the only one in the main family. In this case, it can be said that the Chamber of Commerce is completely supported by Kojiro alone. As long as he disappears, the huge Chamber of Commerce will inevitably be affected. His behavior touched the cakes of many people. Money can move people's hearts. In this case, someone will naturally do something bad. How is he? Is he seriously injured? If Kojiro is dead, then the information reported should be that Kojiro was killed. This result at least shows that he is still alive. No, he is not only not injured, but also killed the other party, and captured two alive. He is outside now. He seems to want to see you for something. Bring him here. Outside Nagashima, Kojiro has become very familiar with the pirates here. Now he is telling the crowd what happened last night. These guys really dare to commit crimes in the Flower Capital. Thanks to my little Ka, after my family fell into decline, except for a few old people who continued to follow me, there is only this dog left. Kojiro rubbed the head of the big dog in his arms. It was an ordinary Shiba Inu, which looked quite old. He raised it when he was a child. Now he sleeps with this dog at night. Those guys were very light-footed, but it's a pity that Xiao Ka smelled their smell. They were not professional at all. Compared to this, how did you kill that guy? Those guys are not weak. A pirate with a bandage on his shoulder asked him. They were the pirates following Kojiro. However, they were too peaceful these days, so they relaxed their vigilance and let the group sneak in. Now the punishment is inevitable, but Kojiro is fine, so the punishment will not be too heavy. And this is what makes them curious. After all, those people are still good. They are all people who have survived several fights. Although they have not become cotters, they are also proficient in fighting skills. Even they were injured, which shows the strength of those assassins. Especially that day, they saw Kojiro couldn't even row a boat steadily, and they always thought of him as a weak chicken. Hey, do you know why I am the only one left in our family? Although they are already familiar with each other, they can't interrupt this, just quietly waiting for Kojiro's answer. Because I can fight. Don't underestimate me. I know I. In fact, my family used to be a samurai family, and we have produced many strong people. I heard from my grandfather that our surname was Seisagi before. Commoners in Wano do not have surnames. Only samurai and nobles have surnames. The name Kojiro once had means that the family surname has been taken away. But that is their complicated family history, and these pirates are not interested in it. So we should call you Seisagi Kojiro. No, that surname is a thing of the past. I want to create a new one, an era that belongs to me, Kojiro. Then you are really amazing, but can you show us your sword drawing / first? This forget it, that move is too dangerous. Although he just said that he was very powerful, in fact, he only knew that one move. The killer didn't expect Kojiro to sleep with the knife, so he was killed by him in one blow. It is said that his ancestor was a swordsman who could cut down a flying swallow in the sky with a casual swing, so this move is called swallow return. However, after so many years, he has never seen anyone in his family do it. He is indeed the best fighter in the family, but it is only relative. Compared with those real strong men, it doesn't count at all. Last night, he was already performing beyond his ability under life and death. It's okay to brag verbally, but it will be bad if he accidentally backfires. However, the pirates didn't want to let him go, and they kept making trouble. Just then, Shayuna appeared. Follow me, come, Lord Saint Beast wants to see you, and the rest of you, are you all free? Just do what you need to do. Yes. The appearance of the Minister of Discipline ended the idle life of these pirates, and Kojiro was also brought to Arceus, and those who were captured alive were sent to the end. What do you want to say? Well, Lord Saint Beast, I've been doing pretty well recently. You are really good at business, so what? Except for the initial goods and background support, Kojiro almost relied on himself afterwards. It didn't take too long for him to go from a peddler pulling a cart to reopening the Chamber of Commerce. He also worked hard to gather the refugees caused by the snake, and the results he achieved were visible. So can I make a small request? If those people can carry out an assassination once, they may be able to do it again. I feel that my situation is a little dangerous, and I heard that you have a way to make people stronger quickly. The people of the Arceus cult still spared no effort in promoting this, so Kojiro also knew the legend of the Beast's pirates. However, what those people spread was a bit outrageous, so outrageous that CP9, who was investigating intelligence, thought that it was a brainwashing method of the Beast's pirates, so they thought that this might be a smokescreen released by the Beasts to cover up Quinn's technology. So you want to get the ability? Chapter 185, Caterpie. That is for people who have made meritorious contributions. Although Kojiro did not have any military exploits, as the first local to surrender in Wano country, he helped the Beasts make a lot of achievements in Wano country, and he can also be said to be a meritorious person. In theory, it is not wrong to give him an ability. During this period, the Beasts pirates have still collected a lot of ordinary animal-type fruits. And if something really happens to Kojiro, it won't be easy to find another suitable person, so it is necessary to increase his self-protection ability. No, that's not what I mean. Can you please transform Xiaoka? He raised his Shiba Inu, which is already 12 years old. After all, he raised it when he was a child. Now it is also an old dog. If there is no external intervention, I am afraid that this Shiba Inu will leave him in 1 or 2 years. As a local who joined the Beasts pirates, he knew where those Kentaro and Milkkin came from. The second generation of cattle called Weijiu has appeared on the nobles' tables in Wano country. Because he had been in contact with those species, he could feel that those modified cattle were much stronger and healthier than the native cattle in Wano country. The diseases that normal calves would get would not occur in those cattle with Kentaro bloodline. Kaka is very smart. It was it that discovered the killers first this time. If Kaka can become stronger, I will be safer. You can only get a reward once for what you did now. Do you really want to give this reward to this dog? Can it make it live longer? Of course. The lifespan of Pokemon is much longer than that of ordinary animals. Some special Pokemon have a very long lifespan. If they are well raised, they can be passed down as heirlooms. Then please help transform Kika. Since Kojiro asked so, he did not refuse. A red energy hand picked up the Shiba Inu. Kika, then let's become the real Kika. The red energy was injected into the Shiba Inu's body, and the originally yellow fur began to transform into red, and there were more lines on it. The hair on the chest and the top of the head also became more vigorous. After a while, as the energy dissipated, a Caterpie appeared here. Like Kentaro, it was permanently transformed. Xiao Ka seems to have not gotten used to his new body, but he can feel that his body has become stronger, because the weakness brought by old age has disappeared, and this Shiba Inu has now been reborn as a Katie. Woof, woof. Well, go and get along well with your master, and remember to protect him in the future. In fact, it has already done so. The old Shiba Inu rarely plays with Kojiro because his physical strength can no longer support it playing every day. But after regaining its vitality, it is pressing Kojiro and licking him wildly. You should live in a Nagashima for this period of time. Those businesses should be able to run normally without you. It's okay in the short term, but it won't work for too long. Enough. By the way, I heard that your family used to be named Sasaki, and it was also a family of swordsmanship. This I just heard from my grandfather, I don't know if it's true. He didn't expect that his bragging would be heard here. It seems that he still underestimated the other party's control over a Nagashima. After all, you have some basics. You can practice with others during this period to see how your foundation is. With that, Kojiro's next arrangements were decided. By the way, Shana, give him the relevant information about the 100 Beasts fruit. Kojiro, who crawled out from under Zyoka, took over a thick stack of records. The business of the 100 Beasts fruit is getting wider and wider, and the business is getting bigger and bigger. At present, it is a bit lacking in business talents. If Kojiro really has this ability, then these things can be handed over to him gradually. Do a good job. As long as you are capable enough, you will get what you deserve. Kojiro was sent to a room on the Ghost Island. It is still very empty now, and many things were considered when the Ghost Island was built. Even the giants can run here, not to mention making room for one person and one dog. Master Holy Beast, the news has been asked, but there is no valuable information on those two people. They are usually just on the street. Ordinary thugs, not even the same boss. They all said the same thing, a mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat wanted Kojiro's head for 500 gold. They knew that Kojiro was behind the beast's pirates, but they were still tempted by the huge profits. As long as they could kill the other party and destroy the body, their whereabouts would be impossible to be found. They even found kerosene from those people. Most of the houses in Wano country are made of wood. Once ignited, there would probably be nothing left. Although there is no detailed information, it is not that complicated who is behind them. Either they are businessmen who are jealous of Kojiro, or Kurozumi Orakai. After all, Kojiro's business behavior is also robbing him of money. Kurozumi Orakai dare not confront the beasts head-on, but there is still a possibility that he will do something behind the scenes. Hand these two people over to Kurozumi Orakai. I want to see the news of the public execution in the flower capital within a few days. Intention to kill, although Kojiro is fine, this is still a capital crime. The appeasement of the beasts does not treat itself as a soft persimmon. If you cooperate, everyone is fine. If you resist, it's okay, but doing this kind of behavior is unforgivable. If this kind of thing is not handled seriously, the dignity of the beasts pirates in Wano country will be gone. As for why it was handed over to Orakai, it was naturally to see his reaction. Even if he can be tolerant, if he really did it, some clues will eventually be revealed. I understand. By the way, Lord Chenju, according to our investigation, most of the gangsters in the flower capital are led by him. He is a hero and spiritual role model in the hearts of those gangsters in Wano country. Even the gangsters in other villages will give him some face. Many gangsters regard him as a hero. If he can be made obedient, then no gangster will be willing to do such things in the future. The special product that grew up in the background of Wano country, the gangs, and the gangs here are extremely complex. The most ordinary gangsters are the same as those outside, living by bullying the villagers. And such people have become a kind of folk organization. Although they are not official, they have a say with several daimyos, and his people will deal with some small matters in the village more quickly. When natural disasters occur, they will even be at the forefront of disaster relief. The status among them is very high, and even many civilians respect him very much. Chapter 186, Hyogoro and the Millennium Dragon herding cotton. I remember Kojiro's report mentioned him, and they had some contact. Yes, according to our intelligence, he was disgusted with Kurozumi Orikai's behavior, and Kojiro's previous behavior of recruiting refugees made him admire him. He thought Kojiro was a chivalrous businessman. But those hooligans still attacked Kojiro. After all, not everyone obeys him, but according to the information sent back by Yukio, he seems to be looking for the mastermind behind the scenes. Sir, the national conditions here in Wano country are completely different from those outside. Sometimes we don't understand what they are thinking. The attitude is now a neutral attitude. The people behind Kojiro are the beast's pirates. People with some status in Wano country are very clear about this. And now, like most people, they have not fully accepted the existence of the beast's pirates, but they are helping Kojiro when his Chamber of Commerce settles the refugees caused by Kurozumi Orikai. So his classification is temporarily classified by the beasts as accessible. Let Kojiro go and test his attitude after a while. As for now, we will reorganize the public security issues in the flower capital before the execution. The mine should be replenished with manpower again. In this way, the gangsters who had just emerged were once again purged by the beasts and sent to the mines to start their labor reform life, and Kurozumi Orikai also received this news. Public execution. Yes, Lord Orikai, the beasts have sent those two people here. They tried to assassinate Kojiro who joined the beasts a few days ago, and also planned to set fire, but failed. What a pity. Kurozumi Orikai sighed, and felt sorry that they failed, but these two were really not arranged by him, because among all the people in Wano country, he was the one who knew Kaido's horror the most. He was also very satisfied with the current situation. Although it was not particularly satisfactory, he had achieved his goals in a few aspects. In this case, he didn't want to offend the beasts at all. Sir, what about us? As usual, just do what they say and tell the truth. It's not that he doesn't want to exaggerate, but he doesn't have the chance. Although this matter was thrown to him, he knew very well that the beast's pirates would definitely send someone to keep an eye on him. In such a place that might affect their reputation, the beasts have always been very strict. After this person left, Orikai said to the person behind him, Fukuro Kyuju, is the news confirmed? Fukuro Kyuju, the leader of Orikai's Onue Banshu, that is, the captain of his personal guard, is quite powerful and an excellent ninja. He has a pair of long earlobes, which is his unique weapon. His skull is also very long, but this is all due to the physical mutation caused by anger. He has a frail sister, Fukumi, because she was still chanting Reizo's name when she died, so Fukuro Kyuju regarded Reizo as the murderer, and since then his earlobes and skull have become longer. He hates Reizo and is very loyal to Orikai. Kurozumi Kusanagi and Kurozumi Chanmaru are too old, so Kurozumi Orikai has handed over many things to Fukuro Kyuju. It's confirmed, Lord Orikai, Kojiki Odin has sent his family back to Wano country and is now in Kuri inside Odin Castle. Very good, you go and arrange this matter yourself. You can contact me when necessary. We still have a hidden card to activate. In the end, all those who participated in the assassination of Kojiro were executed under the live broadcast of the video snail, and the charges were murder and attempted arson. In the eyes of ordinary people, these are just a group of criminals. Some people were trembling with fear because of this action and secretly dealt with several subordinates. They are the real masterminds behind the scenes. They came up with such a shady trick when they couldn't compete with the other party in business. Now they are worried about being discovered, so they did this. In the eyes of Odin's retainers in Kuri, this is the synonym of the brutality of the beasts. For the beasts, these people are dangerous elements who assassinate their own people, and in their eyes, these people are resisting the beasts, but the resistance failed. Inuarashi and Cat Viper have never explained what happened at the beginning, and because of their appearance and brains, they can't help, so there is no practical significance except that Odin Castle has a few more mouths. The most profitable business in Wano is in the hands of Kurozumi Orikai and the Beast's pirates. They are unwilling to get involved in that kind of business, so they can only live in poverty. However, they are really ruthless. They save money so that Kojiki and the others don't feel the current situation of poverty. As for how they live, the beasts don't care. Cat Viper personally sent away the only person who might help him. At this time, Arceus and the Beast's Pirates is planning a new sailing route. In addition to the things that have been arranged in the country, the herders of the beasts have begun to appear in the Heim area, but they are not Kentaro or Milky Can, but Shuttlecock Cotton and Wind Fairy. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. They can't intervene in housing and transportation now, but they have begun to expand their business to clothing. Heim's original plan was to transform it into arable land, but the soil there has been abandoned for a long time. Although he used the power of the water slate to comb the underground water veins, it will take some time to prosper again. Based on the principle of not wasting, a new batch of Pokémon appeared there. The grass slate created a new Pokémon, and the purpose was cotton. Whether it was the cotton shuttlecock or the wind fairy, their hair was high-quality cotton. Whether it was woven or used as filling material, it was top-notch, which also found something for the people gathered by the Kojiro Chamber of Commerce to do. Men can go to factories to work, they can go to farms, but those women can't, they can't do some physical work at all. They can't send all of them to the Rokuo, and that kind of thing doesn't fit their current style. After some people were sent to a Nagashima to wash clothes, there were still many people left, and they couldn't keep them for nothing, so they had this new job. Comb the hair of the wind fairy and cotton shuttlecock, cut their hair, and process the gathered hair. And because of their characteristics, they will float with the wind when the wind blows, and the cotton shuttlecock will release spores, and the scattered spores will fall on the land and generate new plants. In order to control their drifting direction, the Millennium Dragons also have their own work. At this time, Olga is riding on the Millennium Dragon to do special herding work. Over there, those few are about to fly away, blow them back. Several Millennium Dragons in the shape of the ancestral bird flapped their wings together, creating airflows that gathered the wind fairies and cotton shuttlecocks that were scattered in the wind together. Chapter 187, The Mountain God of Wano Country. Drifting in the wind is the characteristic of cotton shuttlecocks and wind fairies. If the wind is too strong, they themselves don't know where they will be blown to. However, due to the unique terrain of Wano Country, there is a special cyclone in the outside world. That cyclone is one of the reasons why the offshore environment outside Wano Country is dangerous. And now it also brings a benefit, because the wind generated by the cyclone will keep cotton shuttlecocks and wind fairies in Wano Country, and will not fly to other seas because of a gust of wind. The Millennium Dragon was originally prepared as an air cavalry, but there is no place for the beasts to fight, so this team has its own herding work. The gusts of wind created by the Millennium Dragon flapping its wings can just control their movement. Quinn is making a large blower to allow ordinary people to do special herding on them. These are the necessary conditions for the growth of cotton and wind goblins. They are grass-attributed Pokémon, and sunlight is an indispensable part of their growth. Among them, the cotton production cycle of cotton is relatively long, while that of wind goblins is different. Now there are many people below who are helping wind goblins comb their hair and cut their hair. For wind goblins, cotton is their hair, and their hair grows very fast and is very unstable. If the wind is too strong, the cotton on their heads will be torn off by the wind. If it rains, the cotton on their heads will become heavy due to water absorption and will press them directly to the ground and they can't move. In the end, they can only leave it to fate. On sunny days, the cotton on their bodies will swell after being exposed to the sun. If it swells too much, it will tear the cotton apart and scatter everywhere. So the job of the people below is to take them off before their hair swells to a certain extent. The working scene is very joyful, because the wind fairy is a Pokémon that likes to play pranks. When being combed, they will not forget this, and often cotton balls will be thrown on other people's faces. There are flying wind fairies and shuttlecock cotton in the sky, and there is another species in another area on the ground, white fluff. It looks like an ordinary grass, and there are also a lot of cotton wool growing on its head, but it will not run away when the wind blows. White fluff, wind fairy, shuttlecock cotton, the three Pokémon produce three different types of cotton. Softness, toughness, there are big differences. Only after mixed weaving can the most perfect and comfortable fabric be obtained, and different goods can be obtained by adjusting the ratio. Now those white fluffs are sewing, and the cotton wool on their heads contains a lot of seeds. These seeds are rich in nutrients and can be processed as special food. It is said that they can strengthen the body for both people and Pokémon. Some seeds will also be fried and processed into dried fruits, which will be sold together with tree fruits and dried fruits. However, more of them are sown on the land of Heim. These seeds can bring nutrients to the earth, make the grass and trees more vibrant, and effectively improve the environment of Heim. Farming is originally a hard job, not to mention opening up wasteland on land like Heim. Women are not suitable for this kind of thing. However, the special nature of shuttlecock cotton and white fluff means that they do not need to cultivate the land, just take the white fluff around. Children can also be seen among them, but they are more playing with these magical creatures, and in the end they are also covered with seeds. The Millennium Dragon was circling around in the sky, trying to control the wind, but some wind fairies would still float out of range, so people had to be sent to find them. The air cavalry of the 100 beasts was based on the Millennium Dragon. Each Millennium Dragon and the 4 people on its back were organized into a group. 2 groups were responsible for bringing back the scattered wind fairies outside. But now there seemed to be a little accident. A Millennium Dragon was flying here at high speed. Sister Olga. Something happened. A giant pig ran out of the barren mountain near July, and it will rush here at this rate. Pig. Yes, it's a big wild boar. The rocket launcher and the Millennium Dragon's attack have no effect at all. Most of the members of the air cavalry participated in the original treasure hunt, so they knew the true identity of the Millennium Dragon. It's just that no one publicized this matter. They were just strange birds named Millennium Dragon. As for why the bird is called a dragon, this is a person who has not been around for long, and it can't be destroyed. You guys take the shuttlecock cotton and the wind fairies away. You guys go hold it back, don't be afraid, that guy can't fly. Below is the newly built cotton farm and the dormitory of Pokemon such as Wind Fairy. If the wild boar rushes in, then things will be troublesome, and the efforts of the recent period will be in vain. And the residents below will probably suffer heavy losses. The threat posed by wild boars to people is among the top among all kinds of wild beasts. The Beast Air Cavalry launched their first combat mission, but the wild boar was too rough and thick, and the bombing from above failed to stop its pace, but instead stimulated its ferocity. Olga tried to use an illusion to create a wall to deceive it, but the crazy mountain god wild boar had no intention of stopping at all. Why is this thing crazy? It seems to be looking for its children. The Millennium Dragon that Olga rode gave the answer. It is the son of the Millennium Dragon Chief, and the reason why he can speak is because he ate the primitive fruit not long ago. Chapter 188, Even if it is a pig, it has to find a way to repay its debts. As an ancient species of the human fruit, there is no record of its related abilities in the illustrations. Instead of giving it to a human to eat, it is better to let animals eat it to play its advantages. Chopper, who ate the human fruit in the form of an ordinary person, has proved this point. The combat power of the Millennium Dragon itself is much stronger than that of an ordinary reindeer. Although the Millennium Dragon has the transformation form of the ancestral bird, Arceus's transformation is not a devil fruit. Although the transformation form is unique due to physical limitations, the directly transformed creatures can still eat devil fruits. People who gain abilities through transformation fruits cannot eat the second fruit. However, even if most people have gained abilities without eating the fruit, they have no intention of finding another fruit to eat. Fear of sea water and sea stone is a very deadly debuff. At least they will not be tempted by ordinary abilities. Br. Facts have proved that this primitive fruit is already very close to the type of modern humans. Although it is stronger and rougher, the intelligence level has been improved. After eating the primitive fruit, it was no longer difficult for it to speak, which also allowed the air cavalry of the beasts to communicate better. It could understand the meaning of the roar of the big wild boar, so it figured out the reason why it went crazy and conveyed it to Olga. What is it doing here with a child? However, after figuring out the reason, it became simple to stop it. Even if it is huge, it is still just a wild boar, and its intelligence is not as good as that of humans. Zoroark's illusion is something that humans with low levels of observation and hearing cannot see through, let alone a wild boar. It did not realize that the wall was fake before. But the madness after losing the child made it crash straight into the wall. Olga hated this kind of fool the most. After all, her illusion was fake after all. It is easy to break when encountering a fool with brute force, but it is easy to deal with it if you know the root cause. Hold it for a while. I'll be back soon. She drove her Millennium Dragon to fly away the people who wanted to escape, and found out the appearance of the mountain god's child from them, and then made a fake wild boar with an illusion. This time, she temporarily deceived the mountain god, but this was not a long-term solution. She couldn't keep this illusion forever. Where did the pig go? Pig called the mountain god seems to have a great symbolic meaning in Wano country, so much so that Kojiki Odin cut it in half and sewed it back together after saving people last time. So they are thinking about how to send the pig back. According to past experience, as long as they find the piglet, it will be fine. It seems to be saying to your illusion, don't chase anything strange anymore. It will be troublesome if it is kidnapped. Go and name those wind fairies and see which one is missing. The importance of knowing a foreign language is fully reflected at this moment, because the Millennium Dragon can understand what the pig means, and everything becomes easy. Occasionally, a few wind fairies will run out of the pasture. If it doesn't rain, they will run back by themselves when the wind stops. During the time they are missing, they usually do some mischievous behaviors, such as throwing hair randomly in other people's homes, causing cotton everywhere in the house. However, this did not cause those people to be disgusted. Cotton is a good thing. The cotton discarded by a wind fairy is enough for them to make a small cotton hat. They call it the gift of the god of cotton. According to the character of those wind fairies, if one of them really floated into the deep mountains, it is very likely that it would be lured out because it was fun to see the piglet. Because the wind fairies and cotton wool float with the wind and the wind fairies like to play pranks, it is necessary to call their names every night to make sure that they all come back. So those wind fairies are numbered, and if one is missing, you can find out by just calling their names. As for how to find the missing wind fairies, other wind fairies can smell the unique scent of their companions, so just take other wind fairies to find them. Those who left with the wind fairies quickly found the missing wind fairies after calling their names, and there were more than one. Big Sister, number 18, number 29 and number 31 are all gone. Then go find them. Do you think I can spare any time? The subordinate looked at the bucket of roasted cotton seeds that Olga was holding, thought about it, but still didn't dare to say that she was very idle. At this time, he also envied the life of the cotters. In fact, the competition within the Beasts Pirates is fierce. If you want to get the same status as the other party, then challenging is the best way. After several years of training, Olga is no longer a reserve who cannot be challenged, but those who try to challenge her have been played badly by her illusion. Challenging other cotters will be beaten, but challenging Olga may become a beating yourself. Not only will it hurt, but it will also be embarrassing. And Olga really can't spare any time. She must keep her illusion ability within this range, but other than that, it doesn't matter. It is now easy for him to create an illusion to deceive a giant pig. Finally, they found a white wild boar in a barn nearby. Compared with its huge parent, its body can be said to be very small. But the problem is that this warehouse is used to store white fluffy seeds, and now those seeds have been eaten by the 3 wind fairies and the piglets. Judging from their bulging bellies, this wild boar may be the main force. Is this thing so edible? This is to be delivered in a few days. Looking at the empty warehouse, Olga felt a little complicated. Sister, I think it hasn't been long since it was eaten, otherwise he drew the knife from his waist and gestured to the wild boar. It might be in time to kill the pig and take the seeds. Forget it, it's all eaten by the pig. Others probably can't eat it either. Let others decide how to deal with this pig. Originally, this matter was very simple. Just find the piglet and send it back. After all, these things were caused by these wind fairies who ran away. Because of the uncontrollable wind force, this kind of thing happens from time to time, but it is not certain that this piglet has eaten all the goods. Although the white fluffy will produce new seeds again in a day or two, the delay is certain. Moreover, the big wild boar had thick skin and strong vitality, plus its symbolic meaning, she thought someone might be interested in him. There are more and more strange animals in the Beast Pirates now, but there is no such big one. Chapter 189, Wild Boars will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and shelter. When Arceus came here, the mountain god Wild Boar had already laid down. In the illusion, it thought it had returned to the deep mountains, and the little wild boar was still digesting the seeds produced by Bipang in its stomach. The first thing Arceus did after coming here was to send away the wind fairies that surrounded him. They were bolder than other Pokémon and directly surrounded his feet, making it almost impossible for him to step. Okay, go back to the room, be careful that you will be blown away in a while. After sending all the wind fairies back, he continued to look at the huge wild boar. Some charred scars can be seen on the back, which were the traces left by the previous rocket bombing, but for it, they were completely superficial injuries, and they have healed naturally after this period of time. Not long ago, a brave wind fairy was playing with its nose, and was almost blown away. Kojiro, when did this wild boar start to be called a mountain god? This time he brought Kojiro, a local, with him, because some things are still familiar to only these locals. I heard this legend from my grandfather when I was a child. Anyway, it has been a long time, and no one knows how long this wild boar has lived. Last time it destroyed many houses. Even so, do they still regard this pig as a mountain god? Yes, Lord Arceus, because this wild boar has no natural enemies in Wano country, so the big some people believe that this is a god born from the mountains of Wano country. If we can subdue it, then in the eyes of ordinary people, the will of the mountains here has recognized us. Controllable beliefs are conducive to the rule of the ruling class, and this mountain god wild boar will not leave the deep mountains on weekdays, so they let the pig live there. Very good, Olga, dispel the illusion. Understood. She snapped her fingers. This was not the action required to dispel the illusion, but to show the surroundings that she had done so. However, in the sight of the mountain god wild boar, everything was turned to ashes. However, before it could react, it felt a terrifying pressure coming from the side, and its legs, which were originally lying on the ground, softened and could not stand up. This kind of fear has only been experienced once since it grew to this size. The man with two swords last time made it feel terrified, but compared to this time, that man was nothing. Don't be afraid, this is your child. It's fine, and it ate a lot of our goods. Two vines rolled up the piglet and put it next to the mountain god wild boar. The lost goods will cause us losses, so now I give you two ways, one is to surrender, and the other is to beat you into submission. Which one do you want to choose? Arceus took a fancy to the symbolic meaning of this pig in Wano country. After all, taming the mountain god is also a feat. When the time comes, it will be handed over to Kojiro, and through the operation activities, it should be able to resolve the resistance of many people. Moreover, even if this size can only bump around, it can cause considerable damage. When the time comes, transform this pig. With this size, it will be a ready-made war weapon. It will not play any role in the face of the strong, but on the battlefield of the future, it will be a real killer. But this matter is not urgent, it can be put aside for now. After all, there are no major battles now. And with this size, the waste produced every day is probably enough to make fertilizer, and its meaning and value are much greater when it is alive. It is normal for animals to surrender to a powerful individual. This mountain god wild boar has no interest in being beaten. A few years ago, that person could cut it in half, and now this more terrifying person might be able to roast it directly into a suckling pig. But it asked a question that is crucial to pigs. Is food included? In the end, the mountain god wild boar surrendered to the other party on the condition that the beast's pirates would be responsible for its food in the future, and was then assigned to Kojiro. With this wild boar and Caterpie, his own safety is basically no problem. In addition, during the training for a few days, Jin thought that Kojiro had some talent in swordsmanship, but he had not experienced any rigorous training since childhood, which led to the waste of this talent. Now even if he picked it up again, he could not reach the level he could originally achieve. However, Kojiro did not regret this. He was already very satisfied with his current treatment. A few days later, when he rode the giant wild boar back to the vicinity of Flower City, it did cause a sensation among the local people. Many people thought that the wild boar was going crazy again. However, when they found out the truth, just as Kojiro had thought, more people accepted his Chamber of Commerce. Some old stubborn people who resisted foreign products changed their minds. They thought this was the will of God. Kojiro took advantage of the situation and operated an event to collect juice bottle caps for prizes. As long as you can collect all types of bottle caps, you can exchange them for a bonus of 100 gold. The purpose of the event is to advertise, and the bonus can really be exchanged, but it is impossible to collect them in a short time. It's not that he didn't make them, but the two rarest bottle caps are in his hands. He will not release these two bottle caps until the event achieves the expected effect. On the other side, near the factory of Rabbit Bowl, Quinn came here alone. It was late at night, even the factory had stopped working long ago. Now there are not enough people willing to work in the factory to work in 3 shifts, so there are no workers in the factory at this time. Quinn came to the drainage pipe. Little K's members. The toxin crystals produced by the Alola muds are very much to his liking. They are complex toxins that he has never seen before. He has discovered dozens of unknown toxins, which gives him more configurations for his plague bombs. Seeing the muds eating happily, Quinn took out another large syringe, but there was no needle. I still need some research products. Who will come this time? His target is the body secretions of the muds. In addition to the toxin crystals, the secretions of the muds also contain some unknown viruses, which are also what he is studying. Because the Alola muds do not secrete these liquids, they have to be drawn out with a syringe. Chapter 190, The Few Good Days Left for Yamato. Beto, several muds waved at him. He understood what they meant and told him to do it himself and not to disturb them from eating snacks. The muds' bodies are made of poisonous mud. Unless they are attacked by other Pokemon's skills, ordinary physical attacks cannot hurt them. Their bodies are very similar to Caribou who ate the swamp fruit. This was not the first time Quinn had done this, and these stinky slimes also liked this good guy who always brought them desserts, so they let Quinn do whatever he wanted. Then Quinn picked a few of the brightest colors, extracted a portion of the strangely colored liquid from each stinky slime and put it into a sealed bottle. Due to the different appetites of individuals, the proportion of toxins in the stinky slimes is also different, and the effect is strongest after mixing. These liquids look colorful, but they are actually weapons of mass destruction. If he is not careful, he will be affected. So he always carries the original peach fruit. The sold peach fruit is just delicious, but the original one can detoxify. Then he collected some toxin crystals shed by the stinky mud and prepared to leave here. Okay, you guys continue, I'll leave first. Bye duo. The stinky mud's head turned 180 degrees to bid farewell to Quinn, and on Onigashima, the preparations for the voyage of the Origin were also completed. But before departure, Yamato was being lectured. To be precise, she was not the only one being lectured. Jack and Maria stood aside, but it was obvious that Yamato was the mastermind. In the office where the Beast's pirates handle external affairs, many documents were scattered all over the floor. As the few children on Onigashima, the three of them were naturally familiar with each other, and it was common for them to play together. However, although Maria and Jack have advantages in height and age, Yamato is the leader of the three. She is Kaido's biological daughter and Arceus's adopted daughter. Only she dares to run here. Yamato, did I tell you that there are some places you can't run around? Sorry, adoptive father, I had so much fun that I forgot. It was just a simple hide-and-seek game, but the scope was the entire Onigashima. The building that allowed the giants to run inside was very empty for the three children. Because he couldn't find anyone, Yamato didn't pay attention to what room this was, and then he rushed in. Then he accidentally knocked down the documents on the table. Originally, Shayna was here, but she had just gone with Arceus to check the situation of the Origin, so Yamato ran in. Clean up this place, you two are not allowed to help her. Even if he cared about her a lot in the past 2 years, he couldn't just dote on her blindly. No one could interfere. The same was true for Maria and Jack. When he and Shayna returned here, Yamato was the only one in the room. The two were called here afterwards. It might be a talent problem. If she wanted to destroy something, she could do it, but it became very difficult for her to organize things. It took her more than half an hour to completely organize the scattered documents. Although it was not very neat, it could be seen that she tried her best to restore it to its original state, but the order had been completely disrupted. There were no page numbers on the documents, and she didn't know many words now, so it was definitely impossible for her to restore it. This is the first time and the last time, do you understand? I know. Okay, this matter is over, go back and rest, we will go out to sea tomorrow. He is not too strict with Yamato now, and she doesn't have many good days left. When Kaido's training begins, she can't relax like this every day. Jack thought Yamato would be punished in other ways, because he would be punished to stand when he messed things up, but the result seemed a little different when it came to Yamato. The Jigglypuff who took care of them would also give priority to Yamato's problems. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this world was a little cold. After sending the children away, Shayna reclassified the documents in a few minutes. There were special marks on those documents, and it was very easy to classify them according to the marks, but Yamato didn't recognize them. What is this? From the pile of documents, Arceus saw some unfamiliar marks. This is some uncertain news. We want to report to you after verification. Arceus glanced at the paper, and the words "a lot of gold and slate" appeared in his field of vision. No need to verify, now explain to me what's on it. You also know that you slept for a long time in the tribe. Later, due to various accidents, a piece of stone was placed on another island by us. However, the person who knew the news died before he could tell us the news. Jin vaguely remembered that he mentioned that there was a lot of gold there. Is this the reason why you often brought back gold during that period? Yes, but this description is too broad, so we didn't tell you. Is that so? It doesn't matter. Notify those people to change the course and target the first half of the Grand Route, a place called Gaia Island. He couldn't remember anything else, but if there was a lot of gold there, he still remembered it. But it seems that Yamato's luck seems to have returned. If she hadn't messed up those files, she wouldn't have noticed the information. Jin and Shayna might be able to find the information slowly, but the time spent is uncertain. As for whether it is that island, he is not sure. There are all kinds of islands in this world, and the island with a lot of gold may not be that place, but if there is a clue, he will go and take a look. Yes, sir. She didn't know why Arceus had to change the route temporarily, but it didn't matter, she just had to follow the order. When Shayna went to convey the new order, Arceus also found Kaido. We will be out for a longer time this time, and it may take several months to go back and forth. I will take Yamato with me. I see, just treat it as Yamato's last trip. When she comes back, it will be time to start special training. By the way, you can take the remaining 2 little guys to see the world. I'm not telling you this, I'm here to tell you that the situation in Wano country is developing very well now, don't get drunk and mess up. It doesn't make any difference whether it's 1 child or 3 children. He is just worried that Kaido will get drunk again at some point. Drunk Kaido and sober Kaido are 2 completely different concepts. Chapter 191, Special Seat at the Bow. Some things may not work if you say them out, but you can't completely keep them to yourself, such as Kaido's situation. As a person who can't live without alcohol, no one can control him after Arceus leaves, but as long as he doesn't get drunk and go to the flower capital to play with fire, it's not a big deal. The temporary change of destination kept some pirates busy for most of the night, replenishing more supplies, adjusting routes, and planning new sea charts. At first, they didn't even understand where Gaia was. But they are not those people who are closed to the outside world in Wano country. According to the sea chart, they quickly found a new route. Although they don't have the eternal pointer of Gaia Island, they have stored the eternal pointers of some famous islands in the first half of the Grand Route. Because of the search for stone tablets, random sailing is a very common thing in the Beast Pirates. The eternal pointer of the iconic location is a necessary material. First reach the vicinity, and then readjust the course. He only took Ziraura, Setsuna, and Mander Fesh with him on this voyage. Setsuna was not good at actual combat, so she had to go out for more walks. As for Mander Fesh, he took her out for convenience. Mander Fesh had become more and more skilled in the profession of scout, and he had almost explored the ruins under the inner sea of Wano, so he just found something to do. The pirates who were preparing the materials for the voyage were not the same group of people who would sail tomorrow. Those people were already resting, but some of them were still awake. For example, Yamato was tossing and turning in her room and couldn't fall asleep. She was very excited now. This was the first voyage she could remember. Although she was taken out once when she was younger, she had no memory of that voyage. Lakey. She couldn't sleep and just wanted to see if Maria was asleep, but she just opened the quilt and welcomed the eyes of 4 Jigglypuffs. I can't sleep, so I'll go see what Maria and the others are doing. I'll be back soon. This request was naturally not agreed to, and the next moment, a gentle song sounded in her ears. In order to make an overactive little guy go to bed on time, the 4 Jigglypuffs have mastered the hypnotic skill of singing. In the hypnotic song, she failed to achieve her goal after all. The next day, a pirate ship that looked more like a picnic team than a pirate group set off from Onigashima. In addition to Yamato, Maria, and Jack, the 3 children, 4 Jigglypuffs, a big milkkin and Rico followed. According to their age, they have been weaned, but the milk of the big milkkin is suitable for the age range from 0 to old age, and supplementing nutrients is also necessary for growth. Rico chose to go with Maria just because she was worried about her going out alone for so long. After White's death, Maria has become her spiritual sustenance. This is also what Kaido meant. They can't grow up if they stay on Onigashima. Even in the original timeline, except for Yamato, they did not stay on Onigashima all the time, otherwise the Navy would not have put a bounty on them. With the right person leading the team, their sailing time was greatly advanced. Nowadays, the famous strong men in the world have shown superhuman talents when they were young. There is nothing wrong with letting them see the scenery of the sea in advance. In the harbor, the Origin sailed out of the waterfall. The helmsmen of the Beast's pirates have become accustomed to the changeable and complex currents nearby. Even if the currents are extremely turbulent, it does not affect their navigation. Wow, such big carp, Jack, what are they talking about? I don't know, I'm a fishman, not a mermaid. The mermaids regard fish as partners, so they can understand the words of ordinary fish, and they will not eat the meat of fish or sea beasts, but only eat shellfish such as clams. But the fishmen are different. Fish and sea beasts are in their menu. Most fishmen cannot understand the words of fish. Only a few kind-hearted fishmen have the ability to communicate with fish. Although those huge Magikarp, which were as big as small boats, had been surrounding the origin and would jump up from time to time with water splashes, as if they were saying something, Jack could not understand what Magikarp wanted to express. That is the life created by the holy beasts. When the origin sets out, they will definitely send the ship out of the waters of Wano country. You will get used to this kind of thing after you come here a few more times. Monderfesh stood aside and explained this problem for Yamato and Jack. In terms of combat power, he was not the strongest in the beasts' pirates, but in terms of human relationships, he probably understood it best. He knew the relationship between several big cotters very well. Of course, the biggest conflict between the cotters was that Quinn might be beaten, which was no longer a big deal in the beasts' pirates today. Some people in the pirate group did not like children. In Monderfesh's view, those people were fools. The future belonged to the young people. These young people valued by Kaido and Arceus would definitely go further. If you don't get along with them when they are young, they will have to fight for their lives when they grow up. Yamato, who had just set sail, was extremely excited. She was very interested in everything in the outside world, even the news birds passing by nearby, but the height of the ship's side prevented her from observing the outside world. She also found a good position. When the ship left the dangerous waters of Wano country, she climbed directly to the ram of the bow while the Jigglypuff couldn't react. The best view on the ship must be the observation tower on the flagpole, but she definitely couldn't get there, so she chose the bow with the widest view. The bow of a ship usually has iconic items explain the ownership of the ship. Now the origin has been modified. The bow is a flat variant of the Qianzhou arm, similar to a stretched cross. The cross in the middle left enough platform for her. Looking down, she saw the turbulent ocean, but she was not afraid. It's decided. This will be my seat from now on. Is it okay? Godfather. The bow also bears the task of ramming. The collision factor was taken into consideration when it was built. Even if a few adults sit on it, it is impossible to crush it, let alone a child. If it is a child from an ordinary family, a reason for danger will be taken down directly, but in this world, this is not a big deal. Okay, that will be your special seat from now on, Setsuna, you go and watch her, don't let her fall. That being said, it is definitely not okay to let her be alone there. Even if it is Kaido's bloodline, it is too small now. It is better to let someone watch her to feel at ease. Chapter 192, Demon Valley Town. The first half of the Grand Line, Gaia Island, is an island shaped like a skull, but its eye part is obviously missing a large piece. The missing part is the target of Arceus's trip. If there is a place with a lot of gold, then the one that impressed him the most is the Sky Island above Gaia Island. The ancient city of Shandora, known as the Golden Country, was once here. Shandora means a glorious city, and it can really be described as gold everywhere. However, nearly 400 years ago, Gaia Island encountered an accident. The sky-high current happened to be generated below Gaia Island, and a large part of Gaia Island was washed up to a height of 10,000 meters, including the part of Shandora. It was washed into the sky and did not fall down, but just landed on the island cloud in the sky, and thus became part of the Sky Island. Sky Islands are distributed all over the world. The small Sky Island where the Millennium Dragon lived before, the Sky Island where Kaido played the bungee jumping machine decades later according to the original timeline, and the Sky Islands composed of island clouds are scattered all over the sky. However, because the sea clouds available for ships to sail are limited, the Sky Islands may not necessarily be connected, so there are not many connections between the Sky Islands. Small Sky Islands will even be blown away by the wind, and only large Sky Islands will always exist in a fixed place. There are also some small Sky Islands controlled by humans, such as Visalia, where a group of meteorologists live. There are still many such islands today, because the Golden Lion is still active outside. Even if more than half of the fleet has been lost and a rudder has been inserted into his head, he is still a powerful pirate and enjoys his hegemony in the New World. Although part of Gaia Island was sent to an altitude of 10,000 meters by the sea current, the rest of it still exists in Qinghai and gradually became an island for pirates. Because the navigation on the Grand Line relies on the record pointer, the record pointer will only point to the next island after storing information on an island, but Shandora rushed into the sky, causing the record pointer in the hands of the pirates who arrived here to point to the sky. Without the eternal pointer, they didn't know the way to the Sky Island, so they were trapped here and became caught in a dilemma. In the end, a special town was formed on the island, a town composed of pirates, Mogu Town. And this place also became the signpost for Arceus to locate the Sky Island he needed. 2 months later, the origin appeared in the nearby waters of Gaia Island, and the record pointer began to point to the sky. Godfather, Godfather, are there really islands in the sky? Of course, there may be islands in both the sky and the deep sea, and the starry sky is no exception. This world is much bigger than you think. She may not understand the latter words, but Arceus' words made her understand one thing, that is, there are really islands in the sky. She had never seen the deep-sea Fishman Island. When crossing the Red Earth continent, Arceus directly used electromagnetic floating to lift the entire ship, and then flew over from a high altitude. However, after crossing there, he landed on the sea again. He did not plan to float in the sky with the ship all the time. This voyage also had some educational significance. Lord Arceus, we are almost there. What should we do now? How are the supplies on the ship? There is enough food, but fresh water needs to be replenished. Then we will dock at the island in front to rest. The next stop is Sky Island. In order to hurry, the people on the ship have not stopped for the past 2 months, and even replenishing supplies is just a simple stop. It is time to rest before the official operation. It is 10,000 meters above the sky. It would be bad if a lot of people fell down due to altitude sickness due to excessive fatigue. As for the children on the ship, Maria and Jack can see fatigue on their faces. The 2-month voyage has wiped out a lot of their excitement for the first time going out to sea, but Yamato still maintains the initial excitement. Although the town of Magic Valley is a gathering place for pirates, it is not an illegal area, but not much different from an ordinary town. The supplies here all depend on the passing merchant ships. If it becomes an illegal area, other ships will bypass it in the future, and the people here will not be able to survive, so there are still some rules in the town. After the Origin docked, these pirates began to replenish the supplies needed on the ship and check whether the hull was damaged. Some people also walked into the town. As Arceus said, this is the rest time for them. The rest of the pirates is not sleeping in bed. Going to the tavern on land to have a drink is the most basic performance. Almost every island has its own special. The wine and food produced on board are also the way for pirates to entertain themselves during the voyage. However, there are always people left on the ship, so the people who stayed on the pirate ship were rotated. Those who did not get off the ship last time left first this time. Jack, Maria, let's go together. We have been on the ship for so long. Both of them looked a little tempted, but they did not answer. Instead, they looked at Arceus. They did not have as many privileges as Yamato. Q Delta.O. Go if you want to. It's just a paradise anyway. Mander Fesh, Ziraura, keep an eye on the 3 of them. Don't let anything happen. Since they have already taken them out to sea, he naturally did not intend to keep them as fragile items, but necessary protection is still needed. Otherwise, it would be outrageous to let the children of his own pirate group be taken away by human traffickers like the 9 snakes. Yes, please rest assured. Mander Fesh has a characteristic. When he goes out, he never touches alcohol, let alone women, even if he is relaxing. He is the most reassuring one among those cotters. With Ziraura, he doesn't think there will be anything on Gaia Island that can threaten them. So there is a very strange configuration in the team of pirates going out, a strange combination of 3 children and 4 Jigglypuffs. As for Riko, she has never left Wano country and has been a little uncomfortable with the climate recently, so she just rested on the boat. There are also 2 female pirates accompanying her. Although the number of female pirates is relatively small, there are now many under the banner of the beasts. The tavern in Mogu Town is not a prosperous town, so there is only 1 store. It also shoulders the responsibility of a restaurant. It is the only choice for people on the island to drink or find food. Those pirates and the residents of Mogu Town who have put down their identities as pirates are here at this time. They brag about the past or discuss the latest big news here every day. And when new people come, they will have more new topics to talk about. Today, a bunch of people with strange styles came in. Chapter 193, Sky Island exists. Children, beastmen, and walking eggs, this is their most intuitive feeling. Are you pirates too? Are you playing house? Judging people by appearance is a common problem for most people. 3 children are already very rare, not to mention creatures like Ziraura and Jigglypuff that they have never seen before. However, there are more than a dozen pirates from the Beast Pirates who came here. These people made them not speak too presumptuously. Seeing that the other party did not intend to pay attention to them, they left in disappointment. Those muscles and scars do not look easy to mess with, so there is no need to make trouble for yourself. Boss, is there any food suitable for children? Bring 3 servings up, and you can do with the rest. He threw a pile of barley on the bar, and then Manderfesh signaled a few people to clear an area near the bar. This is for Yamato and the others. Arceus did not bring many people this time. Except for Ziraura, he was the highest-ranking cotter on the ship. Although Manderfesh's expression didn't seem to change, he was very nervous now. Arceus asked them to bring the 3 children out. With Ziraura by his side, he knew nothing would happen. But even if Yamato lost a hair, he would worry about whether he would upset Arceus. This was an opportunity, but if he wasn't careful, it would affect his career. 4 servings. Ziraura, I'm not a child anymore. Wait until you grow taller than me. Arceus helped him fix the height issue, so his height once again surpassed Setsuna, and he was qualified to say this. I understand, sir. Our specialty is cherry pie and cherry juice. Are these okay? Unlike ordinary taverns that use various spirits or wines as their main products, the most sold here are cherry products, which is also caused by the environment here. The large cherry forests on the island let the people here choose to use local materials. In addition, there are various cherry-related dishes such as cherry wine and cherry sea beast pie. He opened the door to do business, and it didn't matter how strange the money people gave him, anyway, it didn't affect his making money. The cherry pie and cherry juice of Magic Valley Town are magical foods that can cause disputes among the 4 emperors in the future. Because it is a signature dish, the cherry pie is already a semi-finished product and was quickly taken out. Yamato and Maria like it more, and Setsuna is also okay, but Jack is different. He has no interest after just 1 bite. Can it be replaced with meat? I don't like this very much. How confident Jack was more than 20 years later, how humble Jack is now. Although Arceus did not discriminate against him and he had everything he deserved, others would get more. For example, the care of Jigglypuff. He can see a cooked Jigglypuff egg at every meal, and the same is true for Maria. 1 egg per person is standard, but Jigglypuff can lay several eggs every day, and those extra eggs are naturally divided among Yamato. After all, they were created by Arceus, and personal preferences will also affect these first-generation bodies. Yamato's request would be met even if it was a little bit willful, and he could do some things willfully. Maria herself also had a little privilege, and he was already accompanying Manderfish to explore underwater. However, such a small request was naturally nothing, not to mention that Manderfish was here. Apart from anything else, the person Jack was most familiar with now was Manderfish. After all, Manderfish had been diving with him some time ago. Anyway, the money had been paid, and the boss could ask the chef to cook anything he wanted. Soon, several huge steaks were served, which looked like some small sea beasts. The bar was almost taken over by the beasts' pirates. It was packed, even the jellyfish was eating some food. Nothing would happen here until Yamato asked a question. Uncle, have you been to Sky Island? Sky Island? No, are you going to Sky Island? He didn't believe in the existence of Sky Island, but this was obviously the child of the sponsor. He must have a high EQ to be able to open a tavern in this place. Anyway, it's just a matter of a few words, just treat it as coaxing a child. Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow. I don't know what Sky Island looks like. Maybe it will be beautiful. If you really get there, remember to tell Uncle when you have time. However, some pirates are different. Yamato's voice is not small, so it naturally reached their ears. Ha 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 ha, where did this kid come from? Things like Sky Island are just a lie for children. It doesn't exist at all. That's right, you can say anything to make money. Didn't you not believe it before? Most people here drank alcohol, and the chain reaction of laughter almost spread throughout the tavern, which made Yamato blush. Nonsense. Sky Island is right here. Yamato won in terms of volume. She almost suppressed the laughter of the whole bar by herself, but then more violent laughter rang out, and some people even knocked over the bottles on the table. Kid, don't be naive. Sky Island is just a trick to fool children. Sky Island does not exist at all, do you know? Impossible, Sky Island is right here. My godfather would not lie to me. It seems that you still don't understand reality, kid. The pirate who just spoke stood up and approached here. If Sky Island really exists, then they who wasted so much time here would become real idiots. So everyone who stayed here had a consensus, that is, Sky Island does not exist. Even if it was just a child's remarks, they didn't want to accept it. But Monderfesh's wrist grabbed him. My friend, I advise you to be careful. We don't want to do anything too extreme with the children today. Yamato and the others will inevitably experience the process of seeing blood. This is an inevitable thing for them born in the Beast's pirates, not to mention that Kaido and Arceus both intend to train them to be strong. But he has no right to decide the time of seeing blood. Before Arceus or Kaido has this plan, he must protect their innocence as children. Who is your friend? 3 years ago, I was also a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Haven't you heard of the name of Jackal Herald? You idiots who believe in Sky Island. As he said this, he wanted to shake off Monderfesh, but the other party's hand grabbed his wrist like an iron clamp. Sorry, I'm not interested in the name of trash. Lord Zeraora, I think the next scene may not be very good, otherwise you can take Miss Yamato and the others away first. The man smelled of alcohol, and it was obvious that he was drunk. His companions behind him also made some movements. It seems that the next thing will be difficult to settle peacefully. If they can't even deal with these small fish in paradise, then they really have no face to stay in the Beast's pirates. Chapter 194, Are all the pirates in paradise so naive? Zeraora also felt that what he said made sense, so he held Yamato in one hand and Maria in the other and planned to leave, and then said. Setsuna, you stay and participate more. Jack, don't move, it's time to go back. It's not that he discriminates, Maria's height has not grown yet, he can still hold her, but Jack is different. He is too strong, and when holding Yamato and Maria, his body structure does not allow him to hold a third person, so he can only capture him with the magnetic field and take him out. Uncle Zeraora, let me go. I want to have a good talk with that guy. There's no need, Yamato. Lord Arceus said, don't reason with fools. They will pull you to the same level and defeat you with their rich experience. Monderfesh will take care of those things. Let's prepare to go to Sky Island first, okay? Lakey Jigglypuff, who was following beside, was also chatting with Yamato, and finally made her forget about it temporarily. As Zeraora took them away, the atmosphere in the tavern became more serious. Trash? Who are you calling trash? I'm a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Okay, this joke is boring if it's told a second time, but before we start, I want to ask, does anyone want to go out? Those who stay here will be regarded as enemies. As he said that, he threw Harold out, and the tables and chairs in the tavern were knocked over. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, irrelevant people left one after another, but most of the pirates stayed. A bounty of 30 million can be considered as a leader in the current Magic Valley town. These pirates who stayed can be said to be his younger brothers. After Harold was thrown out, this battle was basically unavoidable. Q-Delta.O. Sorry, boss, you can use his 30 million head to exchange for money to repair the tavern. Although the pirates stayed here, it does not mean that there is nowhere to go here. The passing merchant ships used the method of going to other islands, and their supplies were also traded with those people. As for why they did not rob those merchant ships and leave here, those who can do business in the Grand Line are not ordinary people, and these pirates in the paradise really don't have that two tricks. Little ones. You also saw that this guy wanted to do something very dangerous to Miss Yamato. The current Yamato has not yet been named the Ghost Princess, and most people call her Miss Yamato. Bang! Before Monderfesh finished speaking, a gunshot had already sounded the signal for a declaration of war. Shoot! Let this arrogant guy know how powerful we are. At his shout, a series of gunshots rang out, and bullets were fired at Monderfesh from all directions, and the intensity was getting stronger and stronger. The strong smell of gunpowder diffused around, and the white smoke generated by the burning of the old-fashioned flintlock guns even blocked the vision of many people. You bastard, I don't believe that you won't die after so many gunshots. A series of laughter also rang out, but this time it was the people of the Beast Pirates who laughed. Are all the pirates in paradise so naive? I don't know, I was born in the New World, Rodella, I remember you came from paradise, you were like this before. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not as stupid as this guy. The last pirate who was asked rejected it repeatedly, and didn't want to have anything to do with the man in front of him. Assholes! Your boss is dead. You can still laugh. But they still treated this as a joke. They all knew that these muskets could not hurt Mander Fish at all, after all, his scales had been trained to be very strong. The next moment, Mander Fish's voice came back. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but how can these things kill me? I have even thought about where to live after retirement. A handful of bullets fell from Mander Fish's hand, and a lot of bullets had already been scattered on the ground. A piece of red scales grew on the naked skin outside his clothes, and it was this piece of fish scales that blocked the bullets. Then Mander Fish in the naked form gave the order to attack. Okay, guys, let these cowards in paradise understand what pirates in the New World are. He gave these people a chance, but they didn't seize it. From the moment he said that sentence like a map cannon, their feud had already been made. As for the title of coward, they even looked down on the rookies who had just entered the New World, let alone these pirates nesting in paradise. Don't be so proud, I'm just an ability user. I'm Harold the Jackal. Harold roared, and his body also began to change. His originally sturdy legs gradually turned into the hind legs of canines. Compared to the Four Seas, Paradise was at least familiar with the existence of devil fruits, and was not too surprised to see the changes of Mander Fish, who also turned into a wolf form. However, Mander Fish could not recognize which kind of wolf it was. Animal type, it's a pity that you wasted this fruit. If the fruit is brought back, then the beast pirates will definitely have an extra mythical beast ability user. In Mander Fish's view, letting him eat this fruit is a waste of natural resources. And I've already said that a joke like 30 million the third time is meaningless. Mander Fish kicked the floor of the tavern, and the huge force bounced off the nails embedded in the floor. One end of the wooden board was lifted up, and Mander Fish's legs were wrapped in scales and domineering, and one leg whip directly hit Harold's neck. The huge impact force was transmitted to him, and a big hole was directly broken in the wall of the tavern. After crashing through several walls in a row, Harold was buried in the ruins. Then Mander Fish directly removed his ability and began to tidy up his clothes. The pirates in paradise were too weak for him. After all, he was also a cadre of the beast pirates, and the scouts were also combat members. Using his ability and domineering at the same time, he did not hold back at all. One blow was enough for such an enemy. The battle ended quickly. Those who stayed in the Magic Valley town almost forgot how to fight, and even just used up the bullets in their guns. Their enemies are all elite members of the Beast's pirates, who know some haki. In close combat, no matter swords or armor, they can't stop weapons blessed by haki. These people are so weak. Looking at the pirates who were solved by a casual attack, Setsuna showed a puzzled expression. Born in Zo, she couldn't understand why some people were so weak. Those people in the organ trafficking assassination group were much stronger than them. They are just trash from the paradise. This is normal. Check each other, sort out your clothes and go back. Throw away the bloody ones directly. If Miss Yamato feels something is wrong, don't blame me for being rude later. By the way, boss, I'll give you this guy's head, but I remind you that Sky Island really exists. The bounty for the pirate's head is enough for him to build a new tavern, but the beast's people don't have time to find someone to exchange it, and he didn't refute Yamato just now. No matter what his purpose is, Mander Fish doesn't mind letting him get a bargain. Chapter 195, Jack treated as a fish in the sea cloud. Mander Fish looked at the appearance of his men and made sure that no one was injured, and then led the team to leave here, leaving only the confused tavern owner. Harold has been here for 3 years. Since he arrived here 3 years ago and defeated the previous boss, he has become the uncrowned king of Magic Valley Town. Unexpectedly, he was solved so lightly today. These strangely combined people are so powerful, which is beyond Dot's imagination. The most important thing is that he doesn't seem to be the captain, but just an ordinary cadre. It wasn't until a pirate threw away his blood-stained coat that he understood why. The flag of the beast pirates on that vest was very eye-catching. The beast pirates, why do the big pirates who are mixed in the New World appear here? However, this question did not bother him for too long. The next moment he rushed towards the ruins. Those who can open a tavern here are not good people, but he is not as extreme as Harold and his people. 2 sentences have to involve yourself in the past, No one dared to resist their tyranny, but now they have hit a steel plate. A lot of things were broken in the tavern, and he was still hoping to use Harold's bounty to repair the tavern. On the origin, Yamato was not depressed because she had been attracted by the huge water column in the distance. That was the surging sea current near Gaia Island, and it was this sea current that sent Shandora to the Sky Island. It's so big, Godfather, Godfather, are we going to ride this sea current? No, that kind of sea current only occurs once in a long time. If we miss it this time, we will have to wait for several days. We have a safer way to get up. Is it the method we used to float across the Red Earth continent before? Yes, but this time we will fly higher. Nothing happened overnight. Monderfesh's battle in the tavern made those who had evil thoughts here calm down. The pirates in paradise lacked knowledge of strength. In their opinion, strong people were nothing more than people like Harold. If it was just the flag of the beasts, there would still be a few fearless people trying to provoke, but Monderfesh made them completely extinguish that thought. The next morning, Dot was picking cherries in the cherry orchard as usual, which was the main material for their cherry pie, and then he saw the origin slowly rising in the direction of the port. A flying ship, is there really an island in the sky? This thought appeared in his mind and gradually changed his view of the world. On the origin, Yamato was also pulled down from the bow. The position was not suitable for her during the flight, but this did not bother her. She used the firing port of the original cannon in the cabin as her observation port. Under the control of Arceus, the origin gradually approached the clouds. As the main mast touched the clouds, a strange fish actually landed on Jack's head. Looking at the salmon-shaped fish with an elephant's nose, Jack felt that the fish was delicious. This is the skyfish that grows in the White Sea? It seems we are almost there. The well-informed pirates recognized what it was, which meant that the clouds above their heads were no longer ordinary white clouds, but sea clouds that could be used for ships to sail. Then a current was released by Ziraura, and a big hole was punched in the White Sea in the sky. The origin also arrived above the White Sea along the gap. You can really sail on the clouds. Yes, Maria, look, the sun is so close to us, it feels like it is right in front of us. Godfather, let's sail to the sun. The sunset on the Sea of Clouds has a different kind of beauty, which is a scenery that cannot be seen on Ghost Island. That won't work, Yamato, the sun is still higher, and that's not our destination. This is the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters, and the location of Sky Island is even higher. It is still 3,000 meters away from Sky Island. The White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters is their destination. In theory, it is necessary to pay 1 billion IQ to enter Sky Island, but the environment of Sky Island is seriously inflated, and 1 billion IQ is only 100,000 Baileys. These have nothing to do with the origin. If you follow the normal entry method, whether you slowly drive up from the Sea of Clouds at the top of the west sky or ride the rushing current, you will eventually have to enter from the entry point. For those who can fly, it is enough to walk in a straight line. After the people on the ship adapted a little, the origin began to float up and drifted towards the higher Bibai Sea. On the Bibai Sea, a man and a woman were sailing in the Bibai Sea with two U-shaped irons on their feet. The U-shaped irons on both sides of their feet were tied with wind shells, which were the specialty shells of Sky Island and had a variety of functions. Wind shells can store wind, and at this time they are using them as surfers, and they are catching fish living in the sea clouds. Their clothes are similar to those of Indians, with feather ornaments behind their heads, and even a pair of handmade small wings on their backs. They are Shandia people, the indigenous people of Gaia Island, because the rushing current and the part of Gaia Island nearly 400 years ago were sent here together. In Sky Island, land is a very rare resource, so islands with large pieces of land have caused competition among the natives of Sky Island. The Shandians left their hometown and established their own cloud-hidden village in the clouds of the White Sea. However, for hundreds of years, they have been trying to regain their homeland, which is now the island of Gods Arpiatu. The two pulled a fishing net in the sea clouds to catch food needed by the tribe. At present, it seems that the harvest is not very good. There are only a few small fish in the fish basket behind them. However, their fishing nets made a big noise at this time, and they struggled hard. Cotter, it seems that a big fish has been caught. I know, it seems that today's dinner has been settled. Work harder, Shatila. The Shandians work regardless of gender, only whether they are adults or not. With a sparse population, every adult is an indispensable labor force. The two increased the output of the cloud shells under their feet, and finally pulled up the prey below, but when they completely closed the net, they found that what they caught was not the prey they expected, but a person. How could it be a person? To be precise, it was not a person, but a fishman. Jack, who was swimming in the sea clouds, was accidentally caught in the net. At Jack's age, no one would let him act alone. Jack's appearance here meant that the origin was nearby. Before they had time to release Jack from the fishing net, the huge origin had already revealed its figure. "You two, is it convenient to release our people? It's better not to refuse, otherwise it will be difficult for us." "I did it." Monderfesh's voice came from the side of the ship in the distance, and a row of muskets were raised. "Digression. I went out for something during the day, so today's update will be postponed. There will be no less than 4 updates, but I'm not sure when. I'll post them all when they're done. Don't worry." Chapter 196, The Embarrassment of Taking the Wrong Path. The origin has just arrived at the White Sea. After arriving here, Arceus also sensed a familiar breath, so he circled the direction for the origin. As for why Jack was in the cloud, it was because he wanted to try whether he could swim in the sea clouds. After arriving at the White Sea, except for Rico who had some altitude sickness, the other pirates were basically not affected. Their physical fitness can still adapt to this situation. There are also large fish living in the sea clouds, but those fish have now been scared away by the breath emitted by Arceus. The nearby sea clouds have completely become a swimming pool. After all, Yamato also wants to swim, so he has to open up a larger area. After the surroundings were safe, Manderfesh did not go down to accompany them. Jack was a fishman after all. If he drowned in the sea, it would be a joke, so he just told them not to swim too far and not to accidentally fall into the sea cloud. Because he was a fishman, Jack swam farther, so he plunged into someone else's fishing net. The fishing net was woven with rope clouds and had extremely strong toughness. The young Jack was caught in the net. But in the end it was just a misunderstanding. Not all Shandia people were so irritable. They did not behave aggressively. Sky Island had never had such a big ship. These could only be visitors from Qinghai. Some time ago, they saw a pirate ship rushing up from below, but that ship was much smaller than the origin. After untying the fishing net, they took a few steps back, indicating that they had no hostility, and then opened the wind shell and left here. They didn't seem to want to have too much communication with outsiders. "Godfather, are those the people who live here?" "Yes, they are the people who were brought up with the rushing sea current, but their ancestors are different." Manderfesh turned left and sailed at full speed. "Ziraura, pick up Jack, it's almost time to have enough fun." When the origin passed by Jack, it picked him up, but the two Shandians found something wrong. The direction they were heading was the location of the tribe's gathering place. "Let's go. Go back to the tribe. There are not only sea clouds on the Sky Island, but also island clouds. Ships cannot sail on island clouds, but their homemade jet devices can allow them to glide on island clouds. Island clouds have the same properties as land, which can allow plants to grow, but there are no seeds in island clouds, so the seeds of plants growing here come from the ships in Qinghai and the parts washed up on Gaia Island." "Chief! Chief! There are ships coming from Qinghai, and they are heading towards us." Deep in the island clouds, pointed tents are distributed in an orderly manner, with some totem poles in the middle, many of which have been lit with flames as lighting tools. Although this place used to be part of Gaia Island, it has been living in isolation for nearly 400 years, and the Shandians are thinking about how to take back their homes every day. This is a war that has lasted for hundreds of years. Both the people of Sky Island and the Shandians have paid huge casualties for this. A few years ago, Ganfol became the manager of Sky Island. His policy of advocating peaceful coexistence has eased their conflicts, but it still has not fundamentally solved the problem. Hundreds of years of blood feuds are not so easy to resolve. A slightly old man with a hood made of animal skins on his head came out after hearing the sound. "Cotter, Shatila, don't panic, what happened?" "Chief, it's a ship from Qinghai, a big ship, we were fishing before, and then..." They briefly explained what happened, and then waited for the chief's arrangements. "All adult warriors, get ready, Cotter, you two take people to the beach to see where those people are going." The Shandians underestimated the speed of the origin, and it had docked next to the island cloud not long ago. After leaving some people to guard the ship, the others got off. The Sky Island jungle at night was full of mystery, but no one in the Beast Pirates felt scared. Yamato even ran in the front. Although this was unreasonable, Arceus didn't think that any creature could hurt the other party under his nose. Godfather, is what we are looking for here. It's not far ahead. Is that a treasure? It's useless to others, but it's a treasure that belongs to me. I just lost it many years ago. So father is often not at home because he went to help Godfather find things. I think right. He wanted to say yes, but according to Kaido's personality, he might do something on the way out. According to the time, Yamato was created by him at that time, so he was not sure. In fact, at this distance, he can directly guide the stone tablet out. As long as it is not blocked by obstacles like the evil stone tablet in the stomach of the Sea King before, he can directly guide the stone tablet back. But he wanted to see where the Lunarians hit his stone tablet, so he walked forward according to his perception. Then as long as the things are found, Godfather, Father, and Sister Shayna will be much more relaxed. Almost, but it will take a long time. I understand. I will help my foster father get everything back. You are still too young, Yamato, but you have helped a lot. Really? How come I don't know? Yamato didn't know how much her luck helped, but she was tripped by the tree roots under her feet without paying attention, and the soft island cloud didn't hurt her. Jilin behind her looked more distressed, but Yamato was used to bumps and bruises. He rolled over and got up by himself. He also saw a brand new path in front of him. The secluded village of Shandia had appeared in front of them. Cotter did take people to search the situation before, but the problem was that the scope of Sky Island was circular, unlike Wano country, where there were only a few entrances, so they staggered perfectly. Looking at the strangers who appeared on the outskirts of the village, the prepared warriors raised their weapons one after another, even the old and weak were no exception. When everyone was a soldier, this was the only choice for such a tribe. The members of the beasts never feared fighting. Seeing this, they all walked to the front and took up their weapons to confront each other. As long as there was an order, they would start their own fight without hesitation. Outsiders, what are you doing here? The chief didn't know the strength of the other party, but he was ready to fight. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to get my things back, it's here. Chapter 197, 400 Years of Promise. There's nothing for you here, outsider. Although the chief was shocked when Arceus of an unknown race made a sound, he still calmed down and communicated with the other party. Among all the previous chiefs, he was the most peace-loving one. He didn't want to see his people bleed and die because of meaningless battles. In order to recapture Arpiatu, they have paid too many sacrifices. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. I can already feel its existence. A gust of wind blew here, and the outer skin of the tent whistled under the wind. The Shandians lived in simple leather tents. They did not gain much advantage in the battle with the Sky Icelanders, so they mainly fought in a guerrilla manner. The tribe's place of residence would also move regularly, so setting up tents was more suitable for their lifestyle. A huge vine grew where they lived, and a huge piece of gold also floated down from above. Is it melted into the gold? This is a good way to hide. He could feel that his slate was in the gold. It seemed that the Lunarians did this because they were afraid of being discovered. However, it seems that the slate was lost hundreds of years ago, and Shayna and Jin only kept some records by word of mouth. When Arceus took down the gold, the expression of the chief of Shandia changed a little. Outsider, put the things down, it doesn't belong to you. The chief of Shandia picked up his weapon. The gold was about an agreement. They had broken their promise once, and they couldn't break their promise a second time. However, this sentence was like a reverse scale for Arceus. Any creature that coveted his slate would be an unforgivable sin, so an extremely ferocious aura emanated from his body. That was his pressure, dominated by the evil-faced slate, and a breath of fear swept across the entire village of Shandia. Regardless of men, women, old and young, they were all pressed to the ground by this pressure. Lord Arceus is angry. Lord Arceus, let's get rid of these guys, don't be angry about this. This pressure was not aimed at them, but it still made them feel palpitations. Jack and Maria even felt that breathing became difficult, and even Yamato felt that Arceus had become a little strange at this time. No, I'll give you one last chance to explain what happened, otherwise destruction will be your only end. Walking in front of the chief, Arceus gave his ultimatum. If it was the original Arceus, the phrase "it doesn't belong to you" would be the biggest taboo, but the current Arceus is willing to give him a chance to explain. That is the promise of our ancestors, we will guard it for others. Unless you kill all of us, Don't even think about taking it away. At the end, he actually stood up despite the fear. Although Arceus removed the pressure from the power level, it was a great thing for him to stand up. The reason is very sufficient, but what you are keeping originally belongs to me. The people who hid it here are my people. Now I have awakened, so I came to take my things back. Do you understand what I mean? How do you prove it? I advise you that keeping your promise is a very good quality, but it is stupid to overestimate your own ability. Arceus did not say anything, but proved everything with facts and actions. Under the influence of his power, the gold block began to melt, and soon the true appearance of the stone slab was revealed. Under the guidance of his power, the stone slab bloomed with brilliant brilliance and finally merged into his body. Do you believe it now? Only I can use its power. Your promise has been fulfilled, and it has been fulfilled well. Things related to the slate can easily make him act impulsively, so he will be more irritable than usual, but after calming down, he is not an unreasonable person. The ancestors of Jin and Shana must have reached an agreement with these Shandayans, and they have been fulfilling their promises for hundreds of years. Put down your guns, these people are not enemies. Ship doctor, go check their bodies. He felt the properties of the stone tablet again, and then looked at Yamato with more strange emotions. After a while, the misunderstanding was explained. Arceus and his people were not plunderers, but people who came to take back their own things. His behavior just now was enough to prove that it belonged to him. Although his appearance was strange, the Shandayans had more respect for him. In their beliefs, different animals represent gods. They were also impulsive before, but the folk customs of this primitive tribe were still simple. After figuring out the reason, they did not dwell on the previous things, but began to celebrate, because they finally fulfilled one of the promises of their ancestors. That was more than 400 years ago. The legendary figure of Shandia, the great warrior Kalgara, was still a young man at that time. Their ancestors had an intersection with the Lunarians at that time. The Lunarians helped them treat their illnesses, and they also took over the task of keeping the stone tablet. They were not greedy invaders, but trustworthy custodians, so Arceus's previous behavior was a bit excessive. So he asked his men to move all the supplies on the ship back and held a new party here. As for Cotter, who had taken the wrong road, he just happened to catch up with this party. They were dragged into the bonfire party by their tribesmen without even understanding what was going on. Godfather, you were so scary just now. Did you get scared? No, but that kind of godfather. Don't think too much, I get angry sometimes, too. Have fun, and be good if you don't want me to get angry. She agreed now, but it was not certain whether she could remember it in the future. The young Shandia people danced their own dance around the bonfire, and the people of the beast pirates were also dragged in, while the tribe leader spoke in front of the young people. We have fulfilled one of our ancestors' promises. Hundreds of years have passed, and the things we kept have been returned to their original owners. This is a good momentum, and the agreement between the great warrior Kalgara and Rolando will surely be fulfilled. We will definitely take back our Arpayatu. The sound of the golden bell will surely resound through the sky. Oh! But a strange voice was mixed in with the response. Grandpa, what is the golden bell? Looking at the questions raised by Yamato and other children, the chief was not unhappy, but instead told the story of the Shandia people again, a story that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Chapter 198, Yamato's Thought Lesson, Planning for Sky Island. Nearly 400 years ago, Gaia Island was still intact, and Shandora had not come to Sky Island. At that time, when Brown Rolando, a navigator in the North Sea, accidentally came to Gaia Island to avoid the heavy rain, saved the Shandia tribe attacked by tree fever, and made a great contribution to Gaia Island. He also forged a deep friendship with the great warrior Kalgara at that time. However, because of the felling of trees that the Shandayans believed held the souls of their ancestors, conflicts arose between them. When Kalgara knew that those trees were the reason for their illness, it was too late. Rolando's ship had already set sail. Br. Kalgara made a vow to ring the golden bell every day to guide Rolando with the sound of the bell. The Shandayans also cast a special memorial statue for Rolando. Because of the sea current, we came to Sky Island, and those Sky Islanders also took away our land. For hundreds of years, we have not been able to take back our land, and we have not been able to ring the golden bell again. The chief was still telling the history of the Shandayans, but Yamato's thoughts were no longer here. Rolando, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Where is it? It's a fairy tale in the North Sea, the big liar Rolando. Mom read us a storybook before. Maria reminded Yamato that the well-known fairy tale of the beasts pirates in the North Sea can be found naturally. They, the children, have also heard similar stories. But this is different when it reaches the ears of the chief. Big liar? How can Rolando be a big liar? When he listened to Maria and Yamato's story of Qinghai in a few words, a stream of tears burst out. Is it really like this because of our incompetence? Our benefactor has suffered such a great injustice. Godfather, why don't we help them? Why do you want to do this? Because I feel so sorry for them, they can't even protect their own home. Yamato, do you know? Hundreds of years have passed, and those Sky Icelanders have also regarded that place as their home. What we are doing is like taking away their homeland for the current Sky Icelanders. Do you understand? Yamato's brain capacity seemed to have reached its limit because of this. She originally thought that the Shandayans were very pitiful, but it became strange again after saying this. Even for Wano country, we are outsiders. Even if we can make life better for that country, we still cannot cover up this nature. The people may not care because they can benefit. But for those in power, we are invaders, patriots, and enemies. Godfather, I don't understand. You will understand in the future. Now you have to understand that this is a cruel world. Without power, everything is empty talk. Only the strong can help those they think are weak according to their own preferences. You said before that you wanted to help us. What you want to do now requires power, so Yamato, you also have to learn to become stronger, understand? He took this opportunity to educate Yamato. Work, she is too naive now, she may not remember these words now, but this sign will gradually affect her. Before Kaido's training begins, he has to make Yamato want to become stronger. I understand, we have to become stronger. But in the end, Arceus decided to help the Shandayans take back Arpayatu, but the reason was not as simple as Yamato, not because he thought they were good people. First of all, the Shandayans did help him keep his things for hundreds of years and kept their promises back then, and his pressure just now also caused a lot of impact, which was a little compensation. On the other hand, it was because he had his eyes on the shellfish of Sky Island. The shellfish here have various effects and are widely used in life and weapons. Through shellfish, these tribal Shandayans actually did handmade rocket launchers. These shells have high strategic value. Helping the Shandayans to take back their territory is one aspect, and on the other hand, he plans to plant the flag of the beasts here. The flag is used to deter other foreign pirates. In essence, they will not interfere with the management here. Everything will be left to the Shandayans to manage themselves. They only need to provide some shellfish every once in a while. Like the affiliated islands recruited by other big pirates, many countries in the New World are like this. They are autonomous while also receiving protection from other forces. There are two forces here, and he does not intend to send people to manage here directly, so choosing one of the two is the best result. For these reasons, he chose the Shandayans, but when Mandfesh and the chieftain raised this matter, they were rejected by the chieftain. Why? Grandpa, we are helping you. Little girl, this is our Shandian's own business. You are friends. We can't let friends bleed because of our business. Keeping that thing is the promise of our ancestors. Your wine, food, and medicine are enough for us to use, so don't worry about what happened yesterday. After all, it was just a misunderstanding. He has decided to lead his people to attack Arpa Iardo and take back his home after the beast's pirates leave, but he doesn't want outsiders to get involved. You don't have to worry about the bloodshed. If the fighting power of the Sky Icelanders is at this level, we won't have any problems. At this time, a Shandayan warrior walked up to the chief's ear and said a few words, which changed his expression again. Because he said that at the end of the banquet yesterday, the Shandayans and the Beastmen had a friendly competition, and Mandfesh defeated all the warriors here with his bare hands. What can you get from this? Do you want the gold of Shandora? Although Shandia has not developed much, he doesn't think that anyone will fight for others for no reason. Gold is the most direct thing he can think of. If Arpayato can be recaptured, gold is not a big deal. This is what Lord Arceus meant. It is a reward for your promise that you have kept for hundreds of years. We want the shellfish, a specialty of Sky Island, more than gold. So after recapture Arpayatu, you have to collect shellfish for us every year. We can also bring you daily necessities, and at the same time, we have to hang our flag at the entrance of Sky Island. Mandfesh offered his own conditions, which were very easy for the Shandayans. What's the meaning of hanging the flag? It means that this place is under our protection. If there are still people from Qinghai who come to make trouble, just contact us and we will drive them away for you. But don't worry, we won't interfere in your own internal affairs. So you want to occupy the entire Sky Island? Mandfesh was talking about hanging the flag at the entrance of Sky Island, and the chief also noticed this problem. You can say that Arceus is returned to you, Sky Island is occupied by us, and you manage Sky Island for us. Chief, don't hesitate, this is the best opportunity to take back your homeland. Have you forgotten that the benefactor has suffered injustice for hundreds of years in Qinghai? The chief was still thinking, but the other war advocates who heard the news could not help but express their willingness to take back their hometown. The Sky Icelanders are the sworn enemies of most Shandia people, so they naturally don't worry about the fate of the Sky Icelanders. Under the encouragement of the tribe members, the chief finally accepted the conditions of the beast pirates and mobilized all the adult warriors in the tribe to prepare to take back their homeland. Chapter 199, Anyone can call himself a god. Take back my homeland. Take back my homeland. The efficiency of tribal civilization in war mobilization is unquestionable. Taking back Arceus is the obsession of the Shandayans. Although the chief now hopes for peace, it is a Shandayan. But this is only relative. Taking back Shandora is his bottom line. This is almost an irreconcilable contradiction between the people of Sky Island and the Shandayans. Living at an altitude of 10,000 meters, they have an obsession with the land. The weapons made by hand from the shellfish of Sky Island, stone spears, simple bows and arrows and blowpipes, and also iron products from Qinghai. The Shandians Wuobaman, there are not a few pirates who have come to Sky Island in recent years. There are also pirate ships that came up from the top of the West Heaven through normal routes. They have fought and traded with those pirates, which is also the source of those weapons. The Shandia people seem to be planning to fight to the death, and all the gunpowder stored in the tribe was brought out. Gunpowder is a scarce resource in Sky Island. The raw materials for making gunpowder cannot be found here, so the source can only be Qinghai. In the case of unstable supply, the less you use, the less you will have. Yamato, what are you shouting with them? I can't help myself, Godfather, so Rolando is really not a liar. Well, he is not a liar, and he was really their friend at the beginning, but his behavior was stupid. The Shandayans were mobilizing for the war and didn't notice them here. According to the Shandayan customs, it is not a good choice to say bad things about Rolando to his face. Why? What did he do after returning to his country in the fairy tale? He brought people from the kingdom to find the golden land, but found nothing, so he was called a big liar. The king sent people because he coveted the gold here. If it weren't for this surging sea current that sent them to the Sky Island, what do you think would happen if the king who wanted gold encountered these Shandayans with backward equipment? The result would only be a massacre. He betrayed the country by helping his friends, and he stabbed his friends in the back by helping the king. What do you think he gained by doing this? The man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. The Shandayans have too much gold, and their ability is not enough to protect their own safety. When they are discovered, their end will never be too good. Rolando shouldn't have told this to anyone. He really regarded the Shandayans as friends, but he couldn't deny his naivety. So Yamato, if you really regard the other party as a friend, then think about the consequences before doing this, and don't impose your own good on others. Maybe Rolando thinks that the arrival of the kingdom can help the Shandayans develop, but once people's desires begin, it is difficult to stop. He was wrong from the beginning. He took the opportunity to educate Yamato. This age is the time for characterization. As long as you pay attention to education, there will be basically no problems in the future. However, looking at Yamato's confused eyes, he felt that she might not understand much of what he said. In addition to the old and the young, even the women of the Shandayans took up their weapons. In fact, it was not just this time. Every time they acted, they fought a desperate battle. After that, they would rest for a period of time because of casualties, and then continue to find ways to regain their homes. They were already familiar with the direction of Arceus. Stepping on the skateboard made of Fengbei, the Shandayans once again embarked on the journey to Arceus. The chief also joined the expedition this time, and took several young tribesmen on the origin. Cotter and Chatilla, who were with him at the beginning, were also included. Although they accidentally took the wrong road just now, Kader is actually the strongest warrior in the tribe now, and he just married Shatila. However, on the origin, some special things attracted the attention of the Shandayans. Chief, it's base, a lot of base. Pointing to some green plants on the ship, Kader showed an envious look. Base here refers to soil. The Shandayans who were driven out of their homes could not find other land in the Sky Island. The bottom of the sea cloud is not mud and sand, but will fall directly, so the mud that can be seen everywhere in Qinghai is very precious here. Yes, base where our ancestors lived. If we go in that direction at full speed, we can reach Arceus in about half a day. He did not dwell on the soil of the potted plants for too long, but continued to point the direction to the origin. Arceus could find the hidden cloud village in Shandia by sensing the stone slab, but he could not find where Sky Island was. Half a day is the theoretical time, but in fact they need less time, because the people of Sky Island are not fools, and they are not completely ignorant of what happened in the White Sea trip. The Origin's entry method was peculiar, and the route it took was different from that of ordinary people, so they did not notice it. But now the large army of the Shandayans is heading towards Arceus, and the people of Sky Island naturally discovered all this. It is called a large army, but in fact, there are only 100 or 200 people in total. For nearly 400 years, the Shandayans have no other tribes to communicate with, and wars have been breaking out all the time, so the number of tribesmen has long begun to decrease. Before reaching Arceus, the army of Sky Island appeared. The wind shell skateboard is not exclusive to the Shandayans. They also learned these things from the Sky Icelanders. Although the tribal system is still relatively primitive, it does not mean that they will not learn from others. Compared with the miscellaneous equipment of the Shandayans, the Sky Icelanders' clothing and weapons are more unified. Except for the few people in the lead, everyone else is wearing a uniform white robe. Those are the Sky Island's divine guards. The few people in the lead are their priests. As for the one riding on the horse, it is the current god of Sky Island, Ganfall. The gods here are not gods in the true sense. Like the generals of Wano country, they are just Sky Island's name for the ruler. Looking in the direction of the chief's finger, you can see a thin middle-aged man. He is wearing silver knight armor and a goatee at the corner of his mouth. Although he does not leave only a slit in the glasses like the silver axe, he also wears a thick helmet, and the medieval-style lance in his hand is his weapon. Yamato is still observing the situation here at the firing port of the turret, but her focus is not on Ganfall, but on the horse. A winged horse? Do all the horses on Sky Island have wings? Unfortunately, because she was observing from the cabin, no one answered her question, and the two little ones beside her also didn't know the answer. Lord Holy Beast, let me do it. I don't think this person is worthy of the title of God. Ziraura's shoulders flashed with lightning, and he asked Arceus to go to battle. Chapter 200, The Chieftain Begins to Die. For Ziraura, only Arceus, who created him, only then can he bear the title of God. Ganfall is just a stronger ordinary person in his perception. So in Ziraura's view, Ganfall does not deserve the word God. Don't be impatient, Ziraura. We are not the protagonists in this battle. He looked at the chieftain on the side. They were nominally helping the Shandayans to regain their homes, but they were not the ones who declared war. At this time, Ganfall just drove the Pegasus under his crotch to come over. Although it is a horse, it is actually just a horse in general. There is no Pegasus on Sky Island. It is actually a sky-spotted bird that has eaten the horse fruit. The dense black round spots on the pink skin are proof of its race. The black spots are all over the body, even the back of the wings. These black spots alone can cause some people to feel uncomfortable at the psychological level. I am the god here, Ganfall. Shandayans and Qinghai people, why are you here? Ganfall. Stop talking nonsense. We are here to take back our homeland and return Arceus. Kader, I told you that we can sit down and talk about many things. There is no need to start a war. Okay, you Sky Icelanders leave there and return Arceus to us. The rest can be discussed. As he spoke, he had already carried the DIY rocket launcher on his shoulder, pointing the muzzle in the direction of Ganfall. This is impossible. Arceus has become an inseparable part of Sky Island for hundreds of years. Then there is nothing to talk about. Looking at the situation of the Shandayans, Ganfall was ready for battle. Although he liked fighting, the manager of an island was responsible for facing the enemy. In the White Sea, mud is a precious thing. It has no fixed value, but it has incomparable significance. After Shandora was washed up on Sky Island, that island became the God Island of Sky Island, Arpiatu, where the administrators of Sky Island lived, and ordinary Sky Island residents were not allowed to enter at will. So the conflict of the Shandayans was not a conflict with the entire Sky Island people, but a conflict with the ruling class of Sky Island. Ganfol tried to negotiate with the Shandayans, but the fundamental contradiction between the two sides could not be reconciled. The Shandayans wanted these invaders to leave their homes, and the Sky Islanders were unwilling to give up so much land. To break this contradiction, unless a stronger enemy appeared and regarded both the Shandayans and the Sky Islanders as enemies at the same time, their contradictions could only be reconciled under the oppression of external forces. For example, Enelu, the force of the beasts could also do this, but because of historical factors, the beasts chose the side of the Shandayans. As usual, the negotiations broke down, and Ganfol thought that what happened next would be no different from the past. The two sides fought a big battle, and each suffered some casualties and left in dismay. But the result today is different. Those foreign Qinghai people ended the battle in a crushing manner. Not to mention the Sky Islanders, even the Shandia people didn't react. Before they had time to contact the enemy, the battle was ended by Ziraura. Ziraura, who turned into lightning, walked through the Sky Islanders. Every time his figure flashed across an area, a group of people fell to the ground one after another under the attack of lightning. Even the strongest among them, Ganfol, was not much different. If you have to say, ordinary people were directly numbed by Ziraura's discharge, and Ganfol made him kick an extra leg. Too weak, how can you call yourself God, and how can you call yourself the guard of God? Ziraura didn't want to take action. Mandar Fesh was enough to solve this situation, but the administrator of Sky Island called him God, which was a taboo for Ziraura. It would be fine if he was stronger, after all, there are gods of different strengths, but this level is not worthy of being compared with Arceus, who is the only true god in his heart. Boring, brother Ziraura just took action. That's right, the people in paradise are still too weak. Although there is a certain difference between Sky Island and the Grand Line, its location is here after all, so there is no big problem with saying this. From the moment Ziraura got off the ship, these pirates had already put away their weapons because they already knew the outcome. This is the result of being crushed at the cadre level. If there is no strong individual force to deal with the opponent's strong, then the number of people is meaningless. Compared with the usual behavior of these pirates, Setsuna's state has become very strange. Sister Setsuna, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm wondering what the point of my coming out is. Earlier in Magic Valley Town, she had just solved an opponent, and the rest were all dealt with by Mandar Fesh and his men. Now on the Sky Island, Ziraura's movements were even faster. In less than a minute, the enemies were wiped out. She remembered that someone told her to practice before she came out, but now it seemed that she had practiced in vain. The eyes of the Shandayans were even more odd. Yesterday, Mandfesh defeated all the warriors with his bare hands, which was shocking enough for the chief. And now the enemy that has troubled Shandia for hundreds of years was completely defeated in just a few minutes, and it didn't even have the qualifications to fight back. This was beyond their understanding. So you are the ancient god, right? According to the ancestral teachings and legends, the Lunarians said similar words when they entrusted them to keep things. He also heard what Ziraura said just now. Now in his understanding, Arceus is the god of another race, and he has revived. You really only need those inconspicuous shells. Although they were defeated in the battle with the Sky Islanders, they also had the ability to resist, so the war lasted for hundreds of years. But facing the absolutely overwhelming power, they developed a sense of awe. Just like the giant snake was worshipped as a god in the past, the Shandayans would worship extremely powerful creatures, not to mention that this was helping them. The hometown returned to his own hands, and none of the tribesmen were even injured. This was too different from the battle he imagined. This is the reward for your hundreds of years of keeping your promise. Our conditions will not change. The enemy has been defeated. Now Shandora is yours. People will make things more reasonable through their own imagination. After the chief identified the identity of Arceus, this behavior became reasonable again. The gift given by the gods at will is a rare secret treasure for mortals. It is difficult for them to take back Shandora, but it is a piece of cake for the other party. Now even his expression when looking at Ziraura has changed. This orc figure is probably the real messenger of God. However, the matter is not over yet. The people led by Ganfall were all defeated by Ziraura, but there are probably not many people left in Arpayadun. However, there are still a large number of Sky Icelanders living on the nearby Angel Island. That is where ordinary residents live and where a large number of shellfish are produced. Arceus does not like massacres. He can't kill all those people. At this time, Ganfall's role is reflected. As the manager of Sky Island, his surrender can better represent an attitude.